Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Escape. Abandon the territory here. This was Galos' first thought. Faced with immense, irresistible risks, Galos would choose to retreat decisively and avoid the brunt temporarily. But life here had just started to get on track. His subordinates had integrated the monster race, controlled a trade route, and secured a stable source of black oil. Everything was moving in a good direction. For Galos to give up directly, he was unwilling. In the wilderness, weakness is the greatest risk. Abandoning the territory to start anew would take time and energy, slowing his growth and keeping him in a prolonged state of vulnerability. This is something Galos cannot tolerate. The giant's words might not be entirely true. To intimidate the bone-chewing clan, they might have chosen deception. Wait until we confirm their exact situation before making the final decision. Galos remained calm, his gaze becoming deeper and more tranquil, concealing all his emotions, continuing to stay silent and dormant. Among the different types of giants, stone giants are known for their strength and defense, their perception relatively dull. Galos, hiding in the shadows, was not worried about the stone giants discovering his presence. "Oh, you mean there are other giants as well?" Kalu nodded, waving his greasy hand, and said, "Are you the strongest among them? If not, don't talk to me about loyalty and submission. The bone-chewing clan will only follow the strongest. Let the strongest stone giant among you come to see me, and then I will consider loyalty and submission." The stone giant frowned once again. It gazed at Kalu, the stone-like eyes filled with a dangerous sharpness, its aura becoming heavier, as if merging with the earth. Kalu was not to be outdone, baring his shark-like teeth in a grin. The elite ogre warriors in the clan raised their weapons, their burly bodies surrounding them with a menacing gaze, a few mages gripping their bone-crafted magic staffs, retreating behind the warriors, ready to conjure spells at any moment. The stone giant remained silent for a few seconds, the dangerous glint in its eyes gradually fading. Its other tribesmen were on different tasks, confronting these ogres head-on alone was not a wise choice. Its stamina and magical power were not limitless. It hadn't reached the level to disregard numbers with absolute strength. In 3 days, a stronger elder will come personally. The stone giant stared into Kalu's eyes, its voice rough, like grinding stones. "By then, whether to submit or refuse, I need your final answer." With that, it turned and walked away, striding out of the bone-chewing clan. As it departed, each step caused the ground to tremble slightly, just like when it arrived. Kalu shouted, saying, "Let your elder come alone. This is a sign of respect for the bone-chewing clan. If you bring other stone giants, you won't earn the bone-chewing clan's approval." And as the stone giant left, 2 elite warriors, given permission, put down the gorging demon they were carrying, panting heavily. After a while, when it was confirmed that the stone giant didn't suddenly return, the red iron dragon flew out from the ridge, landing in front of gorging demon Kalu. "Kalu, you did well." Galos didn't hold back on the praise. Especially the last request for the stone giant elder to come alone. If they truly value the bone-chewing clan and come alone, this would give Galos a certain advantage. The gorging demon chuckled, a deep, hoarse voice saying, "Then can I receive your shed dead skin as a reward?" It was drooling over Galos. It knew it had no chance to taste flesh, and didn't dare ask for such a thing, but it couldn't help wanting to taste dragon skin, even if it was just shed dead skin. No. Galos rejected the gorging demon's request. After a pause, he added, "Once I perform the dragon vein transformation on you, you'll become a dragon vein creature. If you want to know the taste, just gnaw on yourself." The gorging demon's eyes lit up. "When can I get the dragon vein transformation?" it asked. "After you have made enough contributions for me." Galos replied. When can I make contributions? Kalu, eager for the dragon vein transformation, asked again. Soon, inform your clan to prepare for battle. Galos squinted slightly, gazing in the direction the stone giant left. Whether to fight or flee, it's always best to be prepared. The gorging demon became excited, growling, Kalu loves battle. A fierce battle followed by a feast to replenish, this was the best stimulus for the gorging demon's growth and development. A few minutes later. Following Galos' orders, the gorging demon began mobilizing the bone-chewing clan, opening up the clan's food storage to let the elite warriors feast heartily, eating as much as possible to prepare for the battle they might face. A well-fed ogre is a formidable soldier. This highlighted Galos' generosity towards the bone-chewing clan. With several mages and a rather powerful gorging demon here, it was beneficial for Galos to train, so his time with the bone-chewing clan was longer than with other clans. While honing his combat skills with fierce beasts, after feeding, Galos would casually capture high-level ferocious beasts and monsters to give to the bone-chewing clan as rewards. Galos understood that ruling by sheer dragon might and fear alone was not stable. He needed to let the clans under him see that following him was beneficial, with rewards and prospects. Combining kindness and authority was better than mere oppression and extortion. This was one of the teachings from the inherited knowledge of the prince, from an ancient dragon ancestor who once founded a kingdom. The meaning of an ogre's existence is to eat. Galos' rewards made them immensely grateful, with the loyalty of the bone-chewing clan increasing day by day. Compared to the stone giant's empty promises, the tangible benefits already gained were invaluable. Galos restrained his presence, remaining silent, and took to the sky. His black-gray scales blending almost seamlessly with the night. He glided silently through the clouds, his gaze sweeping over the mountains and the land below. Quickly, Galos locked onto a familiar figure. It was the stone giant, who had left Broken Ridge Hills, making its way on the ground towards a certain direction. To avoid alerting the other party, Galos didn't use the investigation technique on the stone giant. However, estimating from its size, based on the description in the inheritance about the stone giant race, it could be inferred that this stone giant's life level was about level 9, with level 9 being the most probable assessment with a margin of error not exceeding 1 level. In other words, it was on par with Galos' current level. A stone giant at the same level did not pose a threat to Galos. In the hierarchy of giants, storm giants are the strongest, most formidable at the same level, while stone giants do not rank among the top. As a red iron mixed blood, even without the evolution talent, Galos' natural talent as a mixed blood dragon was already comparable to a golden dragon. With his evolution and growth, he estimated that now even a golden dragon at the same level would not be his match. Among the common primary classes of dragons, unless possessing special talents or positively mutated dragons, none could contend with Galos at the same level. The issue lay with this stone giant's elder. A stone giant worthy of the elder title would be at least a 200-year-old mature stone giant, with a life level of between 10 to 13. Even if it's the weakest elder, at level 10. Its life level still exceeds Galos'. Galos didn't like to fight above his level, or more precisely, he didn't like to fight upwards without a compelling reason to do so. The number and power levels of this stone giant vanguard army. While I'm now hidden, with them visible and me hidden, investigate first. Galos thought. If it's confirmed that a large force will come later, and the current vanguard army is not overly powerful, Galos would at least make them pay dearly if he had to retreat. Targun's steps were heavy and steady, its granite body crushed through the underbrush, striding rapidly forward, undeterred by any vegetation, moving swiftly. But this also left a distinct trail in the wilderness. Under the cover of night, Galos stealthily followed the stone giant, his scale armor under the moonlight blending with the clouds in a grayish hue, even the sound of wings flapping was deliberately suppressed, silent and unnoticed. Flight gave the dragon race an inherent advantage over the giants. The stone giant's perception was not sharp, and Galos disguised himself well, never too fast nor too slow, never detected by the stone giant. Like this. The giants traversed the land, while the dragons soared through the sky. Time slowly passed. About 5 hours later, the sky showed the dim gray-blue scene of dawn. The terrain ahead began to change, jagged rocky hills gradually replaced by flat giant boulders, with a peculiar mineral and sulfurous smell permeating the air. The full view of the stone giant camp unfolded before Galos. This was a half-open camp built against the mountain, the camp surrounded by crude basalt blocks forming a ring-shaped high wall. Inside were primitively styled stone huts intricately stacked from rock slabs, and both the high wall and the stone huts were extraordinarily grand, clearly built for giant lives. His gaze subtly swept over those stone giants. Galos' attention was drawn to the structure at the camp center. This was a circular pit about 20 meters in diameter, filled with a gray substance. At first glance it seemed like stone, but the occasional ripples proved it was liquid. This thing is the earth-vein symbiotic pool. Galos pondered silently. The stone giants' method of reproduction was not through normal biological means. They would first select suitable earth vein nodes and create the earth vein symbiotic pool, then through special methods, choose stones with spirituality, engrave them into humanoid rough embryos, and place the humanoid rough embryos into the earth vein symbiotic pool. Once submerged, the pool's liquid mineral essence and energy would gradually seep in, potentially awakening consciousness. If failed, they would become part of the mineral essence. Those who gained consciousness would crawl out, chew upon parts of elder stone giants, thus gaining initial awareness of the world and racial concepts, becoming new stone giants. Due to differences in the rough embryos and their carvings. Each stone giant's appearance and physique differed greatly, the body texture varied, and individual discrepancies were vast. The weaker stone giants made from ordinary stones were even inferior to white dragons. However, those whose rough embryos were formed from special stones and awakened possessed astonishing talents, though the probability of awakening diminished with more unique and superior stone rough embryos. Galos noticed. Several young stone giants were engraving rocks. They were not carving small, growing humanoid rough embryos, but figures as large as themselves with a majestic stance, and there were already such stone carvings in the earth vein symbiotic pool. These were the giant stone guards. The stone giants were a race that universally revered the divine spirit. They could create giant stone guards, who sacrificed consciousness and prolonged life to grow rapidly, becoming weapons to protect the clan. Not only stone giants, but also giant stone guards. The camp's outskirts were teeming with rock lizards, piercing mountain beasts, and other magical creature followers. The scale is not small, but also not large. So far, Galos hadn't seen more adult stone giants. Meanwhile, when Targun reached the camp's edge, a particularly burly stone giant emerged from the largest stone house. Its height reached 15 meters, like a small mountain, with a crystalline body, its texture and grain distinctly different from Targun. It appeared to be formed from diamond, exuding an indomitable strength. This stone giant instantly caught Galos' attention, causing his heart to be on alert. A stone giant elder, yet a diamond giant, somewhat troublesome. Within the vanguard army was a diamond giant elder. Galos could hardly imagine the strength and scale of the subsequent main force. This brought him a deeper sense of danger. However, looking at the giant camp below, Galos faintly felt something was amiss, but couldn't figure it out in a short time. He held his breath, stifled all sounds, and continued observing, exploring the situation in the stone giant camp. On the ground, stone giant Targun knelt on one knee. It cast a spell, eyes flickering slightly, projecting a memory image. Kalu's resistant face, the well-fed and strong ogre warriors, and mages, all vividly appeared. Targun's rocky face displayed cracks. This was the stone giant's expression of anger. It said deeply, "That filthy and lowly ogre wants you to personally go." The diamond elder was not angry. Its heavy body remained motionless, eyes wise and contemplative. "That gluttonous demon is clever, which is good, as it means it is more worthy of submission." The diamond elder slowly spoke. Its voice sounded like two diamonds grinding together, producing a dull buzz, even causing the air to slightly hum. Signaling the granite giant to stand up, the Diamond Elder led it towards the camp, into the largest stone house, to discuss the matters of the bone-chewing clan. Up in the sky, Galos couldn't spot the two strongest stone giants. He squinted his eyes, counted the number of stone houses in the camp, then turned and left. Shortly after, a level 9 mammoth ferocious beast charged towards the stone giant camp direction with savage strides, eyes still showing traces of fear and terror. The magical creature followers reared in the periphery first went to resist. But the enormous difference between them couldn't halt the mammoth ferocious beast, causing a massive uproar. More stone giants emerged from the houses. The Diamond Elder crushed the ground, its immense and burly body leapt, spanning hundreds of meters, the Vajra body like a projectile, resembling a meteor, crashed directly onto the mammoth ferocious beast, leaving it with broken tendons and bones, severely injured on the spot, then delivered a clean knockout punch, killing it efficiently. After this minor disruption, the Diamond Elder returned to the stone house, its magical creature followers feasted on the mammoth ferocious beast. High among the clouds, Galos surveyed this scene. The mammoth ferocious beast was driven toward the stone giant camp by him, the purpose was to see how the stone giants would respond. Galos took a sip of fairy scale powder, the whole world turned into warm hues, his mind instantly became active, and his thoughts began to rapidly flow. He revisited the details that initially felt off but hadn't immediately clarified. The Earth Vein symbiotic pool is the core of the stone giant clan, usually located within the rear main camp, impossible for the vanguard army to construct. Facing level 9 ferocious beast harassment, the Elder takes action rather than other guards. The stone giants here, I've only seen one adult granite giant, one mature diamond, then 3 young ones, and several insignificant juvenile and young stone giants. Expansive pioneering vanguard forces wouldn't carry such burdens. Galos squinted his eyes, realizing this stone giant troop was peculiar. Pioneering clan territory? No, their numbers and age distribution seem disparate, more like they are fleeing, wanting to establish themselves here, settle, that the claim of expansion is just to deceive the ogres. Give up the territory, let them have it. That's not feasible. A Diamond Elder is not enough to scare Galos into abandoning his cultivated domain assets and flee outright. If confronted with the Diamond Elder, the risk exists, and it's considerable. This is a powerful stone giant, not to be underestimated. But compared to the subsequent impacts of abandoning the domain, upon careful consideration, Galos felt he could bear this risk. Engaging in battle with the diamond giant might injure him, but with his speed and burst, should he fall short, he could ensure he wouldn't be killed. 3 days later, if it ventures alone to visit the bone-chewing clan, it would be my best opportunity to strike. Galos spiraled upward into the sky, quietly departing the stone giant camp. Broken Ridge Hills, bone-chewing clan. The ogres, one by one, were full and satisfied, half sitting, half lying on the ground, picking their teeth, dozing off, biting their nails. Their mental state seemed extremely relaxed. However, their weapons were all placed right next to them, within arm's reach. With just a command, these seemingly lazy ogres could instantly transform into trained warriors, battle-ready soldiers. It had already been 3 days since then. To decisively kill the Diamond Elder, Galos had dispatched elites from other clans, including units like commanders and mages, concentrating them behind the hill for an ambush. 1,000 days of training for one decisive use. Galos usually did not need his followers to fight for him, but that did not mean he wanted to be a nanny, keeping them away from danger. The Diamond Elder was no ordinary being. Because he didn't use the investigation technique, to prevent alerting the enemy, Galos estimated its level based on its size, thinking it was at least level 11, possibly 12 or even level 13. The probability of level 12 was highest. This life level already surpassed Galos by 3 levels, equivalent to a young adult over 25 years old golden dragon. With every ascension in life level, the creature's average strength elevated to a higher tier. Furthermore, the diamond giant was a standout among giants, exceptionally formidable at the same level, capable of fighting beings above its level. To take down such a diamond giant, hunting it in encirclement was the best option. One-on-one duels were a knight's honor, but not Galos's. He didn't care about such things. Compared to illusory honor, Galos wanted victory and to keep winning in the game of survival, no matter what. But it wasn't only about victory. The key was achieving the greatest victory with the smallest cost. If the opponent, in its dying counterattack, heavily injured him or worse, such a narrow win would be equivalent to failure in Galos's eyes, bringing immense safety risks later on. Galos was neither humble nor self-depreciating. He knew he wasn't a mighty being yet, but no longer weak, nor the young dragon that had to cautiously survive when he first left Iron Dragon Lady's territory. Fighting above his level wasn't difficult for him. Yet, Galos was neither arrogant nor self-satisfied. He clearly knew that neither dragons nor giants were comparable to ordinary fierce beasts or magical creatures. Defeating a diamond giant that was above his level wasn't simple and carried significant risk. But for the prospering territory on track, and for future growth and development. After weighing the pros and cons, Galos deemed it worth the risk. The followers were ambushed behind the hills. Galos himself was high in the sky, concealed by thicker clouds. From above, with enough distance and momentum gained, Galos could unleash a strike beyond his limits. Black oil, scale powder, blood burst technique, all are prepared. While the followers distract and hold the Diamond Elder's attention, I accumulate kinetic energy, launching a sudden assault, dealing a fatal blow in my strongest state. As long as this strongest first strike heavily injures it, together with the followers encircling it, it can be killed at minimal cost. Galos pondered the combat strategy, patiently waiting. However, things didn't go as planned. Galos's plan fell through. Time continued slipping by, from day to dusk, yet there was no sign of the Diamond Elder who hadn't come alone. Another creature had come instead of the Diamond Elder. Kola giant eagles, originating from the wind elemental plane, these creatures gradually spread across major world planes. They belong to a semi-intelligent species, with intelligence levels akin to magic creatures like the earth bear, naturally capable of perceiving and manipulating wind elemental energy. Their flight combined speed and grace, like dancers in the wind. 2 Kola giant eagles circled high in the sky, with wingspans exceeding 10 meters. In the cover of dusk, they silently approached Broken Ridge Hills, their sharp eyes surveying the ogre's movements. However, the Kola giant eagles were unaware. They had already been exposed. Above them, Galos watched their every move from an even higher sky. Scouts sent by the stone giant. While scouting the stone giant camp, Galos had seen several Kola giant eagle followers under their command. It wasn't hard to deduce that these 2 Kola giant eagles were sent by the stone giant. Due to their dull perception and lack of exploration skills, stone giants would keep Kola giant eagles for surveillance and reconnaissance, and their legacy included specific methods for taming them. Seeing is believing, hearing is not. There's a gap between hearsay and what one witnesses firsthand. Previously scouting out the stone giant camp, Galos chose to go himself rather than sending followers, partly for efficiency, and partly because he trusted his eyes and senses more. Flying at higher altitudes, he avoided the Kola giant eagle's patrol, instead observing their camp thoroughly. The Diamond Elder did not come alone but sent eagles to scout. Was this out of realizing the danger, or just due to caution? As he observed the 2 Kola giant eagles, Galos narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Meanwhile, the Kola giant eagles quietly circled the sky, their open vista from high altitude mirrored Broken Ridge Hill's situation, not just its front where the bone-chewing clan dwelled, but flying over to the back, their keen eyes spotted the hidden elite soldiers behind the hill. The 2 Kola giant eagles exchanged a glance. Then, under the cover of dusk, they quietly flew away, just as they had come quietly. Yet, before leaving the airspace of Broken Ridge Hills, a tremendous oppressive force suddenly descended from the sky. The feathers of the two koala giant eagles almost stood on end as they simultaneously looked upwards. Their pupils constricted sharply, their breath catching. Above the clouds, a red comet was tearing through the night sky, swooping down, the trailing dark red flames at the wing bones' tips burning scar markings in the night. Galos, like a descending calamity, his entire being radiating a deathly oppression. Scree! No longer flying silently, the two koala giant eagles ramped their speed to the limit, soaring away in different directions. Their flight, once graceful as dancers in the wind, now appeared flustered and panicked under the immense life-threatening pressure. Galos pursued them at an even faster pace. Almost instantly, he caught up with the larger male eagle, gripping its spine with his left claw. No matter how the eagle flapped its wings, it couldn't budge. Then seizing this male eagle, the dark red flames surged behind, tracing an arc. Galos swiftly turned to catch the female eagle flying in the opposite direction. His right claw clamped onto the second's chest like an iron vice, the claw tip slightly sinking into its feathers. A slight force would rip apart its ribcage. With one eagle in each claw. Under Galos's grip, they were paralyzed, losing the capability or opportunity to resist and struggle. With a final flap of his dragon wings, Galos carried the two eagles to land on a rocky platform at the hill's peak. Now. Galos released his claws, tossing the still-breathing giant eagles onto the rock surface. At first moment, instinctively, they tried to escape again. With one sweep of Galos's dragon wing, like a guillotine, he cut off a cluster of crest feathers atop their heads before they realized. The two koala giant eagles immediately fell silent, trembling under Galos's shadow, not daring to move rashly. "Speak your purpose." Galos spoke. The words of the red iron dragon were calm, as if a daily inquiry, yet due to his formidable and fierce appearance, it still represented a death threat, terrifying the koala giant eagles. To investigate Bone-Chewing Clan's status. Report any anomalies to Ibadan Elder. The Elder suspects something unusual behind the Bone-Chewing Clan's reaction. The two koala giant eagles hastily answered. Without doubt, the Ibadan Elder they mentioned was the Diamond Giant. Hearing the two eagles' response, Galos remained silent, his eyes revealing a palpable, almost tangible, fierce killing intent. Beneath the vast, boundless sky, the red iron dragon stood silently atop the hill. The small thorns on his body glimmered in the twilight of dusk, his imposing and exaggerated wings slightly folded back, his majestic limbs and dragon tail taut like a bowstring, and every piece of scale armor on him emitted a near-physical killing intent. Even the surrounding air seemed to thicken and solidify due to the dragon's power. Two koala giant eagles trembled. They buried their heads deep into the feathers of their chests, their robust eagle claws unconsciously curling up, like two quails being stared down by a predator. The presence and reaction of the Diamond Elder made Galos perceive severe danger. Galos himself was naturally cautious, without the usual arrogance and conceit of the dragon race, and he was very aware that his cautious and careful nature, aside from his evolution talent, was a major reliance for his survival in the wilderness. Therefore, facing another character who was clearly powerful yet cautious and suspicious, Galos felt an even stronger threat. The giants are similar to dragons. Born with great power, they act simply and directly, preferring straight and forward behavior. The stone giant is no exception. However, the Diamond Elder's unusual cautious manner made Galos take things seriously. The cautious understand the deadly weaknesses of the cautious. An enemy possessing great power yet still advancing carefully is far more fearsome than those arrogant challengers 1,000 times over. The night wind swept past the dragon's spine, Galos' pupils nearly contracted into two thin lines. He slowly unfolded his wings, the fine scales on the wing membrane rubbing against each other, sparking flashes, while the explosive scales on his outer layer slightly opened and closed, not a pre-battle charge but an instinctive reaction of a predator under threat by its kind. When two cautious hunters meet on a narrow path, the one to first display a flaw will become the stepping stone of the other. This time, fairy scale powder wasn't even needed. Stimulated by the sense of danger, Galos' mind focused intensely, thinking quickly like electricity. pondering the upcoming decisions and responses. My advantage lies in mobility, and more importantly, I am hidden, the Stone Giant clan being newcomers, still unaware of my existence. The longer time drags on, the clearer the Stone Giants will explore the surroundings, and the more unfavorable for me. Galos squinted his eyes slightly. Stone Giants are societal groups that value their kinship and group bonds. The Diamond Elder's caution might be due to the burden of guarding the clan, therefore carefully considering before acting, unable to act recklessly. They highly value the clan, helping each other mutually, this is their strength, however, in some situations, it becomes their biggest weakness and flaw. Strength and weakness. Sometimes the boundaries between them are not so clear-cut, even completely blurred. After thorough contemplation, Galos deeply inhaled, pressing down his emotions, making himself calmer and more rational for the upcoming assault on the giant camp. He decided to raid the giant camp overnight. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Since dragging out time becomes increasingly unfavorable, then be decisive, be swift, attack the Stone Giant camp. Destroy them before they can secure their footing. This Stone Giant group had already constructed the Earth Vein symbiotic pool, spoiling and cultivating giant stone guard. Moreover, they were ostentatiously recruiting followers and expanding their size. They must not be given the time to develop. Galos carried the two giant eagles, breaking their wings so they couldn't fly temporarily, throwing them into the bone-chewing clan camp, while rallying the legion located behind the hills. Bloodtooth Commander, Jackal Wolf Folk Mage. War Lizard Folk Concealer, Stealth Hunter. Giant Wolf Knight, Werewolf Mage. These units gathered together, merging within the ogre territory, collectively forming a sizable monster army. First bind and imprison these two giant eagles, take them down. With a simple command. Galos retracted his dragon wings, slowly descending onto the towering rock platform. His gaze swept across each uplifted face, ogre's muddied single eye, jackal wolf's flickering green pupils, werewolf's erect pointed ears, then spoke in a deep voice, like thunder rolling across the land. Monsters of the wilderness. The stone giants have established a foothold on the northern highlands, glaring with hostility at us. War is unavoidable. Today, I urge you to fight for me, to fight for honor. Before those stone giants wage war, first destroy them. I want your claws to chisel through the granite chest cavity, teeth grinding every moving stone. Dig out their stone hearts. Bite, crush, swallow them down. Speaking as the red iron dragon unfolded its wings, resembling a massive flag. The ogre's roar exploded first, pounding their axes on large shields, werewolves extending their sharp claws, leaving a blood-marked cut across their chests, howling at the sky, different monsters responding in various ways. For the great Galos. For the clan's honor. They called out, their blood-red eyes almost blending together under the night. The four tribal followers of Galos paid great respect to him, occasionally even showing a naive, honest, somewhat cute demeanor, but do not forget, they are followers of Galos. In other creatures' eyes. War lizard folk, jackal wolf folk, gray-haired werewolf, ogre. Without exception, all are creatures of the evil faction. Bloodthirsty, ferocious, warlike. Kalu, you command the army. Blood Fong Hodgson, you assist Kalu. Galos entrusted the position of general to the crude yet cunning gluttonous demon, allowing the other Bloodtooth commander skilled in army leadership to assist, assigning them the task at hand. Raid the stone giant camp. As for Galos, he will take step ahead at the opportune time, before the clan legion, finding ways to distract the Diamond Elder, allowing the Diamond Elder's clan to become constrained by their own weakness and flaw from the reverse. Following immediately. Galos flapped his wings, soaring into the sky, while the monster army commenced their march on the surface. Several mages alternated casting enhancement magic. With the commander's enhancement aura influencing, their marching was swift. Some time later, the time had reached late night. From high above, Galos could already make out the high ground where the stone giants had camped. After confirming the direction for his followers, he stopped waiting for the clan legion, and with a flap of his dragon wings, he flew towards the stone giant camp at a faster speed. Meanwhile, inside the house of the Diamond Elder at the stone giant camp, the Diamond Elder Ibadan, with its hard and heavy body, sat cross-legged on the ground, frowning slightly. The Kola giant eagle had been gone for a while and had not yet returned. This made the Diamond Elder feel a bit uneasy. Initially, the Diamond Elder had decided to go alone to the Bone-Chewing clan. However, as the strongest and leader of the Stone Heart clan, tasked with the mission of continuing the clan, its decisions would affect the survival of the group and thus had to be cautious and careful. So, it seriously dismissed distractions and thought repeatedly, then captured the anomaly. The behavior of the ogres in recruiting the giants seemed somewhat too resistant, and they lacked a sense of awe. Under normal circumstances, due to the bloodline roots and hierarchical disparity, ogres always felt awe in the presence of giants and were willing to submit and pledge allegiance to them. The reason given for the strongest giant to go alone was respect. In the legacy of the giants, there has never been a known ogre race with such a habit. Unless, this was a trap. With the worst in mind, the Diamond Elder did not go alone. It sent the Kola giant eagle for reconnaissance. If there was a trap or ambush, it would surely be today. Once the Kola giant eagle gathered more specific intelligence, it would decide whether to continue subduing the Bone-Chewing clan or to crush it. But now the Kola giant eagle had not returned. It was already past the return time the Diamond Elder had set for them. Exceeding this time meant an unexpected situation had occurred. No, it wasn't an accident. There must be an ambush in the Broken Ridge Hills. And it's enough to cause trouble for the dancer in the wind, preventing them from returning smoothly. The Diamond Elder abruptly opened its eyes. A crystalline sharpness flickered in its eyes, full of vigilance and caution. Targun. It called out in a deep voice. Elder, what's the matter? The granite giant entered the room, looking at the Diamond Elder in confusion. Awaken all the sleeping members of the demon race. Take 3 young clan members and patrol the guards together. The Diamond Elder said solemnly. What happened to make you so serious? The granite giant asked. I suspect there's a dragon behind the Bone-Chewing clan. The Diamond Elder said, word by word. Only having seen, or already pledged allegiance to, a dragon on par with giants or other stronger creatures, would the ogres lack awe for the giants. For something to trouble the Kola giant eagle, the likelihood of it being a flying creature is high. All things considered, the Diamond Elder believes there is a dragon behind the scenes. Wisdom and caution, along with nearly 400 years of life experience, led the Diamond Elder to guess the truth. You're overthinking it. The granite giant scratched its head and said, those lowly, filthy ogres are just greedy and unappreciative. It thought that the elder might be overreacting due to psychological shadows left by the war with the blue dragon. The Diamond Elder slowly said, I hope I'm just overthinking it. But in any case, it's always better to be cautious. It said solemnly, the Stone Heart clan is all that's left of us, and we bear the heavy responsibility of regrouping and strengthening the clan. Any potential danger must be nipped in the bud. The likelihood that there is a dragon behind the Bone-Chewing clan is very high. It may not yet realize that it has been exposed and is probably still figuring out how to respond now. This is an opportunity. While it's still hesitating, find a way to hunt it down and kill it. As for getting along, trying to negotiate, coexist peacefully. Ridiculous. Neither Galos nor the Diamond Elder of the Stone Giants had ever considered this option. Wait, Targun. Just as the granite giant was about to move, taking with it the clan members and followers for patrol and guard, the Diamond Elder stood up with its mighty, strong body, stopped it, and said in a deep voice, I've changed my mind. If there's a dragon behind the Bone-Chewing clan, now is the best time to launch a surprise attack with our followers immediately. Strike first to gain the upper hand. The attacking side always has more initiative than the passive defensive side. No matter if there's a dragon or other creature behind the bone-chewing clan, the Stone Heart clan must resolve it to settle here. Since the other side hasn't shown themselves right away. It means it definitely isn't an adult dragon or creature of that level, and they're wary of the stone giant's power. The granite giant felt the Diamond Elder was making a mountain out of a molehill. But it didn't question the Elder's decision and nodded heavily. However, as the Diamond and Granite Giant just stepped out of the stone house, before they could gather the followers and clan members to issue commands. Clang! 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 The sound of countless blades unsheathing and scraping against each other rang out in the sky, awakening the demons, making the young stone giants playing accidentally fall to the ground with panic on their faces. A red ominous star, trailing a long tail, streaked across the sky, tearing apart the night, rapidly approaching. As altitude decreased and speed increased, the blade-like whistling weakened, replaced by roaring thunder. Boom! 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 This sound announced the arrival of Galos. He swooped over the stone giant camp, dropping searing hot explosive scales from his body like a torrential rain sweeping toward the camp. He simultaneously targeted the diamond giant, carrying an unstoppable force like a meteor, crashing down with fierce power. Galos's speed was too fast. His attack was a complete surprise. By the time the diamond giant realized what was happening, the searing rain had already poured down densely, mainly targeting the area where the weak young and juvenile giants were located. The skin on the surface began to glow with a brilliant, crystalline light. Magic energy circulated within the diamond giant, and it raised its sturdy right arm, spreading its fingers. Earth, heed my command. It spoke with a voice like rolling stones, rough and solemn. Its fingers clenched tight, creating a spell effect. Elements that were initially invisible to the naked eye coalesced, forming a heavy curtain made of rock that materialized almost out of thin air, as if adding another layer of ground in midair. It was thick, tight, tough, shielding the weak juvenile giants within it. Crack! 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 The searing explosive scales fell, shattering the rock into countless fragments. Under the diamond giant's control, even as the rocky curtain broke, more elemental energy flowed in to mend it, maintaining a defense that intercepted Galos's wave of explosive scales. At the same time, facing the rapidly approaching mixed-blood dragon, the diamond giant's gaze was aglow, its surface shimmering like a diamond, exuding an unbreakable resilience. The diamond giant's defense was unrivaled among giant kinds. Other creatures of the same level, including the dragon race, could not reach it. Come, giant dragon. It fearlessly raised its head to meet the battle. The young dragon in front of it was somewhat unusual, but in the end, it was just a young dragon. The diamond giant found no reason to fear, even feeling that Galos's arrogance and conceit were laughable. A single young dragon daring to attack the stone giant camp alone. What sort of arrogance and conceit would it take to do such a thing? Galos was less than 200 meters away from the diamond giant. At his current speed, he could reach it in a blink of an eye. However, at that moment, the edges of his wing bones surged with darker, thicker flames, and Galos tilted his wings. With all the momentum accumulated from his dive, his massive body drew a nearly right-angled sharp line in the air, changing direction to crash into a young stone giant. Desolate Dragon's Descent. Galos roared, matching his own idea for a move name in his heart, adding to its magnificence. The next moment, the young stone giant just looked up, as the gray stone chest caved in, forming a clear dragon-shaped contour. Galos's dragon horns pierced into its chest first, with explosive scales rubbing against the stone skin to spark dazzling sparks. Then, the shockwave burst out. Centered on the impact point, the ground collapsed and sank, forming a deep crater like a meteor impact site. The ring-like shockwave violently exploded. The ground for hundreds of meters undulated like waves, 3 stone houses collapsed like building blocks, and the nearest rock lizard group was struck like sieves by the flying stones. Under this heaven-shattering strike, the young stone giant's body shattered into countless burning fragments, embedding into the bottom of the crater in a radiating pattern. It hadn't even reacted before it was dead. Galos shook his dragon wings, shedding the debris from his body and soared straight upward, charging into the sky. Damn giant dragon! The diamond giant's roar echoed. It stepped onto the cracked ground, leaping up hundreds of meters high like a cannonball, its momentum fierce, and before Galos could fully ascend, a massive fist clenched tightly, smashing towards him. Before the fist landed, Galos felt his body sink, as if an invisible hand was dragging him. Amidst the blazing light from the diamond giant's body, faint runes flowed, constructing a heavy spell that caused Galos to feel weighted down, as if burdened by a small mountain. Mature stone giants generally possess this kind of heavy spell. Its essence is to enhance gravitational pull, limiting flight rather than dispersing magic energy, thus having a certain impact on Galos. Boom! Dark red flames surged as Galos's enormous wings flapped, pressing on against the heaviness to continue ascending. But due to the obstruction, the diamond giant was already upon him, its hardened giant fist striking at Galos's head. Galos turned his body, using his strong, thick back to withstand the punch. Crash! Numerous scales absorbed the kinetic energy and exploded, sharp fragments shot close range at the diamond giant, leaving scratches on its body. Galos's body only swayed slightly. Utilizing the force from the punch, his body spun, flames accelerated, and his dragon wings whirled, viciously hacking at the diamond giant's chest, knocking it back to the ground, leaving a shallow crosswise crack on its chest. Breaking free from the diamond giant's entanglement, Galos ascended again into the high sky, simultaneously exiting the range of its heavy spell. He gazed downward at the stone giant camp, grinning, his dragon face showing deep arrogance and conceit, sparks spouting from his nostrils, displaying the brutish and reckless demeanor of a red dragon. With just you, a bunch of inferior life forms made of ragtag stones, and you dare to vie for territory with me? Today, I will wipe you off the map without leaving a single one. On the ground, the earth and stones at the diamond giant's feet seemed to come alive, merging onto its body, and the crack in its chest, as well as the minor wounds from close-range explosions and scale fragments, regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dragon race rules the skies, stone giants command the earth. Each has its strengths and weaknesses. Gazing across the camp at the massive crater, considering the young clan member already shattered to pieces, the diamond giant's sculpted visage took on lines of anger. Young dragon, you will pay the price in blood for your arrogance, the diamond giant said in a deep voice. Galos did not refute or explain the diamond giant's comments on the young dragon. Although still about a year and a half short, having ended the longest slumber of his wormling phase, he could be considered a young dragon. The adult granite giant stood by the diamond giant's side. Previously, it didn't keep up with Galos's speed and burst, failing to react in time, now showing anger to join the elder in battle. Targun. This dragon isn't as brutish as it appears, it seems to be a red iron mixed blood, not simply a red dragon. It's cunning and treacherous, though in its juvenile phase, it already shows signs of great evil. You guard the weak kin, don't let them be attacked and killed again, the diamond giant told the granite giant. From Galos's initial feigned attack on itself, currently targeting the young giants, the diamond giant was convinced of his cunning nature, not to be underestimated, and must be approached with caution. The granite giant clenched its fists, nodding heavily. It gathered the remaining two young giants, along with other small giants behind it, focusing entirely on defense to guard against Galos's subsequent surprise attacks. Meanwhile, Galos soared once more in the high sky. He spiraled upward, increasing his speed, shattering the high-altitude clouds into a gigantic hole, and finally, at extreme speed, dove toward the stone giant camp again. The heavy spells from the diamond giant and granite giant were useless at this moment. If used, it would purely provide Galos with even greater speed and power. This time, the giants and their clan were prepared, not as taken by surprise as the first time. Massive rocks were conjured by the stone giants, launched like cannonballs, slamming toward Galos. Those magical creatures also spat fireballs, spewed acid, employing various ranged attacks in cooperation with the giants. The most dangerous attack came from the diamond giant. It glowed brilliantly, the diamond-like light concentrated in its chest, transforming into a white beam that shot up, decomposing the air along its path, leaving a blank trajectory, its power exceedingly strong. Galos' dragon eyes slightly contracted. Where the white beam passed, it disassembled the air into a vacuum trail, even bending the light, and it was extremely fast. If hit by it, it wouldn't feel good at all. The diamond giant was stronger than any opponent he had encountered before. Killing it required the right timing and the right strategy. Galos suddenly folded his dragon wings, his body rapidly spinning in the air, the beam brushing past the wing membrane, while those attacks like rocks and fireballs were directly smashed apart by his brute force. However, being disrupted by these attacks inevitably slowed his speed quite a bit. Whoosh! Galos opened his mouth and let out a flaming dragon breath. Thick fiery flames churned and were highly concentrated, shooting in a pillar shape towards a young stone giant. The young stone giant stood there sluggishly, watching the dragon breath approach. The granite giant pushed the tribesman aside, forming a thick rock giant shield in his hand to block in front of the dragon breath. The heavy and tall body was pushed back step by the dragon breath, plowing a long furrow in the ground, and the rock giant shield could visibly be seen melting into glass. Suddenly, the breath stopped. Galos twisted his body, dodging the spear thrown by the diamond giant. Seeing Galos not using the ground impact attack method again, the diamond giant muttered a deep spell to use a heavy spell on him, trying to slow his speed and maneuverability. However, Galos was already prepared. With a flap of his dragon wings, he gained altitude, leaving the spell's range. The diamond giant's spell fell into emptiness, wasting magical energy. This young dragon is not simple. The diamond giant watched the dragon race circling high in the sky with a solemn heart. It wasn't his first time dealing with the dragon race, he had even stained his hands with their blood. In the diamond giant's mind, the dragon race was a creature that couldn't restrain their irritable emotions during battle. They could fly, but very few dragons could use this advantage well. Often, when heated in battle, dragons would choose to brawl with the enemy on the ground, especially red dragons who enjoyed the feeling of close combat and bloody battle, rather than leveraging speed and flying skills to outmaneuver their targets. The young dragon before him possessed red dragon blood. The spines on his body, his sturdy physique, and the sulfur-like smell all proved this, yet he gave the diamond giant a feeling completely unlike the dumb and reckless red dragons. Under the deep night sky, the battle continued. Galos fully exerted his dominance over the sky. After killing the young stone giant with a fierce crashing method from the first sneak attack, he never landed again. Using dragon breath and explosive scales and other long-range means, he controlled the range, repeatedly bombarding the stone giant camp. Since he could accumulate power for each attack, Galos, as the attacker, held the initiative, making it inevitable for the stone giants to make mistakes after being on the defensive for a long time. When Galos dove in again, the granite giant used a heavy spell on him. It was not when Galos slowed down to ascend, but when he was diving and accelerating, completely mistiming the use of the spell. Under the dual effects of the invisible pull from the earth and the surging fiery flames, Galos' body tore through the night sky, almost becoming a straight line as he swooped towards the stone giant camp. He spread out his dragon wings like guillotine blades. The tall stone houses, the granite giant's arm, and the head of another young stone giant were all neatly severed simultaneously. The diamond giant strode up to Galos, raising his arm. Galos didn't flinch, dodging the heavy punch with his speed, crashing into the diamond giant's strong, solid chest. Boom! The ground dented and cracked. At the moment of impact, some of the spines and fine scales on Galos' body shattered, explosive scales burst out, while the diamond giant's heavy body tilted back and rolled on the ground for dozens of times, crushing numerous demon race members and collapsing several houses, eventually embedding into a high wall on the camp's outer perimeter, buried by rubble. In pure strength, Galos was no match for the diamond giant at the moment. After all, he was too young, with a life level not high enough. Yet, after speeding up, Galos, with his body enveloped in immense kinetic energy, managed to knock the diamond giant flying, and even though he felt a dizzying sensation due to his long-term adaptation and evolution, there wasn't any major injury. He spread his dragon wings. Before the surrounding mobs could gather, Galos ascended, leaving the ground battlefield. The diamond giant stood up from the pile of rubble, his chest bearing noticeable dents and cracks, but the surrounding earth and stones quickly gathered to heal him. His natural defense was fearsome, and he could continually repair himself by absorbing earth and stone. Even standing still, it would take a long time to kill him. In his current state, Galos didn't really have a good solution for the diamond giant. And the diamond giant was equally helpless against Galos. Galos' speed was too fast, and filled with stamina, maintaining his terrifying speed and power, yet until now hadn't shown any signs of fatigue or weakness, with no obvious flaws. Both sides found each other incredibly troublesome. He can't kill me, but the other clan members are in a dangerous situation. The diamond giant's gaze swept over the other giants as he thought this. The granite giant was pressing the young giant's head back onto his body, suturing the wound with earth element energy, making it stand up again. Stone giants weren't flesh and blood beings. Beheading wasn't a fatal blow to them. But the feeling of brushing with death still made the young stone giant tremble slightly, filled with anger and fear towards the dragon above. The younger giants were similarly terrified, shaking behind the granite giant. We can't continue fighting him in the camp. Each attack of his causes damage to the camp, and I can't fight freely because I have to care for my kind. With this thought, the diamond giant raised his head, cursing and provoking Galos. You hybrid mutt. His roared, shouting angrily, only dare to stay in the sky, afraid to come close to the ground, you coward, you're not even as good as these worthless rock lizards. You fear me tearing your dragon wings, pulling off your dragon scales, skinning you, and breaking your bones. No red dragon is as cowardly as you lack any dragon glory, making me disdain you. First, insult to attract hatred. The diamond giant noticed the young dragon's face showing anger. Heh, still just a young dragon, though more steady than other dragons, he couldn't hold back, unable to withstand provocation. Considering Galos was steadier than other dragons. This kind of taunt might not sufficiently attract hatred. The diamond giant casually snapped off a section of his own finger, throwing it into the sky. Come on, cowardly hybrid lizard. This little scrap is enough to be heirloom treasure for your beggar's nest, don't you dragons just love shiny garbage? He gathered the light from his body, converging it onto his left chest. In his chest, a radiant light appeared. Pure, gleaming, bright. Like a small white sun. It was the heart of the diamond giant, a supreme magic diamond nurtured over hundreds of years by the stone giant's body. You don't even have the right to touch real treasures, you scum. The diamond giant, after insulting, used the greed of the dragon race to lure. Galos' eyes flickered, staring at the diamond giant, showing appropriate anger and greed on his dragon face. I will use my claws to open up your stone body and dig out your heart. He said. Ha, come if you dare. The diamond giant bent his knees slightly, then leapt, leaving the stone giant camp, running towards the rear highlands. The stone giant camp was situated on a highland. The ground here sloped gently upwards, generally flat, with few obstacles. It ran at a good speed, gradually distancing from the camp. Galos, like he was attracted by provocation and treasure, abandoned the attack on the giant camp. A barely noticeable curve graced the corner of the red iron dragon's mouth. Finally. Fell into the trap. He whispered joyfully in his heart, flapping his wings and flying high, chasing after the diamond giant. The airflow in the high sky was disrupted by the dragon wings, and Galos' vertical pupils locked onto the diamond giant, soaring swiftly under the night sky. he didn't rush to attack the diamond giant. From high above, Galos could clearly see his affiliated legion already nearing the stone giant camp. Wait until the distance is further away. Wait until the affiliated legion gets closer to the stone giant camp. Only then is it the perfect time to start the real battle with the diamond giant. On the ground. The diamond giant's crystalline body refracted the cold moonlight as it galloped, each heavy stomp carving web-like cracks in the ground. Its thoughts were similar to Galos. Wait until it's further from the camp, so the battle won't affect the camp, and there's no need to worry about the tribe members, then stop and find a way to kill this young dragon. Time slipped away as both engaged in psychological warfare. A few minutes later. It's time. Galos squinted slightly, thinking to himself. He decisively began to accelerate, dragon wings tearing through the clouds and diving down, leaving a comet-like trail behind him. The diamond giant also halted its steps. It stomped heavily, and within 100 meters radius, the rocks suddenly surged like living creatures, forming dozens of interlocking ground spikes, attacking Galos from all sides. Galos' dragon wings sliced through these thick and sturdy ground spikes, instantly closing in on the diamond giant. His body turned, and the dragon tail swung like a battle axe at the giant's shoulder. As diamond fragments splattered, the giant grabbed the dragon tail and smashed it against the ground. As the diamond giant seized Galos' dragon tail, he didn't struggle but instead suddenly folded his wings, using the giant's pulling force to accelerate his descent. The blade-like dragon scales at the tail sparked brightly against the giant's diamond hand. Galos flipped back, using the moment to stab his claw toward the diamond giant's chest. Its diamond heart, the source of its power, was also its weakness. Flaming claw. Surging flames solidified as they ignited from Galos' claws. The magic-like skill amplified the attack, combined with Galos' already formidable power and sharp claws, posing a threat to the diamond giant. The diamond giant roared and released the dragon tail, blocking with crossed arms. Galos' claw tip scratched across the surface of the arms with a piercing screech, leaving only a few shallow marks. The giant seized the opportunity to lift its knee and crash it into Galos' abdomen, the illuminated knee striking heavily. Bang! Galos was sent flying backward, the scales on his abdomen shattering and leaking dragon blood as hot as lava. Without using speed and explosiveness, Galos was at a disadvantage in direct battle, not a match for the diamond giant, as the age and life level gap between them was significant. But relying solely on speed and explosiveness. The diamond giant focused on defense, leaving Galos with no good options. It really hurts. A flash of ferocity in Galos' eyes, he instinctively wanted to use his trump card to retaliate, but his strong will held him back, knowing it wasn't the right time. Shivering, exploding scales scattered like raindrops. These scales didn't scatter randomly but precisely covered the rock layer beneath the giant's feet. As the diamond giant was about to pursue, a series of explosions erupted under its feet. The exploding scales pulverized the rock layer into sand-like fragments, causing its heavy body to sink half a meter. Galos seized the opportunity, his dragon wings flapping with all their might, stirring up a whirlwind of debris that obscured vision, while launching a side attack. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs almost completely. Roar! Flaming dragon breath spewed from Galos' mouth, forcing the diamond giant to raise its hands in defense. But this was just a feint. The flaming dragon breath had little effect on a being like the diamond giant. Galos stopped the breath and spun, his left wing brushing the ground, using its tip as a pivot, his body spinning fiercely, the end of his right wing boiling with dark red flames accelerating. The dragon wing spin tore through the air, fiercely slashing at the diamond giant's waist and abdomen. The diamond giant's other arm lowered. A thick diamond structure grew on the skin surface, like wearing an arm guard. Clang! The dragon wing broke through the arm guard, striking its arm, but couldn't sever it completely. The diamond giant's defense advantage was as strong as Galos' speed advantage, its greatest strength. At the same time, the diamond giant's other fist punched out like a siege hammer. The heavy punch hit Galos' chest, the muffled sound of exploding scales echoing, making the diamond giant tremble back a few steps, and Galos was sent flying by the punch. The exploding scales on the chest were shattered, failing to fully absorb the kinetic energy. A clear fist imprint dented Galos' black-red iron-like dragon scales, surrounded by cracks. The diamond giant strode forward, pursuing Galos. "Little lizard, you're tougher than I imagined, but that's all. If you don't want to die, you better run away." It taunted Galos with words, preventing him from truly fearing and fleeing. "It's you who should run." Roar. Galos charged toward the sky against the diamond giant's heavy magic, circling briefly in the sky, then accelerating with fiery flames, transforming into a lethal, blood-red comet, crashing down toward the diamond giant. The wind pressure sent dirt and stones scattering, bending grass and trees. The diamond giant didn't use the decomposition beam for a ranged attack on Galos, instead took a deep breath, spreading its arms wide, becoming a giant cross. Dazzling light burst from its chest, then extended to cover the entire body. The lights were highly condensed, reflecting brilliant radiance, surrounding the diamond giant as if turning it into a round, indestructible diamond. This was a defensive technique that other stone giants did not possess, belonging only to the diamond giant. In the blink of an eye, the crimson star that Galos turned into collided violently with the diamond body of the diamond giant. At the moment of collision, a ring-shaped shockwave exploded from the point of contact, lifting the rock layers within 500 meters like ocean waves. The ground under the giant's feet instantly collapsed into a crater, while Galos's scale armor emitted a cracking sound under the unbearable strain. Crack, crunch. The crystal and dragon scale shattering sound, teeth grinding, echoed on the battlefield. Many cracks appeared on the body of the diamond giant, while all over Galos, dragon scales continuously fragmented, with hot blood beads splattering. Bang! White light and red flames simultaneously roared and surged apart. Both were blasted in opposite directions by the explosion. The giant crashed into the rock wall 300 meters away, half of its body embedded in the mountain, while Galos tumbled like a kite with a broken string into the ground, plowing a 100-meter-long trench. Both quickly stood up again. Many more cracks appeared on the diamond giant, like a porcelain that seemed ready to shatter at any moment. But as the earth and rocks under its feet churned and gathered, these cracks began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The explosive scales on Galos's body were completely exhausted, with the hard, black and red scale armor full of fracture marks. It was the first time he encountered such injuries in battle. Such a hard body, like a mountain condensed into a form. Galos's gaze swept over the diamond giant, thinking to himself, if he could crash into it every day, his physical improvement efficiency would definitely be higher. "My name is Ibadan." The diamond giant stared at Galos, saying, "Young dragon, you are a formidable opponent. Tell me your name, and I will carve it on your tombstone." Galos did not reply. What if this giant would use the name as a medium to construct an insidious spell? He swayed his dragon wings, feeling a bit sore. Using the celestial comet wings for acceleration too many times would be quite a burden, and with significant consumption of magical energy, his physical energy was also quickly approaching the warning line. To ensure his life's safety, Galos set a bottom line for himself. If the consumption and injuries exceeded this bottom line, he would withdraw from the battle without hesitation. It hadn't reached the bottom line yet, but it was getting close. However, it was about time. "Look behind you, foolish stone giant." Galos licked the blood on his arm, experiencing the taste of pain, and said calmly. The diamond giant's heart froze, and it turned around. In the distance, the stone giant camp was being attacked. Hordes of ogres, jackal-wolf folk, war-lizard folk, gray-haired werewolves, surged toward the stone giant camp like a tide. "You treacherous and vile bastard." The diamond giant seethed with anger. It was tricked. It hadn't expected that Galos's real target was the camp. It thought it had lured Galos away, but in reality, Galos had lured it away. The giant camp, with only one granite giant inside and those unevenly skilled demon race followers, could not stop Galos's much larger affiliated legion. The gorging demon Kalu led the charge. A rock lizard pounced towards it, only to be choked by its throat with one hand and then grabbed by the tail, tearing it into two halves. The Bloodtooth commander protected the warriors in front, using its commander's aura to amplify and strengthen them. The giant wolf knights howled to the sky, fighting in and out of the monster horde. The war lizard folk hid and stalked, offering unseen threats like invisible assassins. All the mages continuously cast spells, not wasting magical energy on attacks, but instead using it entirely to enhance the legion, fortifying the warriors, making them like a torrent, crushing the stone giant's fragile demon race followers and charging toward the granite giant and the young giants it was protecting. Crush them. Tear apart these stones. For the great dragon lord. The excited roars of the monsters could be faintly heard from afar. The diamond giant could no longer maintain its composure, ignoring Galos, it turned around and ran back toward the camp. At this moment, its state of mind was in chaos, revealing its greatest flaw. Galos flapped its wings and soared straight into the sky, its gaze locked tightly onto the diamond giant. It still got it wrong. Galos's target was always it. From beginning to end, that had never changed. The giant camp? No, it was only to distract its attention, to confuse its mind. In Galos's view, as long as the diamond giant was slain, the remaining giants were insignificant. He knew very well who the biggest threat was. High above, Galos opened its mouth, its throat churning and squeezing out a black barrel of oil and the horn ring. The dragons have a separate chamber in their stomachs for storing items, but because dragons prefer to feel their treasures close and enjoy showing off their wealth, they rarely use their stomach chamber for storage. Reaching under the scales on its neck, it pulled out a small bag of fairy scale powder and poured it into its mouth. Simultaneously, Galos crushed the barrel of oil, chewing the metal and swallowing it with the oil and scale powder into its energy-digesting stomach. In an instant, an indescribable delightful sensation filled both body and spirit. So. Good. Galos's spirit and body became extremely exhilarated, sneezing and spewing two streams of fire several meters long from its nostrils. The dark red aura at the tips of its wing bones flared like oil on a blaze, swelling multiple times in thickness. He dove toward the diamond giant again, his speed exceeding previous limits, which he managed perfectly. During the dive, Galos put on the horn ring and used the blood burst technique. Boom! 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 A sound like engines roaring erupted from his chest cavity. His chest lit up, the crimson glow shining through the gaps in his scales, forming magma-like patterns, and the high temperature distorting the surrounding air. Dragon blood coursed rapidly through his body. The patterns on his scales all lit up brightly. Starting from the pulsing heart, it was like an energy network covering his whole body. The dark red aura swelled again, trailing a thick stream of flames behind Galos. Bang! The sound barrier broke repeatedly as Galos closed in on the diamond giant, moving faster than the speed of sound. The diamond giant's mind was on the camp, believing Galos's attack posed no life-threatening risk. When Galos soared again, it paid no mind. When it sensed danger and reacted, it was already too late. As the diamond giant looked up, its vision was filled with crimson. It wasn't flames, but the glow bursting from Galos's body during the blood burst. Surrounding circles of sonic boom clouds erupted, and the dark red aura at the dragon wing tips swelled like hanging storm clouds, leaving a fiery trail kilometers long, as if the sky had been ripped open with a bleeding wound. Galos transformed into an unstoppable calamity, plummeting straight down. The diamond giant's pupils contracted. Under the terrifying pressure, the ground beneath its feet cracked inch by inch, and its body sank. A moment of crisis. The diamond giant reused its previous defensive technique, spreading its arms, the light surrounding its body forming into glittering diamond form. At the instant of collision once more, time seemed to freeze. The rock bed under the diamond giant's feet collapsed in a ring shape, a thunderous crash erupted, and from the point of impact, concentric circles of rock bed constantly collapsed, countless dust and rubble soared skyward like a tsunami, making the plateau murky and blurry. Whoosh! The dust was swept away by the gale from dragon wings. Galos stood at the bottom of the crater, with many small scales peeling away from his dragon wings, and the silver wing bones covered in cracks, the armor over his entire body largely shattered, a dragon horn on his head severed. This strike beyond his own limit made him pay a price. But he had won, through meticulous planning and decisive execution, he had achieved final victory. The diamond giant lay beneath Galos, its once invincible body now shattered and broken, its eyes lifeless, its body no longer dazzling. Crunch! Galos pulled out his dragon claw and tore the diamond crystal core from its chest. I will inscribe your name on this and keep it as a trophy. He gazed downward at the cracked, unwilling face of the giant, making the victor's declaration. Under the vast and profound night, the fierce battle between the mixed-blood dragon and the diamond giant finally drew to a close. When the battle ended, tense nerves and muscles slightly relaxed, and the excited mind and body gradually returned to normal. What followed was a tide of exhaustion and pain. Galos touched his head. One of his horns broke, twisting his neck to survey around. He saw his broken dragon horn plunged into the arm of the diamond giant, deeply embedded, with dense cracks spreading from the point of impact. He stretched his body leisurely. The pain inside and outside made Galos grimace. The dragon fall strike that exceeded the limit killed the diamond giant but left Galos significantly injured. He felt at least 3 of his ribs were broken. Dragon blood flowed out from the wounds on his body, forming a pool on the ground. This state was only a step away from being severely injured. Almost reached Galos' limit. This battle with the diamond giant was indeed perilous and difficult. The diamond giant's overall standard was actually higher than that of Galos. It stood on the earth, relying on its powerful defense and regenerative recovery, able to ignore most of Galos' attacks, while its attacks could break Galos' scale armor defense, causing effective damage to Galos. But in the end, Galos still won. Distracting the diamond giant, engaging in a grueling fight in a normal state, feigning weakness to make it lower its guard, the clan legion then arrived to attack the camp and divert its attention, finally revealing the trump card to deliver the ultimate strike to the diamond giant. I won through the first move, won through preparation, and won through careful planning. Galos, reflecting on this battle, silently thought. If the diamond giant had been prepared, then perhaps the result of this battle would be completely different. As powerful as the diamond giant, with a higher life level, stronger hard power, yet due to neglect and glaring flaws, was instead killed by Galos. This made Galos deeply aware. Wait until he becomes stronger, but until he can sweep everything with absolute power, he should be more cautious, not letting arrogance and conceit dominate him. Especially when confirming to take risks, it requires deep consideration, not rushing into action in a moment of heated impulse. Strength is the key to determining victory, but not the only factor. This diamond giant is the cautionary example. Just because it was slightly slow to react, it became the victim of Galos's premeditated attack, with clearly superior strength, yet it fell into the mire, being led step by step, and ultimately faced death with full unwillingness. The risk posed by the stone giant has been resolved. I can finally live peacefully again. I hope in the coming days there will be fewer upheavals and let me develop in peace. The development of the territory has entered a normal track. Galos hoped for not too many unexpected events. Collecting his thoughts, Galos's gaze once again swept over the now fragmented body of the diamond giant. With its death, and the diamond crystal core being excavated, its once dazzling body became ordinary, but those shattered stones still revealed a diamond-like luster, not ordinary diamonds, but magic diamonds with a certain magic energy flowing through. The remnants of the diamond giant's body are a considerable fortune. Used for trading, it can exchange for a large amount of black oil or other resources for Galos, or directly consume it, diamonds like these are beneficial for the development of Galos claws, scale armor, and bones, able to enhance a certain degree of hardness, sharpness, and magic resistance. The only issue was to combat the inherent hoarder's nature of the dragon race. Eating a little every day can both promote development and train my resistance to the allure of treasure. Galos thought, casually picking up a fist-sized magic diamond, then taking a few deep breaths, strongly resisting the difficult to part with feeling, he consumed it. He then picked up the second one. Placing the second piece in his mouth, he was reluctant to swallow, as if every cell in his body was resisting. Galos felt extremely unwilling. But he ultimately steeled his resolve and consumed the second piece as well. When attempting the third piece, Galos engaged in a fierce battle with his inner desires, his facial muscles twitching, his body trembling, yet he continued to struggle. However, this already showed some progress. Previously, Galos never managed to continuously eat 2 magic gems, now progressing to the third piece. Someday, I can eat all the treasures without changing my expression. Galos thought. The diamond giant's body fragments were many, difficult to tidy up, so he decided not to bother for now, and only kept the most precious diamond crystal core close to him, soaring into the sky heading back to the stone giant camp. The battle at the giant camp was not completely over. Led by the gorging demon Kalu, Galos's clan legion was still besieging the rock giants. A few mages cast enhancement spells on Kalu, and the Bloodtooth commander also boosted Kalu with his battle aura. Now the gorging demon Kalu was fighting the granite giant head-on, not falling behind at all. Its legs and arms were immensely weighty, landing strikes on the taller and sturdier granite giant, causing debris to fly, with dust falling. Boom! The granite giant punched the gorging demon, sending it flying backward. But before it could support other giants, the gorging demon stabilized its body. Its foot shattered the ground, its body swiftly charged like a cannonball, recklessly crashing into the granite giant's chest. With a dull thud, the granite giant's chest armor shattered into a web-like pattern, shards exploding backward like shrapnel. Its large and sturdy frame staggered back, with lines of anger on its face, lifting its arm to strike at the gorging demon Kalu. The gorging demon was undaunted, clashing head-on with the granite giant, flesh against stone fists, constantly creating loud thudding sounds. Taste my super demon fist. Kalu suddenly stepped back, raised his massive fist, and roared gruffly. Upon hearing this, the granite giant showed a wary expression, closely eyeing the gorging demon's fist. The next second, Kalu threw his punch, and the granite giant simultaneously swung to meet it. When they collided, the granite giant was baffled. This punch from the gorging demon seemed to have no special qualities, resembling the previous in force. Meanwhile, Kalu opened his bloodthirsty mouth, with rich energy already brewing and accumulating within. Despicable! The granite giant's pupils shrank. Boom! Kalu spat out a murky energy ball, extremely fast, hitting the granite giant's chest at close range, blasting it away, heavily crashing to the ground. Before the granite giant could struggle and rise, Kalu's solid body leaped, landing atop it, raising his fists for a storm-like barrage, making the granite giant unable to rise, its body covered in collapses and cracks. The 2 young stone giants wanted to assist the granite giant. In their panic, they forgot the instructions and broke through towards the direction of the granite giant. The gray-haired werewolves took the opportunity to pounce on the young and juvenile giants who lost their protection, their sharp claws drawing cold arcs under the moonlight. The war lizard folk, who were stealthily approaching with the invisibility technique, quietly neared several of the juvenile giants, thrusting their long spears at the hard stone bodies. The young stone giants were startled internally and wanted to retreat for defense. However, the elite jackal wolf folk and giant wolf knights surrounded them completely, circling them for the kill. A scarlet ominous star streaked across the night sky, appearing over the giant camp. The diamond giant is dead. Galos raised his claw, with a shining diamond crystal core in the palm. In an instant, the morale of the stone giants plummeted to freezing point, and even those demon race subordinates trembled under the mighty dragon aura, surrendering and losing their will to fight. The strongest protector of the clan had already perished. This terrifying and powerful dragon race returned with its heart, blatantly showcasing its victory. Damn giant dragon! You must have used despicable means to kill the elder. The granite giant punched the gluttonous demon, struggling to stand up, and roared angrily at Galos. Despicable! The enemy's insults sounded like praises to the victor's ears. Galos wasn't angry, merely watching the battlefield below coldly. How dare you challenge the great dragon lord, giant, you've lived long enough. The gluttonous demon, eager to prove itself, pounced at the granite giant again, while as those demon race followers stopped resisting and chose to surrender, more monsters encircled the giants. Time passed in the smoke of battle and slaughter. In just a few minutes, Kalu twisted off the head of the granite giant, pounding his chest with excitement, roaring, while the young giants and younger juvenile giants had their limbs broken, and were tightly bound with chains by the followers. Galos collected his wings slowly, descending into the already captured camp. Dragon Lord, how should we handle these giant captives? Russell licked the claws stained with demonic blood, standing in front of the captured young giants, asking. Galos looked at the giants. In these giants' eyes, whether big or small, he saw fear, saw rage, saw hatred. Attempt to tame them? Enslaving giants is a rare honor for the dragon race. Better leave it, can't always keep an eye on them, just relying on these followers may not be enough to suppress the stone giants, and with deep hatred, they can't be left alive. To eradicate the roots. Galos flicked his tail and said, kill them all, leave none alive. A simple sentence decided these stone giants' fate. Monsters rushed at them, dismembering the giants into large chunks of stone, which were refined with magical energy, being top-notch materials for crafting better alchemy weapons and armor. The monsters, on Galos's orders, were divided and enslaved by a few clans. Galos walked to the center of the camp, looking at the Earth Vein Symbiotic Pool. Earth Vein Symbiotic Pool, throwing different ores into it can extract mineral essences, which, after being nurtured by the symbiotic pool, condense into higher quality ores. Preserving it would have long-term benefits, far more than the diamond giant's body. The troublesome part is, he doesn't know how to relocate the Earth Vein Symbiotic Pool, so it can only remain here. After a bit of thought, Galos ordered the Bone-Chewing clan to send some ogres to station here, guarding the Earth Vein Symbiotic Pool. The highland where the stone giant camp is located has a good geographical location. Stationing a force here isn't a waste. Thinking of this, Galos's gaze flickered, suddenly realizing that perhaps he should carefully plan out his territory and followers. Things are different now than before. After this period of management, I have taken root here, the territory is steadily developing, barring great danger, I won't easily abandon it. So, might as well practice the knowledge in the prince and lordship theory. To govern the territory in a better way. Galos decided that he couldn't let his followers develop chaotically anymore. If not well restrained, they might cause him trouble, and his territory also needs proper planning. Before he himself is powerful enough. The followers can better ensure Galos's safety, they are his claws, his scale armor, and more crucially, they serve as his eyes and ears. Some important highlands, passes need sentries. Pastures where herds multiply and thrive, water-rich rivers, these resource points also need guarding and control. Wild powerful beasts and monsters that can't be controlled should be pinpointed and cleared first, and the rest should be domesticated for husbandry and development. A massive amount of knowledge about territory and follower management poured in like a tide, letting Galos know what to do next. But he actually didn't like these trivial matters very much. Compared to spending time on territory management, Galos would rather ram into mountains and crack the earth a few more times. Start with the simple things, later on, I'd best recruit a smart enough follower or dragon race adherent, to serve as a prime minister role, replacing me to manage the territory and clans. Samantha. Forget it, it might treat my followers like ants, making them fight each other for fun. Kalu is also quite smart, with keen thought, but his intelligence is more like cunning treachery, not good at governing territory. Galos always believed that personal power was most important, and in comparison, everything else was embellishment. But the territory couldn't be completely ignored. This concerns resource acquisition during his development. Thinking of the knowledge in The Prince, Galos flapped his wings, whipping up gusts to draw all followers' attention, hovering in mid-air, with wings spread wide like banners, casting a heavy shadow. Under the curious gaze of many followers, Galos said, "The Bone-Chewing Clan, Howling Moon Clan, Red-Eye Clan, Clawbreak Clan, all these names will become history." His gaze was sharp as lightning, sweeping over the followers. "From tonight onwards, you have only one name." Galos raised his head, dragon roar booming like thunder from his mouth. Molten Iron People. Unifying the scattered clans, giving them one name, was the first and most important step in planning the territory, enhancing the cohesion of the followers, letting them know for whom they fight and live. Under the witness of the twin moons and countless stars, the Molten Iron People, led by Galos, officially formed from today. With fiery flames and steel as witness, Galos said in a deep voice, "I, Galos, the Red and Iron Dragon, will lead you to glory and grant you rebirth." The monsters knelt down one by one. With fiery flames and steel as witness, the Molten Iron People will pledge eternal loyalty to you for generations to come. They felt as if they were witnessing a segment of history worth remembering, their hearts filled with unique emotions. "Remember your oath today." The dragon's roar soared to the sky. "When my wings cover the blazing sun, your names will be etched in history alongside the Molten Iron People." Subsequently, Galos continued to appoint the clan members. He abolished the distinction between clans, but since different factions had varied habits and social customs, mingling could easily cause issues. Thus, he turned to differentiating them by battle groups. The names of the battle groups were not completely finalized and temporarily continued their previous clan names. Bone-Chewing War Band, Red-Eye Battle Group, Split Claw Battle Group, Howling Moon Battle Group. The Gorging Demon Kalu was temporarily appointed as Legion Commander. Former clan leaders like Blood Fong Hodgson, Russell, and War Lizard Folk Nala were of the next rank as battle team leaders, with appointments of leaders under them left to the battle team leaders themselves. Each battle group was also assigned a position of Melting Iron Priest, filled by mages and shamans chosen by Galos. The Melting Iron Priest held veto power over the battle team leaders' proposals and could seek Galos's judgment in case of dispute, ranking above the battle team leader but unable to command the battle group, directly loyal to Galos, essentially acting as his eyes and ears. Considering the current scale of each battle group, calling them a battle group is somewhat presumptuous. However, the future holds promise. After completing the appointments, Galos rewarded the bravest and most audacious Gorging Demon for its outstanding performance by formally bestowing upon it Dragon Vein Transformation. He granted Kalu supreme authority over all battle groups, second only to himself. Of course, its absolute loyalty had to be ensured. Dragon Vein Transformation was essential. More importantly, fighting the Diamond Giant had left Galos significantly injured, and he had lost a lot of blood. This dragon blood couldn't be wasted, it was timely for transforming a Dragon Vein follower. Subsequently, several battle team leaders and Melting Iron Priests followed Galos to the deep pit where the Diamond Giant had fallen and died. Here lay a pool of blood gathered from Galos's dragon blood. The reason for bringing along other clan leaders was to have them witness the empowerment of the Gorging Demon through Dragon Vein Transformation, thereby stimulating their enthusiasm. Galos led the Gorging Demon down into the pit, while the other followers watched from the edge. Then, under the admiring gazes of other followers, Galos, following the inherited records, began the Dragon Vein Transformation for the Gorging Demon. He chanted the obscure and ancient dragon language. Mana gathered in his claws, which were stained with dragon blood, as he engraved special runes in the blood pool. As the runes and the ancient dragon language incantations progressed, an invisible vortex seemed to appear in the blood pool, starting to spin. In an instant, all the blood compressed into a single blood orb, suspended in midair. As the last syllable from Galos's mouth fell, the blood orb suddenly ignited, the high temperature and heat distorting the air, resembling lava. "Kalu, consume it," Galos said. The gorging demon didn't hesitate, gazing at the dangerous, lava-like blood orb. It stepped forward, opened its massive maw, and swallowed it whole. "I don't feel anything." Smacking its lips, Kalu rumbled in a muffled voice. Immediately after, as if in response, extreme heat rose from its stomach. Kalu's skin turned unnaturally crimson, as if magma coursed beneath the surface. Its pupils contracted into pinpoints, a painful gurgle emanated from its throat, and it half knelt on the ground, spewing scorching streams of fire from its mouth, the first sign of dragon blood altering its life essence. Bang! 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 It seemed as though immense pain tormented it, driving it to crazily pound the ground. And as time passed calmly, with the pit's repeated tremors, Kalu's gray skin began to crack and shed, revealing red dragon scales emerging from within. A few of its teeth became particularly stout and sharp, protruding against the upper and lower jaws. Its horns started sweeping backward, growing more menacing and fierce. Spinal bones burst through its back, forming 3 rows of spikes, with the tailbone directly piercing through flesh, extending longer until it became a new tail. Its limbs and torso became more muscular, bulging with layers of muscles like cast iron. Finally, Kalu gained traits belonging to the dragon race, specifically the red dragon. In addition to the gorging demon's essence, it carried a sulfur-like scent and gained a trace of red dragon blood in its being, unlike Galos's dual mixed heritage. The dragon vein transformation was successfully completed. Kalu stood up, breathing heavily, its entire body emanating a stronger presence and long way than before. After regaining composure, it threw back its head, unleashing a long howl mixing the roars of a dragon and an ogre, announcing the birth of a new existence. Then suddenly, Kalu dropped to one knee, the ground shaking and small stones bouncing, while its nascent dragon tail gouged grooves into the earth. By molten iron and dragon blood as witness, it issued another loyalty declaration to Galos, speaking solemnly, "May my flesh and blood become the cornerstone of your throne, my soul the fierce wind beneath your wings." Galos gazed at the dragon vein gorging demon, clearly sensing its mental activity. Its awe, its respect, its loyalty reached the pinnacle, willing to give its life without hesitation. At this point, under Galos's command was a powerful champion, a dragon vein follower. When encountering minor troubles in the future, he no longer needed to handle them personally, he could focus more on strengthening himself, concentrating on his training and evolution. A bit unfortunate, though. Kalu had inherited the red dragon bloodline, not the iron dragon. If it had gained the iron dragon bloodline, its intelligence might have been further enhanced, particularly in managing territories. Most iron dragons dream of establishing a dragon empire, possessing substantial aptitude for territorial governance. Iron Dragon Lady's domain was well organized and thoughtfully planned. Pastures, outposts, armies, logistics. Clearly defined roles and an orderly structure. Galos's knowledge of the prince and lordship theory was derived from Iron Dragon heritage. As for the Red Dragon heritage, the territorial management knowledge was straightforward: kill. Those disobedient, kill. Those not doing their jobs well, kill. Those displeasing, kill. Red dragons prefer to maintain rule through violent means, but this can easily backfire. Galos leans more towards the management style in the Iron Dragon heritage. Next, the followers carried the remnants of the Diamond Giant back to the giant camp to clean up. Ultimately, a squad of ogre from the bone-chewing war band was left there, in charge of guarding the Earth Vein symbiotic pool, personally led by Kalu's brother, Ogre Yugo. This nameless highland that witnessed the birth of the Molten Iron clan was later named the Quenching Highlands by Galos. The silver moon of the Surin goddess in the dark blue sky gradually faded, and the glorious sun representing light and life rose slowly from the distant horizon. With a body covered in scars, the red iron dragon returned to Needleleaf Valley from Quenching Highlands, landing on the ground. Galos? Samantha and Vera exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes sweeping over the red iron dragon's body, seeing the shocking scars all over him. The bleeding had stopped, but the cracked dragon scales, broken dragon horns, and some unnaturally twisted claws all testified to the intensity of the previous battle. "You are injured, seriously injured." Never having seen Galos so severely hurt, both dragons felt alarmed. "This is an acceptable cost." Galos dismissively waved his claw, saying. His physique was stronger than ordinary members of the dragon race. To Samantha and Vera, the injuries looked severe, but to Galos, they were not yet critical, though close. Although the process was somewhat turbulent and difficult, I achieved the final victory. Galos took out the diamond crystal core, displaying it before the two dragons' eyes. His nature was steady, but winning this war and defending his territorial foundation made him inevitably pleased and even gave him a little thought of flaunting his loot. Galos, too, had a vanity belonging to the dragon race. However, during usual times, he would try to suppress such emotions as much as possible. At this moment, a ray of dawn light shone on Needleleaf Valley, also illuminating the diamond crystal core, coating the already radiant diamond crystal core with a layer of golden light, making it even more brilliant. The elf dragon and red dragon were spellbound, mesmerized by this shiny treasure. "It's truly beautiful." Elf dragon sincerely praised. The red dragon seemed to have lost its mind, like a puppet, walked toward Galos, reaching out its claw as if wanting to take it, but upon meeting Galos's gaze, suddenly woke up and awkwardly smiled. "My dear brother, let me touch it, just one touch," Samantha pleaded. Galos opened his mouth and swallowed the diamond crystal core, storing it in his stomach space. His gaze and spirit gradually returned to normal. Samantha came back to herself, her gaze once again falling on Galos's scar-covered body, saying, tempted by the loot, "In the war against the stone giants, you should take me along. I am a mighty and noble red dragon, a born warrior. My claws and teeth can tear apart those stones. If I were present, I guarantee you could have won more easily." In the assault on the stone giant camp, Galos did not take the red dragon, or accurately, he did not take any followers from Needleleaf Valley. Galos's territory had already changed compared to before. The pastures, veins, rivers under his command were more than just one location, and he controlled a complete trade route. The problem was how to guard them and continue developing. Galos clearly knew that with the changing centuries and transitions of years, the era of dragons and giants as colossal beings had long passed, and now smaller life forms, such as humans and elves, dominated the era. They were numerous, with strong leaders, possessing powerful creativity and potential. Even for the dragon race, the majority could only survive confined to wilderness or the sea, while on the prosperous continent stood the human empire, elf empire, dwarf empire, not the dragon empire. The dragon race was like fallen nobility. Indulging in the splendor of ancient times, reminiscing past glory, still maintaining an arrogant, conceited demeanor. And this was also one of the main factors preventing dragons from rising anew. Failing to recognize the current situation, indulging in self-importance. If it were the red dragon like Samantha, having gained territory of Galos's current scale, it would undoubtedly swell with arrogance, walk a path disregarding kin, believing itself invincible, then provoke powerful entities leading to its downfall. Galos constantly battled with the arrogance and conceit inherent in dragon nature. He clearly knew the more at such times, the less he should relax. He was not strong enough to ignore risks and act recklessly. The dangers in the wilderness remained omnipresent. Perhaps his territory today continued to thrive, tomorrow it might draw the attention of greedy adult evil dragons or the Luthern Guards, who viewed evil dragons as targets for crusade, placing him in an extremely perilous situation. Therefore, he always kept an escape route for himself. For instance, the whole Molten Iron clan did not know there was another clan of Galos at Needleleaf Valley, and they were also unaware of Galos's usual whereabouts. In the eyes of the affiliates of the Molten Iron clan, Galos always appeared unpredictably, with secretive, enigmatic movements, never knowing when he might suddenly show up. If unwisely drawing powerful enemies' attention someday, and if the Molten Iron clan gets attacked or investigated, they still could not reveal Galos's true whereabouts because they, too, had no clue where Galos really was. Samantha's red dragon bloodline compels her, making her unsatisfied with a peaceful life. This is a hidden danger. To the red dragon, scars were merit and glory, and with the growth of red dragon Samantha, she increasingly yearned for battle, wished to bleed. The usual ant manipulation games were actually to satisfy this psychological need. Should Samantha be driven away? Galos slightly shook his head. He was not an entirely ruthless evil dragon. The years of companionship had developed some sentiments. More crucially, Samantha could refine black oil for him. The black oil Galos drank during battles, after further refining by Samantha, possessed higher quality, rapidly turning into energy upon entry. Within the Molten Iron clan, there existed an ogre alchemist. But it only manufactured weapons and armor, using alchemy for enhancement and amplification. Unless having a large alchemy golem, normal biological clans did not require black oil, and alchemists wouldn't intentionally learn black oil refining skills. Driving Samantha away, Galos would have to learn alchemy and black oil refining himself. It was not impossible. But such repetitive and tedious tasks would disperse his time and energy. His mages lacked magic and learning talents comparable to dragons. Nothing could be counted on them in the short term. Besides, the red dragon couldn't be allowed to turn into a hazard. Galos, I want to fight, want to bleed, rather than stay behind using alchemy. Samantha complained. Galos thought for a moment, then looked at the red dragon, asking, Samantha, do you like fighting? The red dragon snorted out flames, nodded without hesitation. For what? Galos asked again. Samantha thought for a moment, then said excitedly, for glory. To make my name resound in the sky. The red dragon was arrogant and proud, intensely self-esteemed, with the strongest vanity among dragons. Samantha's response was no surprise to Galos. Galos blinked, suddenly understanding. So you mean you want to achieve fame that is renowned far and wide? Yes, Galos, you understand me well. Samantha said approvingly. Of course, though I am not an evil dragon, I understand them well. Galos presented a barely discernible smile, saying, in that case, you should delve into alchemy more rather than be focused on gaining fame through fighting. The red dragon showed doubtful eyes. Galos, are you trying to trick me? I am smart, filled with wisdom, with my own thoughts, won't fall for your tricks again. It said. Galos looked indifferent, asking, almost all red dragons excel in battle, compared to other red dragons, where is your advantage? How do you secure your standing out among the many red dragons, remembered, revered? Samantha opened her mouth but was speechless. Yes, Samantha, what is your advantage? Elf dragon Vera chimed in curiously asking. Galos stepped forward, patting the red dragon's sister's shoulder, spoke sincerely, my dear sister, your advantage lies in wisdom, you are the smartest red dragon I've ever met. Your talent in alchemy amazes me, your wisdom makes me feel small. On the opposite side. With each of Galos's words, Samantha's head lifted slightly higher, her tail wagged left and right, moving faster. You should delve deeply into your strengths, rather than persist in the mediocre areas that all red dragons excel in. Only then can you stand out, allowing the name of the Red Dragon Queen to be renowned far and wide in the future. Think carefully, a wise alchemy dragon, or a foolish and savage red dragon lord who only knows how to fight, which is more distinctive and easier to be remembered. Galos murmured in a low voice. Vera thinks it's the wise alchemy dragon, there are too many violent red dragons. The elf dragon nodded vigorously, and said. Across from her, Samantha had her head nearly raised to the sky. Its clever wisdom considered Galos's words carefully and found them very reasonable. A true expert should achieve victory from 1,000 miles away. Galos seized the moment and continued persuading patiently. Imagine such a scene. A corps of adventurers attempts to conquer the Red Dragon Queen, but even before approaching, without even seeing the true face of the Red Dragon Queen, they are all destroyed by the Red Dragon Queen's alchemy core, leaving them only to cry out in despair and regret. Those originally hostile organizations all submit to the Red Dragon Queen's wisdom and strength, offering reverence and endless treasures. Listening to Galos's words, Samantha subconsciously began to fantasize, eventually shivering uncontrollably, feeling a chill run through its body. I agree with your thoughts. It said, then even its steps became reserved, its stride pretended to be steady and mature, and its gaze turned cryptic, trying to make itself truly appear wise. The idea of building an alchemy core also took root in the young dragon's mind. Unable to wait, it returned to its alchemy workshop, busily engaged. Soon after, Galos flew back to the mountain wall cave dragon's nest, resting its head on its tail, covering its body with its dragon wings. With the intensity of this battle with the diamond giants, can it stimulate me to awaken dragon chi? Galos pondered. Wanting to awaken dragon chi before reaching youth, and take up the role of martial dragon, besides daily training accumulation, the key lies in a selfless, life-and-death battle. Once dragon chi is awakened, Galos's skills will become more diverse, its foundation deeper, and its combat power will undoubtedly rise significantly. However, he did not have high expectations for this, as there has never been a record of individuals awakening dragon chi during the young dragon stage in the legacy. Slowly closing its eyes, Galos began to rest. For the dragon race, there is no better medicine than sleep. Sleep can dispel its fatigue and help its injuries recover faster. 3 days later. Under the cover of night, the jackal wolf folk Haken led a team of scouts from his kin, climbing up the cliffs at the Quenching Highlands border. Quenching Highlands seem flat overall, but the ground slopes slightly upward, and following it northward, one can reach a vertical border like a sheer cliff, more than 900 meters high. These jackal wolf folk territories are located beyond the northern border of Quenching Highlands, around a big river after crossing the cliff. Named Shattered Stone Beach. Although they live at Shattered Stone Beach, the dominant force here is not the jackal wolf folk, but a juvenile iron dragon. The jackal wolf folk long-tailed clan, along with a dog-headed man clan, they fear and admire the power of the dragon race, jointly pledging allegiance to the Iron Dragon at Shattered Stone Beach. Their Iron Dragon Lord is ambitious, unsatisfied with Shattered Stone Beach. The Iron Dragon Lord is strategically insightful, believing Quenching Highlands is a strategically important location, easy to defend and hard to attack, with a wide and open view, thus it considers it a target for occupation and plans to capture this area. However, the appearance of stone giants disrupted the Iron Dragon's plans. Stone giants of unknown origin set up camp in Quenching Highlands, constructing a camp. Fearing the strength of the stone giants, the Iron Dragon does not dare to act rashly but also unwilling to abandon its grandiose blueprint of creating a wilderness empire, so it keeps a close eye on Quenching Highlands. Then, a few days ago, a meteor seemingly fell from the sky, crashing into Quenching Highlands. The impact point appeared very close to the stone giant camp, or perhaps even directly in the stone giant camp. The commotion was not small. The glaring crimson light was visible from afar. This anomaly was noticed by the Iron Dragon covertly observing Quenching Highlands. Thus it dispatched jackal wolf folk scouts to Quenching Highlands for reconnaissance. Jackal wolf folk Haken led the scouting team, cautiously walking on Quenching Highlands, their footsteps silent on stone fragments and grass blades, their ears occasionally twitching, attentive to the rustling wind around. Time slowly passed in a tense atmosphere. The night deepened, the moon's clear brightness veiled by clouds. Darkness surged from all directions, making the jackal wolf folk vigilant and alert, not daring to be careless. A few minutes later, over a dozen jackal wolf folk halted their steps at the edge of a huge ring-shaped crater, their bodies trembling slightly. Is this the impact point of the meteor? But there's no sign of the meteor at the bottom here. Jackal wolf folk possess dark vision, able to see clearly in the dense darkness. Perhaps it's not a meteor. Haken lowered his voice and said, it could be those stone giants up to something. When mentioning the stone giant, another scout shrank his head in fear and said, let's go back and report this information to the Dragon Lord. Fool! Such worthless information will only anger the Dragon Lord. Haken licked his lips, looking towards the direction of the stone giant camp, and said, at least we need to be sure whether it was the stone giants. These big guys have dull senses, if we're careful, we won't be discovered. The Iron Dragon Lord rewards his followers and heavily rewards those who accomplish deeds. Haken felt his fangs becoming loose and fragile, his body slowly weakening. He knew he was aging, gradually going towards his twilight years, gradually dying. He was unwilling to accept this. He hoped to gain the recognition of the Iron Dragon Lord and the opportunity for dragon vein transformation. Knowing the Iron Dragon Lord's style, he was willing to take risks. Immediately, Haken led the scouts to slowly approach the stone giant camp. However, as they got closer, able to see the situation inside the camp, they simultaneously widened their eyes in astonishment. There was no silhouette of stone giants in sight. In their place were some hefty and strong ogres. These ogres were more robust than their usual kin, some rare elites. Most terrifyingly, they were systematically dismantling the stone giant's remains, tossing the giant's body fragments into the boiling symbiotic pool. Something's not right. Haken's tail tightened. These aren't ordinary. Careful. We've been exposed. The Jackal Wolf Folk Scout suddenly exclaimed. A thick spear descended from the sky, piercing through a Jackal Wolf Folk body and pinning it to the ground. Ogre Hugo stood atop a towering stone wall, his eyes fixed on the bush where the Jackal Wolf Folk Scouts hid, sniffing and smirking cruelly at the corner of his mouth. These stone lumps don't taste good, it's perfect for little rats to come. He leapt directly off the stone wall, holding a massive battle axe made of metal and amplified by alchemy runes, and charged towards the Jackal Wolf Folk. Behind him, more ogre warriors started their charge. Their heavy bodies stomped the ground, causing constant tremors in the earth. These large-bodied creatures charged like rhinos, their speed not slow but indeed quite fast. The world's impression of ogres is that they're strong but sluggish, which is true only for bloated ogres, not these elite ogres. The Jackal Wolf Folk Scouts frantically fled. The ogres behind them hurled boulders or other weapons, disrupting the Jackal Wolf Folk's escape rhythm. Their swift running speed was indeed fast, soon catching up. Stupid ogres. Watching the approaching ogres, Jackal Wolf Folk Haken realized he couldn't outrun them, and instead stopped. He turned to face the ogres, straightened his chest, fluffed his fur, and roared with bared teeth, "We are loyal to the great King of Iron. The noble and invincible giant dragon. How dare you offend us?" Hugo, the leader, hesitated. The other ogres also stopped, looking at each other. Seeing their reaction, Jackal Wolf Folk Haken gathered courage, boasting, "Humph. Aren't you going to apologize and ask for forgiveness? Otherwise, the King of Iron will flatten your lands, kill you all, and turn you into wilderness trash." After a few seconds of silence, Hugo strode closer. "All right, please forgive my offense." Though he said so, he swung the enormous axe longer than the lifespan of a Jackal Wolf Folk, falling heavily. With pupils contracting, Jackal Wolf Folk Haken's face turned pale, visible through his fur, petrified, his body rigid, not daring to move. Ogre Hugo was the elite of elites. In the entire bone-chewing clan, second only to gorging demon Kalu. Even young dragons weren't his match, let alone a mere Jackal Wolf Folk Scout leader. Boom! The battle axe struck in front of the Jackal Wolf Folk, leaving a deep trench in the ground. "Tie them all up. Take them away," Hugo said gruffly. "Wait for the Master of Red Wings' decision." Master of Red Wings, Wings of Death, an unparalleled ominous star, these titles were the respectful names for Galos within the Molten Iron clan. Master of Red Wings. It's over. Apparently, there's a dragon above these ogres too. This name sounds like a dragon. The jackal-wolf folks' last hope was gone, completely losing their fighting spirit. The ogres were as fierce as wolves, quickly capturing the jackal-wolf folk and dragging them back to the camp. The scorching sun hung high above the wilderness, casting light and heat upon the earth. After sleeping a full 10 days, the red iron dragon slowly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of black pupilled eyes, then shook its body, scattering the dust that had settled on it over the days. All the wounds on my body have healed. Galos turned his head to examine his body. The previously shocking scars had mostly healed, with the new skin becoming more resilient and the scale armor slightly harder than before. Sleep after intense battle. Most stimulating for the growth and development of the dragon race. No, it's not quite fully recovered yet. Galos lifted a claw to touch his head, finding that his broken dragon horn hadn't fully regrown. The dragon chi hasn't awakened. Carefully feeling the magic energy flowing within his body, the red iron dragon gently shook his head but wasn't disheartened. The battle with the diamond giant was something I did after careful preparation and planning. Although the process had its ups and downs and certain risks, I was always in control, with no fatal danger, not quite a life and death struggle. Not awakening early is normal, no need to feel disappointed about it. A life and death battle is the most crucial condition for premature awakening of dragon chi. According to the legacy, only by disregarding life and death, fully exhausting one's magic and life energy, is there an opportunity for the magic and life energy to be sublimated at the brink of life and death, blending into dragon chi. Find a powerful target for a life and death battle. For instance, storm the oil fields where the black rock dwarves are stationed. With my talent, I can definitely awaken dragon chi at the critical moment, then win the battle, grow stronger, defeat all those foolish enough to challenge me, and ascend to the throne of the wilderness. Galos found his thoughts hard to contain. He squinted slightly, stopped the thought, then took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. After repeating the deep breath several times, he gradually suppressed his restless arrogance, his mind returning to calm rationality. Having solved a powerful enemy like the diamond giant, Galos became keenly aware of his arrogance. Every time Galos had a significant evolutionary breakthrough or defeated a strong enemy, the arrogance and conceit of the dragon bloodline, especially in the red dragon bloodline, would grow savagely, becoming more vigorous. Evil dragons, due to their promiscuity, actually have quite a number of offspring, but most fail to grow up and die prematurely, with less than 1/10 surviving to adulthood. The period with the highest death rate is, in fact, not the juvenile period, but rather the adolescence. At this time, evil dragons, with their rapidly increasing strength and newfound dominion over their own territory, become incredibly arrogant, thinking themselves invincible, and then die from arrogance and conceit. However, Galos' mental resolve also strengthens, keeping these within controllable range. He soon suppresses the negative emotions. Reckless life and death battle is too risky. Unless forced into a corner with no other choice, only having an ogre chew your brain would make you willingly do that. Diligently train and accumulate, hone the body. With my level of training, there's a good chance I can awaken dragon chi before adulthood, just can't now. Galos calculated in his mind. Feeling his body more carefully. Under his scale armor, in the flesh, the tingling like electric shocks became more pronounced. Galos flexed his muscles, attempting to capture the tiny currents, trying to control them. Crackle, crackle. Some electric arcs leapt from the gaps of his scale armor. Wavering and flickering. Especially concentrated around the spine and neck. At first glance, it seemed like a mane woven of lightning. The only downside was that the quantity was too sparse, and Galos didn't feel any significant effects. The evolution related to lightning was ongoing, not knowing exactly when it would complete, but he estimated it wouldn't take too long and could likely complete when officially becoming a juvenile dragon. During this period, he needs to do more targeted adaptive training. A sudden hunger stirred from within, 10 days of fasting having left Galos' body in dire need of replenishment. At times like this, if nothing else is around, a young dragon would resort to eating dirt to quench hunger. Galos had no need for that. He had something better. He picked up a canister of black oil stored in a cave beside him, taking a sip, allowing the hearty, fiery energy of the black oil to fill his body, momentarily dispelling hunger, then crawled out of the cave. The vibrant, blazing sunlight filled his vision. Temperatures above 40 degrees roasted the earth, forcing many creatures to seek shade, but to Galos it felt just right, lifting his head to gaze directly at the sun, like a massive ball of fire. Galos, Galos. You're awake. Elf dragon Vera flapped her butterfly-like wings, flying over to block Galos' view. Her body was a purplish red with bluish iridescence, but under the bright sun, she refracted dazzling colorful spots, almost like a flash spell, causing Galos to squint his eyes half shut. This elf dragon clutched something in her claws, offering it to Galos' nose with a presenting gesture. "Smell it, I found something great. It'll perk you up," she said enthusiastically. Galos sniffed. The intense musk scent immediately filled his nostrils. But the scent was secondary. It felt like invisible little fingers were tickling his nasal cavity, making his nose twitch, and he couldn't help but tilt his head back and sneeze hugely, spewing dense sparks from his nostrils. Elf Dragon had anticipated this, dodging to the side preemptively, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of her mouth as her prank succeeded. What she didn't foresee was Galos sneezed several more times in a row, each time aimed at her, with sparks raining onto the elf dragon's petite form like a downpour, making her scream as she dodged, ultimately ending up looking charred and smoky. She wasn't injured, though. Though small in size, she was still part of the dragon race, and the sparks from Galos' nostrils had little lethality. Quite unsightly. Galos touched his nose, commenting on the elf dragon's current appearance. "You did that on purpose." The elf dragon huffed, the smile vanishing from her face. "Of course." The elf dragon's smile transferred to Galos' face, nodding naturally in acknowledgement, simultaneously twitching his nose again and tilting his head slightly, making a gesture as if about to sneeze, frightening the elf dragon into escaping quickly. Galos' life centered around survival and growth. Apart from when sleeping, his mind typically stayed focused, rarely relaxing, occasionally teasing the innocent, playful elf dragon, or insightfully guiding Samantha on the nature of an evil dragon, serving as his form of leisurely entertainment. Spent the entire morning on hunting and eating. The hunger in Galos' belly was completely gone. It's worth mentioning. Black oil cannot fill him up, its energy is rapid and efficient but not lasting, only temporarily alleviating hunger, so Galos still needs blood meals to nourish himself. When hungry, what he needs most is normal food. Black oil is primarily used to increase physical excitement during training, improve training efficiency, and in battles, it recharges him, allowing him to exert power beyond his limits in a short time. After the hunt was over. In the afternoon, Galos mainly trained. Including the most routine defense, strength, and flight training, ultimately targeting, using the lightning tail ring to stimulate the body for the early completion of lightning evolution. However, the lightning tail ring is mainly used for enchanting. It's like a key, unlocking the door to Galos' lightning evolution, but the subsequent stimulation effect is less obvious. It's best to directly use electric attacks for damage rather than through an enchanted strike. Currently, the sun is shining brightly, not the rainy season. Natural lightning is difficult to summon. The ogre mage in the bone-chewing warband possessing lightning chain attack magic is Galos' best sparring partner in this area. Twilight gradually approaches, and the splendid sunset layers fill the sky. Galos, clad in the glow of the sunset, soared across the skies, arriving at the Broken Ridge Hills, the ogre's home base. Kalu is not here, having gone out hunting with some elite. Maraga, Snaga. Summon the ogre mage of the bone-chewing warband. Galos looked at the two-headed ogre and said. Maraga and Snaga are its names, to be precise, different names for its left and right heads. The simultaneous existence of both heads brings dual casting talents to the two-headed ogre mage, preparing two spells at the same time, making it a fearsome monster that ordinary adventurers dread. But it also has its drawbacks. Two heads, two different thoughts controlling one body, inevitably bring some trouble and inconvenience. My lord, there's something you need to be informed about first. The left head Moraga spoke first. But before it continued, the right head Snaga chimed in. A few days ago, the ogre troop from the Quenching Highlands discovered a group of unfamiliar jackal-wolf folk. Bang! The left head fiercely collided its forehead against the other. Stop interrupting me. Seizing the opportunity while the right head was dizzy, it hurriedly reported to Galos, those jackal-wolf folk are loyal to another dragon. The right head controlled the right hand, punching the left head's eye socket. It's an iron dragon, they serve the iron dragon. It interrupted, saying. Recovering from the punch, the left head refused to show weakness, orchestrating its left fist to hit the right head. Bang bang bang. The two-headed mage fought itself, soon tumbling on the ground, rolling, fighting while cursing each other's ancestors. Enough. Galos's voice rang out, and the two-headed mage immediately stopped, then got up to seek forgiveness from Galos while not forgetting to belittle and pass the blame on to the other head. Moraga, explain the situation to me in detail. Galos designated the left head to speak. Moraga proudly glanced at Snaga, then turned to Galos with a respectful posture and began, it's like this, the first to discover the jackal-wolf folk was Hugo. It detailed the incident. A minute later, Galos learned the specifics of the situation. North of Quenching Highlands at Shattered Stone Beach, a juvenile iron dragon occupied and took charge, sending jackal-wolf folk to probe the movements at Quenching Highlands, but they were discovered by Hugo, who captured the jackal-wolf scouts. Then Hugo had the Kola giant eagle relay the message back to the Broken Ridge Hills. With the stone giant's death, the Kola giant eagles now serve the Molten Iron clan, making excellent scouts and messengers. North of Quenching Highlands is a place I've yet to explore. Didn't expect a juvenile iron dragon to be residing there. Galos squinted slightly, assessing the risk of the juvenile iron dragon based on existing information. Iron dragons lead the iron dragon category, slightly weaker at the same age compared to red dragons but not significantly. Ordinary iron dragon's life level during youth ranges between 7 to 10. If it's indeed just a juvenile iron dragon, then it's nothing to fear. The question is it really just a juvenile iron dragon? Galos is skeptical of information not seen firsthand. Hugo isn't detailed enough, its relayed message by the Kola giant eagles was too brief. I need to personally visit the Quenching Highlands. Jackal-wolf captives are still at Quenching Highlands, and going to investigate the situation at Shattered Stone Beach also requires passing through here. If we calculate the time, Nick's trading team should be arriving soon. He'll bring me some communication stones, making clan information exchange much simpler and convenient then. Communication stones, since their creation, immediately gained widespread appeal, widely used in the civilized realm but rare in the wilderness where many creatures don't understand the importance of information exchange. When Kalu returns, let him take the elite ogres to Quenching Highlands. After giving instructions to the two-headed mage, Galos flapped his dragon wings and soared into the sky, his silhouette vanishing into the vast evening glow. Watching Galos's departing figure, Moraga, the left head, snorted softly and said, "Foolish Snaga, I am smarter than you and more valued by the Dragon Lord." Snaga, the right head, remained silent and responded with a punch. The two-headed ogre started fighting with itself again, and the other ogres around showed no reaction, clearly accustomed to the sight. Soon after, the twilight dissipated, replaced by the darkness of night. Galos arrived at the Quenching Highlands at moonrise and landed in the ogre camp. Hugo was commanding the ogres to construct a dragon statue using giant remains. Upon seeing Galos, he immediately kneeled on one knee and said in a coarse voice, "My lord, your scale armor shines brighter than the moonlit night." This flattering remark was something Hugo had racked his brains over for more than 10 days and nights trying to come up with. Waiting for a moment when Kalu was not present, he presented it to Galos, hoping to win the dragon heart's favor. During the sacred banquet, he lost to Kalu, but he was not completely resigned, coveting Kalu the Legion commander's position and the current status of the dragon vein gluttonous demon. However, he did not have the power to contend with Kalu. Therefore, he could only suppress these thoughts, hoping to gain Galos's favor through flattery and achieve success in a roundabout way. Get up. Galos looked at the statue. The artistic sense of the ogres was not well developed, and the statue they built was just a rough outline, crude and primitive, but through its strong limbs and large, long wings, one could vaguely discern Galos's shadow. This is the statue being built for you. I heard humans build statues for great leaders, and you, noble and great master of red wings, are the only one absolutely great in my heart. I couldn't help it and couldn't wait to apply for the Legion commander's consent, so I chose to build a statue for you and admire your glory day and night. Hugo said gruffly. Galos carefully scrutinized this ogre for a few moments. This big and burly fellow also had its own little thoughts. It might think it hid its intentions well, but in Galos's eyes, everything was as clear as day. The wisdom gap between ogres and the dragon race was apparent. Not bad, I like it. Galos responded. He saw through but did not expose, he tacitly approved of Hugo's behavior. If the bone-chewing Warband's ogres united completely under Kalu, and were entirely loyal to him, that would be troublesome. Kalu, transformed by the dragon vein, was absolutely loyal to Galos and would not betray him, but that did not mean Kalu did not have its own ideas. It would also want more benefits or slack off and do its tasks poorly. Galos could not personally oversee everything all the time. At this point, a potential rival could make Kalu work better for him. These were the insights from the prince within the Iron Dragon's legacy. Bring the Jackal-Wolf folk captive here, I want to interrogate him personally. Galos said. Hugo nodded, then grabbed a Jackal-Wolf scout by the neck and brought it before Galos. He's the head of the Jackal-Wolf scouts. Hugo gave a kick, making the dazed Jackal-Wolf Haken kneel in front of Galos. The breath of the dragon race was very close. Haken came to his senses and trembled all over. It sneaked a glance at Galos, discovering that this master of red wings appeared stronger and more imposing than the king of iron they served, seemingly possessing even greater power. Now I ask, and you answer. Galos said. Mighty dragon, I shall not hide anything. Haken put on an ingratiating expression and said. The questioning that followed could hardly be called an interrogation because the Jackal-Wolf responded to Galos's questions immediately, without withholding any information. Gradually, Galos obtained more information. For instance, the young Iron Dragon at the Shattered Stone Beach had only 2 clans under his command. The Jackal-Wolf folk and kobolds. If adding goblins as well, it would almost make up the 3 illusion gods under a young, weak dragon's command. This basically confirmed that the Iron Dragon was a young dragon, posing no significant threat to Galos. Among this information, one point particularly caught Galos's attention. King of Iron, why does this title sound somewhat familiar? His eyes flickered, and he fell silent, memories rushing through his mind. Galos. My weak little brother, let me tell you a secret. Hybrid dragons never live past adolescence unless you vow allegiance to the great king of iron. Galos. My foolish brother, do you want treasures? Do you want to grow stronger? By bending before the great king of iron, you can achieve all your desires. Galos. My foolish and weak little brother, you're both ugly and short and weak, destined to never accomplish anything great. Abandon the protection of the Dragon Lady and follow the great King of Iron alongside me. With my guidance, the position of the King of the Wilderness will be within reach. In the culture of the dragon race, when Galos introduces himself to other dragons, his more formal name would be Galos Ignis. The true names of dragons are very long, and during formal introductions, the middle name is often omitted, leaving just the beginning and the end combined. Iron Dragon Salrog shares the same ancient surname as Galos, and similar blood flows within them. He is 4 years older than Galos. When Galos was 2, the 6-year-old Solrog was expelled from the territory by the Iron Dragon Lady. Among the siblings, Galos thought that besides himself, the smartest was Iron Dragon Solrog. From a young age, Solrog understood psychological manipulation, constantly using words to suppress Galos, making him follow Solrog, even trying to secretly lure Galos when he was banished, attempting to lead him away from the protection of the Iron Dragon Lady and survive with him in the wilderness. He tried the dragon taming technique from the Iron Dragon heritage on Galos. To forge the grand dream of the Dragon Empire, he used Galos as the first practice target. In addition to verbal suppression, he would also offer inducements, such as pretending that the shiny stones he dug up from the sand were magic gemstones to tempt Galos or making empty promises. The idea was good. However, although he was much smarter than Samantha and Gordon, at the time, he was ultimately just a young dragon, and his small tricks and little plots were completely insufficient in front of Galos. Solrog was keen on winning over Galos, wanting Galos to follow him. But no matter what method he used, he only ended up exchanging for Galos a look that regarded him as an idiot. After a few seconds of silence, Galos blinked and looked northward towards the quenching highlands. Could this king of iron be Solrog? He murmured to himself. Although he couldn't fully determine. The same title and a young Iron Dragon identity appearing at the same time made it 90% likely to be Solrog. If it's Solrog, that would be interesting. Galos vaguely remembered the words Solrog left behind when he was expelled by the Iron Dragon Lady, trying to lure Galos into wilderness survival with him, and Galos firmly refused. Galos. My foolish, pitiful, and weak brother. Should you miraculously survive and stand before me, when you and I meet again, you will find the great King of Iron's wings covering the sky. By then, you will humbly plead, yearning to follow the great King of Iron, and I will ruthlessly, coldly, and cruelly reject you, making you regret your decision today. Thinking of these words, Galos looked down at his own body, stronger than a red dragon, the muscle lines clearly visible through his scale armor, and his wings, vast and impressive like peerless weapons. The red Iron Dragon couldn't help but spread a pleasant smile. He was somewhat anticipating Solrog's reaction upon seeing him, assured it would be quite a sight. Galos suppresses negative emotions that could affect his judgments, however, he is not a machine, nor does he possess a character devoid of desires. He has a bit of vanity, sometimes wanting to show off and experience a thrill of pleasure from the astonished gazes of other dragons. In any case, let's first confirm the identity of the King of Iron. Galos further questioned the jackal-wolf folk, Haken, confirming more and more that this King of Iron was his long-lost brother, Solrog. My master. Hugo as your vanguard is willing to fight for you. Even if the opponent is a formidable dragon race, as long as you order the fight, Hugo will not feel any fear. Ogre Hugo urgently expressed his loyalty. Galos leisurely waved a claw, saying with amusement, "Don't rush, I need to confirm something first." He said to Hugo, "Do not make any rash moves, stay in the camp and prepare to support the main forces of the bone-chewing warband." The ogre nodded heavily. Soon after, Galos grabbed the jackal-wolf scout leader, flapped his wings, and soared into the sky, heading north of the quenching highlands under the cover of nighttime. The dragon's shadow soon swept across the cliff's boundary, flying back dozens of kilometers, and after passing through the dense jungle, Galos gazed into the distance, seeing a large river meandering across the land, dividing the ground in two with its vastness. The Estonian River. It practically traversed the entire Sel wilderness, serving as the main source of water for the area, with several rivers in Galos territory being its branches. The Thousand Snake Mark was a land trade route. The Estonian River, however, was a waterway, frequently used by merchant caravans more than the land-based Thousand Snake Mark. Many important river nodes had dams with heavy guards defending them. Galos shook his claw, waking the jackal wolf who had fainted from fear of heights. Ah! So high! The jackal wolf tucked its tail, let out a sharp cry, and fainted again. Considering jackal wolves rarely surveyed from such heights, they might not be able to discern directions or locations. Galos circled briefly, then landed on a higher hilltop, waking the jackal wolf once more. Upon waking, the jackal wolf attempted to scream. Yet when meeting the calm and profound gaze of the red iron dragon, its voice got stuck in its throat, not daring to sound, causing its face to bloat as it coughed violently a few times. "Point out the direction of Shattered Stone Beach," Galos said. The trembling jackal wolf extended a paw, then pointed to a tributary of the Estonian River. "Here, there it is." Galos lifted the jackal wolf and flew high into the sky again, slowing his pace and quieting his breath as he headed in that direction. Soon enough, he hovered between the clouds, lowering his gaze to observe. A tributary about 10 meters wide came into view, with pebbled beaches lining both sides, where figures of jackal wolf folk and kobolds could be seen, alongside scattered tents and campfires. This was Shattered Stone Beach. "Where is your lord's lair?" Galos woke the jackal wolf again, asking. "Underwater. The King of Iron loves staying at the riverbed." After saying that, the jackal wolf fainted from fear of heights once more. "Love staying at the riverbed?" Galos narrowed his eyes, scanning the river below. The rushing water fragmented the moonlight, reflecting a yellowish tinge, somewhat murky, with many sediments below, but it seemed otherwise unremarkable. "I suspect it's not for love, but to conceal himself, hiding in plain sight," Galos thought. What kind of iron dragon enjoys nesting at the river bottom? Iron dragons prefer dry, hot environments and naturally dislike water, much like red dragons. Galos himself naturally disdains water. He knows that under normal circumstances, an iron dragon wouldn't live underwater unless forced by conditions. His gaze swept over the jackal wolf folk and the kobolds, totaling no more than 500. Galos sniffed the air. Although he hadn't seen the King of Iron in person, he could confirm that the other party was his brother Solrog. Dragons are incredibly sensitive to the scent of other dragons, and he could detect a faint, familiar smell in the air. Because of the water and distance, the scent was barely there. Under regular circumstances, passing by, Galos wouldn't take note, possibly not even notice. But once he was sure there was an iron dragon here, and calmed himself to sense and smell, he quickly captured the scent of the iron dragon. Without a doubt, it was Solrog's. Without immediately landing to meet Solrog, Galos' eyes glinted with other thoughts as he returned to the Quenching Highlands. Quenching Highlands, Ogre Camp. As the time approached dawn, the dark sky gradually lightened, a trace of Fishbelly White appeared, and Kalu led the elite troops of the Bone-Chewing Warband to arrive. "Kalu, take the warriors of the Bone-Chewing Warband and head north to hunt down an iron dragon, fight for me." Galos calmly issued the command. "My lord, the bone-chewing ogres will crush the enemy for you, chewing through their bones." Chewing the last piece of meat bone, Kalu said in a muffled voice. "No need to be so brutal." Galos said with a smile, "Your task is to capture the iron dragon alive if possible and bring it before me. Won't you take action?" Kalu paused and asked. "No, this is a test for the Bone-Chewing Warband, an exercise for you as the Legion commander," Galos said. Kalu nodded heavily. Immediately, this dragon-veined gluttonous demon shouldered a gleaming, robust wolf-fang club and rallied the ogres to prepare for the march. Its wolf-fang club was mainly forged from metal, with some diamond-like dazzling sharp teeth set into its surface. These were formed from the fragmented remains of the diamond giant and were exceptionally hard and sharp. Even with Kalu's strength, it could break Galos's defense. Then, take a closer look at the ogre's weapons. Not just Kalu. Some large-headed ogre leaders' axes, war hammers, and other weapons also shone with some brilliance. After defeating the diamond giant, Galos awarded one of its arms as a reward to the Bone-Chewing Warband and some fragmentary remains as rewards to other warbands. Most of them were used to forge weapons. Led by Kalu, with Yugo and the two-headed mage assisting, the bone-chewing warband quickly integrated and set out for the shattered stone beach with several captive jackal-wolf folk guides. Galos flew high in the air, following behind. Shattered stone beach. The young iron dragon Salrog lay in the riverbed cave of the dragon's nest, sensing an unease. All the jackal-wolf folk scouts remained at Quenching Highlands, not returning at the usual time, with no news, suspecting some problem occurred. Salrog flicked its tail and furrowed the dragon's skin around its eyes. The red comet that landed on the highland days ago must be unusual. Its intuition was sharp, realizing some changes had occurred at Quenching Highlands, though unsure exactly what. Personally visit the giant camp for investigation. No, that's too dangerous. A monarch should not place themselves in danger. If my presence is exposed and giants come to hunt me, I can't defend the shattered stone beach. My territory, maintained over these years, would be forfeit. The iron dragon suddenly narrowed its gaze. The problem is, I've likely been exposed. Can't hope for the jackal-wolf folk to keep secrets under the threat of death, choosing to die unyieldingly. Now, facing Salrog are two choices. First, stay put and hope the giants haven't discovered its presence, continuing to coexist with the stone giant as neighbors. Second, immediately relocate, returning for revenge once powerful. Salrog's heart was struggling. It was inherently ambitious, with grand ambitions of building a dragon empire. Although it possessed the arrogance and pride of the dragon race, it had learned to absorb experiences, and the wilderness life over the years taught it to restrain its claws. To realize its aspirations. Faced with insurmountable danger, it would choose to temporarily avoid the edge. After hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds, Salrog's gaze turned firm, preparing to migrate with its clan. Retreating before even clashing with the stone giant might seem somewhat disgraceful. In fact, Salrog felt the shame, but it didn't decide to battle the stone giant to the death because of it. Instead, it deeply engraved the sense of humiliation, turning it into motivation for self-improvement. Damn stone giant. The great king of iron will eventually return and smash you all. It thought to itself, then took its scant belongings, crawled out of the riverbed cave, and assembled the Steel Clan's jackal-wolf folk and kobold leaders. These followers previously had different clan names. Upon gaining their allegiance, Salrog had them abolish clan distinctions, unifying them under the Steel Clan based on the knowledge from the prince. And after integrating into the Steel Clan, these humble creatures seemed to have gained some hope, becoming more proactive than before. Salrog often delved into the knowledge from the prince, greatly admiring the Iron Dragon ancestor who wrote it, and likewise, hoped to one day establish an empire ruled by iron dragons. Whether climbing to the mountaintop or descending into the valley, all benefit me greatly. Salrog chewed over a self-description by the ancestor and the prince, watching as the followers gradually gathered before it. Suddenly, the ground transmitted a slight tremor. The jackal-wolf folk and kobolds didn't notice. But the iron dragon sensed it. Its gaze narrowed, staring southward. A group of ogres ran heavily across the terrain, causing the ground to tremble faintly. They were numerous, well-equipped, robust, wholly unmatched by Salrog's jackal-wolf folk and kobolds. The worst part was, they headed straight for its location with a clear target. Stone giants' followers. They came so quickly. Ogres often serve giants, and spotting them at first glance, Salrog judged from inherited experience they came from the giant camp's clan legion. It looked nervously at the rear terrain, then exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the stone giants hadn't arrived. However, even this ogre legion was no easy matter. Seeing the ogre legion surging like a black tide, Salrog immediately realized direct confrontation would be a certain loss. Moreover, the ogres were large-bodied, their frontal charge was swift, and if not hindered, they'd quickly close in, likely exterminating its followers entirely. It swiftly surveyed the surrounding environment. Rushing river, soft beach, dense reed clumps, a simple interception plan formed in its mind. Salrog itself hovered mid-air, while ordering the jackal-wolf folk to cross the river quickly and commanding the kobolds to leverage their burrowing talents, digging concealed pits in the shallow river zone. Before long, the ogre's vanguard arrived, beginning their river-crossing pursuit. Their massive and heavy bodies fell into the pits, impeding their action significantly. Those not falling into pits directly crossing the river were notably slowed by the swift current. The reeds on the other bank suddenly rustled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The jackal-wolf folk wanderers fired poisoned arrows, forcing ogres in waist-deep water to defend, virtually becoming live targets. Beneath the water, some kobold warriors adept in aquatic skills tugged at the ogre's leg armor with special bone hooks. Taking advantage of the ogres being harassed by the jackal-wolf folk's poisoned arrows, they targeted the ogre's knee joint specifically, leading 3 to fall and be swept toward the downstream sharp stone area by the swift current. The young iron dragon also dove in. Its mouth cultivated a spark, aiming to unleash electric fire dragon breath upon the ogres. Boom! A robust figure shot towards the sky like a cannonball. Solrog was startled internally, flapping its wings to ascend and evade the attack while discerning the figure's appearance. This was a gluttonous demon with a stature resembling that of a giant, full of the traits of dragon-vein creatures, exuding a fierce red dragon aura, wielding a wolf-fang club shining with a fine glow. A majestic figure leaped directly across the river, stomping the unfortunate jackal-wolf folk flat. Dragon-vein gluttonous demon. Solrog's heart skipped a beat. It didn't know the origins of the dragon-vein gluttonous demon, nor could it understand its relationship with the stone giants in such a short time. Yet this did not hinder Solrog from realizing that this guy was the leader of the ogres. At this moment, the ogres caught the kobolds lurking underwater and tore them apart, crossing the blood-stained river while enduring the jackal-wolf folk's poisonous arrows to reach the opposite shore. Facing the enormous disparity in strength, the command issued by the Iron Dragon had a certain effect, but it was limited. Retreat. Solrog decisively gave the order to abandon the riverbank position. It did not engage the dragon-vein gluttonous demon, retreating with its followers, not in a straight line withdrawal, but along the river, running downstream, periodically using dragon breath to disrupt and hinder the gluttonous demon and the ogre mage. 1 minute later. Thunk. The ogre vanguard stepped onto the ground, its entire calf buried deeply. Unknowingly, the ogres were lured into a soft mud area, where their heavy and large bodies became a burden, with each step sinking deeply into the mud and requiring great effort to pull out. The jackal-wolf folk could move like it was flat land, while kobolds could burrow directly into the mud to move swiftly. Stop. Counterattack. Solrog succinctly issued the command. Its jackal-wolfman warriors surrounded the ogres on the mushy mudflats, harassing them with poison arrows and spear-like weapons, leveraging speed and agility to counter the ogres stuck in the mud. Observing the ogres trudging awkwardly through the mud, a cold smile appeared on Iron Dragon Solrog's lips, and the illusion of victory burned in its dragon eyes. It gazed at the dragon-vein gluttonous demon. The target's body was mostly buried in the mud, although it could break free with brute strength, its speed was significantly impacted and slowed. Mere ogres dared to challenge the great king of iron. Solrog pondered. Its intent was to retreat, avoiding confrontation for the moment. But after gaining a certain advantage, it entertained the thought of defeating this ogre force. Giants and dragons are renowned as powerful beings. Yet ogres were inconsequential, and even the gluttonous demon posed no intimidation. Solrog felt that being pushed back by ogres would be the utmost humiliation. The great king of iron intended to bury these offending ogres in the mire. The iron dragon folded its wings like an arrow, swooping towards Kalu. Its dragon claw targeted the neck of the gluttonous demon. Just as the dragon claw was about to touch the target, the iron dragon suddenly veered, avoiding the perilous direct path, tearing through the demon's shoulder from the side, spilling parboiled blood. The first strike was a probe. Solrog remained vigilant. It locked onto the gluttonous demon, continuing probing attacks, leaving scratch marks with claws and inflicting wounds with dragon breath, evading all of the demon's retaliations. Dull reactions and foolish, attacking straightforwardly without adaptability. The gluttonous demon's behavior matched the stereotypical impressions from the legacy. Solrog's pride grew incrementally, eager to finalize the conflict, its attacks became broader and its defenses waned. Who? The iron dragon spread its wings, its steely body once again diving toward the gluttonous demon. This time, the dragon claw retargeted the gluttonous demon's neck, not probing, faster than any previous attack. However, just before the dragon claw was about to touch the target, the gluttonous demon grinned widely. Its wolf fang club lifted at an incredible angle, viciously and fiercely pounding Solrog's chest-abdomen, diamond-sharp teeth breaking through scale armor, carving a ghastly wound. Heavy and intense pain arose from below. The iron dragon was sent flying, its 10-meter body tumbling in the mud, carving a lengthy trench. Compounding the calamity. When Solrog stood, barely flapping its wings, the two-headed mage's spells had just completed, with an acid ray and a freezing ray precisely hitting the iron dragon's wings as though premeditated. The acid corroded wing membranes, while frost condensed fragile ice crystals at the joints. Solrog staggered, trying to ascend again. The gluttonous demon's freed from mud figure blasted in like a cannonball. Bang! The wolf fang club struck the iron dragon's hard head, smashing it into the muddy ground. When the gluttonous demon attempted the follow-up attack, the iron dragon frantically writhed, roaring, its claws gouged deep marks into the demon's arm. The blood-drenched dragon head lowered for a ferocious impact on the demon's body, charging across the muddy expanse, its sturdy iron dragon horn tearing apart the scales on the demon's chest, a mess of blood and flesh. But in the end, it's all in vain. The life force of the dragon vein gluttonous demon is as strong as that of the dragon race. Kalu confronted the iron dragon head-on, combined with the concentrated attacks from the mages, quickly turning the tide. More ogre warriors swarmed, ignoring the harassment from the jackal wolf folk and kobolds, and surrounded Solrog. After a period, Solrog fell amidst the ogre's siege, exhausted and wrapped tightly in alchemy chains. The jackal wolf folk and kobolds scattered and fled, only to be captured. Hey, Iron Dragon, submit to the great master of red wings. After the battle, Kalu propped his body with a wolf fang club and stood before the battered Iron Dragon, speaking. He was the main force in the siege of the young dragon, and also the most counterattacked. The physique of the dragon vein gluttonous demon faced the frenzied counterattack from the young Iron Dragon, ultimately suffering serious injuries to successfully capture it. Solrog was somewhat dazed. This sounds like a title from the dragon race, not the stone giants. Aren't you followers of the stone giants? Solrog felt something amiss and struggled to ask. Stone giants? Oh, you mean the stone giants of Quenching Highlands, they've been completely wiped out by the great master of red wings. Knowing the Dragon Lord was watching the battlefield from the sky, Yugo echoed with praise, Great Master of Red Wings, it is the ominous star representing death, the red punishment from the heavens, the future supreme Dragon King ruling the wilds. Submit to the Master of Red Wings, pledge your allegiance to the Master of Red Wings, it's your only chance for survival. The Iron Dragon remained silent. It hadn't anticipated these ogres were followers of the dragon race, and the so-called Master of Red Wings had destroyed the stone giant camp. Your Master of Red Wings, is it a red dragon? Solrog asked again. Suddenly, before the ogres could reply, a burst of rumbling came from high above. Solrog instinctively raised his dragon head, seeing a red comet ripping through the clouds, descending from the sky. No. It's not a red comet. At such a distance, it could see clearly, it was a dragon trailing dark red flames after its wings, forming a comet-like trail. The Master of Red Wings descended swiftly. The ogres wisely cleared a space. Boom! Just before hitting the ground, the dragon's wings swung, stirring up a gust of wind and a shockwave, yet its body stopped steadily, landing in front of Iron Dragon Solrog. Solrog stared blankly, eyeing the Master of Red Wings. Its length was 12 meters, not much different from itself, but overall appeared many times larger, with those enormous and exaggerated wings, dense scales, a thick long tail, and the muscle contour sharply visible through the scale armor, together forming an unimaginable shape. At first glance, resembled a heavily armored, incomparably strong red dragon. Strangely, Solrog felt a bit of familiar aura from it. But now the situation was critical, it didn't have the time to investigate the familiar source. Mighty Master of Red Wings. Solrog lowered its head, avoiding direct eye contact, and softly said, "If I accidentally offended you, I'm willing to pay with my territory and followers, please forgive me." Among dragons, the defeated submitting to the victor, paying a price, can avoid death. Without deep-seated hatred, the battles between dragons rarely result in death, the purpose is usually to teach and enslave the other party. The victor would demand the defeated to pledge allegiance, serve for a period, or offer a ransom satisfactory enough. If it were the enemy giants, Solrog would rather die than submit. But as fellow dragons, bowing to the other is not an unacceptable thing, the worst outcome being serving and pledging allegiance for a period. After speaking, Solrog awaited the other's response. A few seconds later, it heard a voice somewhat altered but still familiar. "Raise your head, look at me carefully." The iron dragon widened its eyes in astonishment, looked up. The dragon face covered with spines and fine scales was unfamiliar. But those dark eyes, the expression as if looking at an idiot, that characteristic formed by red iron mixed blood, made the iron dragon feel increasingly familiar. No way. No way. An inkling of a guess arose in its heart, yet it seemed too unreal and unwilling to believe. "Oh, Solrog, my foolish, pitiful, and weak brother. So it was you, sorry, I thought it was another dragon, my followers were a bit harsh." Galos looked down at the iron dragon, tilted his head, first expressing apologies, then curiously asked, "Where are your wings that cover the sky?" "I didn't see them." Solrog's pupils shrank dramatically into two thin lines, the muscles beneath the dragon's scale involuntarily twitching. G.A. Galos? It stared at the red iron dragon, larger and more robust than itself, and stammered out syllables of disbelief from its throat. Perhaps it was too stunned. It felt as if attacked, its voice sharp and piercing, like a lynx's howl, not resembling the language of an iron dragon. Opposite it, Galos raised his chin with satisfaction, spreading the massive celestial comet wings, casting a shadow as if blotting out the sky, engulfing Solrog entirely. "Ah, these wings overshadowing the heavens seem to belong on me, no wonder they couldn't be seen on you." He appeared amused, a trace of delight curving at the corner of his mouth. Iron Dragon Solrog fell silent, opening his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated and finally remained wordless. "Get up, my pitiful brother. I never thought you would fall beneath an ogre." Having already found satisfaction in Solrog's reaction, Galos stopped short of further mockery or insult, leaving some dignity for his brother. From the moment the ogre stepped onto shattered stone beach, and as the Iron Dragon commanded his followers to retreat while counterattacking, Galos had been silently circling in the sky, watching the battle below, while the Iron Dragon, focused on the battle, did not notice his presence. Galos observed the entire process, taking note of Iron Dragon's responses and strategies. He understood clearly his followers' strengths and the ogre's weaknesses, and utilized the traits of each side, using the environment and terrain to capitalize on his side's advantages and deepen the enemy's disadvantages, strategically allowing the weaker jackal-wolf folk and kobold to maneuver against the ogre. There was even a moment when the tide turned, transforming disadvantages into advantages. The biggest issue lay within the dragon race's nature. The Iron Dragon, when at a disadvantage, could think rationally and calmly, yet when gaining the upper hand, arrogance and conceit grew, affecting its judgment, eventually leading to a wrong choice, taking risks, and being captured. If Solrog could suppress his arrogant and conceited thoughts, maintaining calm and reasoning throughout, patiently wearing down his enemy, the ogre forces would suffer heavy losses, forcing Galos to appear sooner. However, Even Galos couldn't entirely suppress the negative emotions in the bloodline of the evil dragon, so Solrog being affected was understandable. His performance, in Galos's eyes, was satisfactory. In terms of territorial management and clan planning, the Iron Dragon is a natural master. Having Solrog follow and assist me in managing the territory allows me to detach from mundane affairs and focus more on my own strengthening. This was Galos's thought. The first time going to Shattered Stone Beach, upon confirming the King of Iron was Solrog, his own brother, Galos didn't recognize him immediately, but instead dispatched followers to attack, both to demonstrate and prove he was worth following, and to verify Solrog's skills. Satisfying vanity was just incidental and not worth mentioning. Now it seems. Despite some shortcomings, Solrog is generally usable. Moreover, he is only an 18-year-old juvenile dragon with substantial room for growth. The ogre mage removed the binding magic. The chains entwining Solrog were also withdrawn. He feebly staggered to his feet, bared his fangs, and quietly defended himself. I was merely careless, and their numbers were vast, their weapons well crafted. My followers hardly stood a chance, outnumbered and overwhelmed. Galos shook his head, directly refuting, no, it wasn't carelessness. He straightforwardly pointed out the mistake Solrog made. Your arrogance deceived you. Deep down, you knew the gluttonous demon isn't inferior to the dragon race, and the dragon-vein gluttonous demon must be approached cautiously. Yet you arrogantly assumed you could decapitate it, lost patience after mere probing, taking advantage to drag you to the ground. Galos spoke patiently, you should relish having encountered me. Otherwise, your arrogance would have led to your demise. To these words, Solrog didn't refute them, as Galos spoke truth, and Solrog knew this well. He knew he shouldn't be arrogant, trying to combat the arrogance within, but sometimes, with dragon's blood boiling in his veins, he would forget this fact. The young Iron Dragon fell back into silence. He shook his body, the intense pain made him more conscious. He looked up at his brother, no longer the cute and tender dragon he remembered from age 2, asking, Galos, did you deliberately come to mock my folly and weakness, seeking to bring me shame? Even as a young dragon, Solrog clearly understood that his brother's potential surpassed his own. The positive mixed-breed Red Iron Dragon possessed talent comparable to the Golden Dragon. Thus he tried various schemes to trick Galos into journeying with him, surviving in the wilderness together, but much to his disappointment, Galos was too clever. Even at 1 or 2, Galos was impervious to his tactics. Solrog had predicted. Should Galos not meet premature death, he'd likely grow to heights beyond his own. From the perspective of a dragon race's pride and conceit, recognizing this is truly remarkable. But what Solrog didn't anticipate was that at 14, without reaching adolescent dragon age, Galos had already surpassed him, appearing fearsomely strong at first glance, and Solrog felt a hint of fear upon seeing him. Due to this disparity in fear, Iron Dragon Solrog felt profound disappointment and unwillingness, exceeding the bitterness of being defeated by an ogre. He held grand ambitions, envisioning a magnificent plan to build a dragon empire, yet reality found him kneeling before his younger brother, unable to even defeat his followers. Galos shook his head slowly and calmly. Solrog, my dear brother, this isn't mockery but a reminder. He lowered his formidable head, looking at the young Iron Dragon, saying, you're the wisest, most ambitious Iron Dragon I have ever seen, with similar blood flowing within us, I know you well. A temporary failure won't discourage you, nor will victory rob you of reason. You'll summarize lessons from wins and losses, absorbing teachings. Only arrogance and vanity are the greatest hurdles on your path to growth. But I've always believed you are different from other dragons, that you can overcome them, transcend yourself. Each word from Galos's lips. The young Iron Dragon's eyes became slightly brighter, his lowered head gradually lifted, tail unconsciously swaying. He hadn't realized. Galos's speech resembled the motivational techniques within the prince, used to recruit followers, similar in essence to his old tactics, merely transforming negative suppression into positive guidance. Ultimately, the Red Iron Dragon flashed a smile at his brother, sprawled in the mud, extending a claw. Solrog, my dear brother, I hope you can stand by my side and together build a glorious dragon empire, restoring the ancient glory of the dragon race, a dream shared by us, to be realized together. The young Iron Dragon was momentarily stunned. He raised his head towards Galos, looking at that face somewhat obscured by the light, only the eyes vibrant, spontaneously feeling a surge of an intense, indescribable palpitation. Not fear, nor tension. It was a more inexplicable special feeling, making the Iron Dragon's mind go blank. The sky was just bright, with passionate rays pouring down, casting a gold foil-like glow over Galos's entire scale armor. When Solrog came to his senses, his claw had already been raised and clasped with the strong claw of the red Iron Dragon. His body reacted first on its own. Iron Dragon paused for a few seconds, then revealed a relieved smile and said, "Galos, my dear brother, I am willing to accompany you to witness your ascension to the throne, ruling all the future." Galos nodded and pulled Iron Dragon up from the mud. The surrounding ogres looked at each other, not quite understanding the situation at this moment, until Galos formally introduced them to Solrog, this king of iron, as his brother of the same bloodline. Kalu scratched his head and apologized to the king of iron. "Oh, honorable king of iron. Kalu is dull, your strength and wisdom made me resort to despicable means, please forgive my previous offense." This guy spoke carelessly with a simple and honest smile on his face, but his words carried a bit of cunning, giving Solrog enough face, and Iron Dragon found this gluttonous demon rather unusual, looking at him with new eyes. "Galos, this follower of yours is quite remarkable." He did not hold any grudge against the gluttonous demon who defeated him, but instead offered praise and then reflected on himself, pondering, the records of the legacy may not be true or reliable. I was defeated not only due to arrogance and negligence but also because of relying on the legacy, which caused me to be influenced by stereotypes, thinking that ogres are stupid and ignoring the differences among individuals. Galos's previous motivational words were not entirely nonsense. He understood Iron Dragon Solrog, knowing that he is one of the rare few who would reflect on himself, admitting his mistakes and failures, rather than thinking the world revolves around him, unlike the majority of the dragon race who believe they can never be wrong. However, knowing the problem is one thing. The key is how to overcome it, which is the most crucial aspect. Afterward, the Jackal-Wolf folk and Kobold were integrated into the Molten Iron Clan. After understanding the 4 warbands under the Molten Iron Clan, Iron Dragon suggested that since the clans were abolished, it should be more thorough by removing the former clan names, distinguishing the different creatures directly by their racial names, such as the Ogre Clan, Jackal-Wolfman Tribe, and Dog-Headed Man Tribe. The warband names should align more closely with their respective characteristics. He suggested to Galos that the warbands be reconstructed according to their advantageous features rather than the original clan divisions. For example, the Bone-Chewing Warband, now composed entirely of ogres, with their strong builds, have advantages in strength and defense, excelling in frontal assaults, and their tactical role is frontal breakthroughs and position defense. In the future, if minotaurs, giants, and similar followers are recruited, they should also be incorporated into the Bone-Chewing Warband. And so forth. Position and construct different warbands based on similar strengths and characteristics. In case of war, different warband units can be more easily deployed according to different situations. In short, it's about professional division of labor and complementary advantages. This is a military thought from the prince, better to command than warbands divided by races. As for the name of the Bone-Chewing Warband, removing the previous clan imprint, it can be replaced with new names like Steel Warriors or Hammer of Shattered Stars. Galos, after consideration, adopted Iron Dragon's suggestion and first decided on the warband name Hammer of Shattered Stars. To enhance the honor of the warband and boost morale, Iron Dragon also designed a slogan. Crush the skulls, drink the blood, shatter the bones into a song. Simple 8 words carry an unstoppable and invincible rugged feeling, suitable for creatures who revere strength. After confirming the names and slogans of other warbands and drafting specific rules and regulations, the previously loose warbands will officially be reconstructed. Galos entrusted this task to Salrog, appointing him as the Iron Dragon Governor, in a position similar to a Prime Minister, Chancellor, or Secretary General. I will create for you an invincible territory and an undefeatable legion. The Molten Iron Clan will one day become a dragon kingdom forged by steel and fiery flame. Iron Dragon, filled with knowledge of the prince and lordship theory, was eager to make grand plans. His previous followers, Jackal-Wolf folk and kobolds, were neither numerous nor of high quality and couldn't be of much use. He was too lazy to manage them properly, but the scale and quality of the Molten Iron Clan surpassed the level of the young dragon race, making Iron Dragon excited, fully awakening his enthusiasm for management. No rush, you need to recuperate first. Galos grinned and said, "Come with me, let me take you to a place." The two dragons soared into the sky from Shattered Stone Beach. Galos led Salrog towards Needleleaf Valley. He considerately flew in front, flapping his wings to break the airflow for the weakened Iron Dragon, allowing him to fly more easily. Behind the red Iron Dragon, Salrog watched the slightly protruding silver wing bones at the ends and the empty cavities, showing a look of confusion and curiosity. "Galos, your appearance has changed significantly. Especially your strong and special dragon wings. I've never seen them, nor did the legacy mention any Iron Dragon or Red Dragon having such wings," he said. "Just as you're good at management, I have some other innate talents," Galos responded. Iron Dragon's eyes widened. "You mean, you're also a deviant dragon?" Deviant dragons are different from mixed-blood dragons. Dragons with special mutations or unique talents can be called deviant dragons, whereas an excellent mixed-blood dragon merely inherits the advantages of both parents without having new talents. In the legacy records, there are quite a few outstanding deviant dragons. On Bernardo Planet, there's one such figure. For instance, the 24-winged golden dragon, an ancient golden dragon. Born with 12 pairs of dragon wings, each pair has unique special skills and unparalleled talent, extremely powerful, its reputation recorded in the legacy of all new generation giant dragons. The 12 pairs of heaven-covering wings sheltered the metal dragon race, so strong even mighty empires dared not provoke them rashly. Only this heaven-covering wings is now in a state of decline, and could die at any time. If it advances further, it will achieve eternal immortality, unaffected by the passing of time and ages. If it dies, the already declining Bernardo Dragon clan might face massive upheaval, affecting not just metal dragons, but all dragons. Back to the point. Pretty much. Galos responded simply. "Oh, let me see what's special about your wings, they look very magical." Iron Dragon regarded Galos's most extravagant dragon wings as his talent, curious about their specific effects. There was no need to hide it, and it would be demonstrated sooner or later. Galos grinned, and the end part of the wing bones suddenly surged with thick dark red flame, startling the unprepared Salrog. Boom! A deafening roar exploded in his ears. By the time Iron Dragon evaded the dark red flame and looked ahead again, he could only see Galos's silhouette in the distance and a comet-like trail. He smacked his lips, finding Galos's astonishing speed unbelievable. It was only now that he fully realized. That object, mistook for a red comet descending on quenching highlands, was actually Galos. The body of the red Iron Dragon drew a comet's tail arc across the sky, and after a small circle, returned to Iron Dragon's front, extinguishing the flames surging behind his wings, and continued to soar with him. "Galos, my dear brother, it's really hard to imagine, such a strong physique, yet you can combine speed and agility. I already feel sorrow for those creatures who will be your enemies in the future," Iron Dragon exclaimed. Even as the same gender, he had to admit Galos's excellence. That strong, fierce, formidable posture was truly the epitome of an evil dragon, with the potential to become an ultimate tyrant, a king among dragons. Perhaps, this brother of mine might become the next heaven-covering wings, the savior of evil dragons. Iron Dragon Salrog thought to himself. The slanted sunlight at 3 in the afternoon filtered through the coniferous forest, casting speckles of gold on the surface of the sulfur spring. Samantha lay lazily on the warm rock, stirring the spring water with the tip of her tail. Her ruby-like scales shimmered with deep and shallow hues under the ripples. Right in front of her, some little toys made of metal were fiercely clanging and clashing in battle. The most numerous were the humans, outlined by a few metal strips, and then there was a red dragon, intricately shaped, like a single piece of metal die-cast, coated with something resembling red paint. Without exception, they all had tiny alchemy runes on them, providing them with energy to move. Under Samantha's eager control, the Red Dragon and the Human Legion were engaged in a fierce battle. The mighty Red Dragon soared through the sky, sweeping away the humble, pitiful humans. Elf Dragon Vera, dusted with gold powder, played the role of the Golden Dragon ally of the Human Legion. Whenever the pitiful Human Legion was about to be annihilated, on the verge of collapse, Golden Dragon Vera would appear to battle the Red Dragon fiercely. This was their latest hobby. Ever since being inspired by Galos last time, Samantha has been learning alchemy more seriously and attentively. Though still unable to match Galos in diligence, she no longer seemed like an ordinary red dragon. At least she was no longer lazy, consciously and independently delving into and learning inherited knowledge. In her leisure time, besides alchemy, she would also train her body. As she spent more time with Galos. Though a bit slow-witted, Samantha gradually realized that Galos's strength seemed to come from his relentless, self-torturing training day and night. That was not just a hobby. She couldn't reach Galos's level. But simply saying goodbye to a lazy routine could also allow her growth to exceed that of an ordinary red dragon. Ordinary dragons can also make progress and grow through training. Especially red dragons, known for their physique, though their growth is not as significant as Galos. Moreover, Samantha's alchemy has improved a level, allowing her to make simple, moving little things. She gradually became enthusiastic about manipulating these toys for games and despised the childish antics of elf dragon Vera who played with ants. Not long after, the elf dragon, in exchange for addressing Samantha as the Great Red Dragon Queen every time they met, gained the privilege to play new games with Samantha. Foolish metal dragon, as a noble dragon race, you actually allied with humans to deal with your own kind. Samantha growled in a low voice, manipulating the red dragon to slaughter the Human Legion. I will make you realize the painful consequences of opposing a red dragon. Elf dragon Vera, covered in gold powder, shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. She cast an illusion technique on herself, appearing very much like a golden dragon at first glance, though being too small in size. Wicked Red Dragon Queen, you are guilty of every evil deed imaginable. I shall represent justice in punishing you. Elf Dragon even pinched her voice, making it sound authoritative and deep as she fearlessly faced the enemy. With a mighty headbutt, she sent the unsuspecting Red Dragon flying out, unable to get up from the ground. At the same time, Samantha's ears twitched slightly. She heard approaching sounds, which distracted her earlier. In the distance, the familiar sound of wings tearing through the air echoed, 2 in number. Samantha was familiar with one of them, followed by 2 dragon scents drifting with the wind. Similarly, Samantha was most familiar with one of them, a scent like iron yet like fiery flames. It smelled as if it belonged to the flame monarch sitting upon the iron throne. The other was purely the scent of an iron dragon, a strong smell of rust. This rusty smell was somewhat unfamiliar at first. But amid the unfamiliarity, there was a faint, inexplicable sense of familiarity that made Samantha feel puzzled. She raised her fierce and powerful red dragon head, looking toward the sky. 2 dragons came into view. The prominent, strong black dragon shadow flying in the front, tearing through the clouds, was all too familiar to her. And behind Galos, was another black dragon shadow, its entire body of dragon scales reflecting a dull iron-gray sheen in the sunlight, hard and cold. Samantha, look at whom I've found. Galos's figure skimmed the treetops, the red scales on his wings seemed like burning embers. He folded his wings, sitting in front of Samantha. The other iron dragon landed a bit clumsily. Samantha squinted her eyes, like a cat seeing a strong light, her pupils became a narrow slit, her expression somewhat surprised. Solrog? The iron dragon's eyes were scrutinizing Samantha. It was also a bit surprised, not expecting Samantha to be following Galos as well. Red dragons are the most arrogant of the dragon race, they believe themselves to be born rulers, and from birth, the purpose of other creatures' existence is to listen to their orders and bow down to them. Red dragons prefer solitude to living in groups. If they must live with other dragons, then the red dragon must occupy a dominant position. Unless, through certain events or influences, their temperament has changed significantly. Samantha, my dear sister, it's been a long time. The iron dragon bared its teeth and grinned. It noticed Samantha's bright, flawless scales and her agile figure, and said, "It seems the wilderness nourishment is excellent, you've grown a lot stronger than in your youth." Hearing this, Samantha couldn't help recalling the words the iron dragon said when she was just 1 year old, dismissing her. Samantha. My foolish and frail sister, a weak red dragon like you will never survive past juvenile stage, pledge your allegiance to the great king of iron, and I will lead you to the pinnacle of the wilderness. The red dragon snorted red-hot sparks from her nostrils. She reached out with her claw to poke at her brother's damaged wing membrane, her gaze scanning the slightly swollen body due to injury, sneering with mockery. Indeed, the wilderness nourishment is excellent, you're so fat you can't even fly anymore. Solrog's smile froze for a moment. But to Samantha's surprise, her iron dragon brother didn't fly into a rage or become furious, as if he had previously endured greater humiliation, his expression only momentarily froze before returning to naturalness. To be precise, it was from getting beaten by ogres. Solrog shrugged his dragon wings and said. He chose to face his failures rather than escape reality. It felt like punching into cotton, not getting the desired response. Samantha snorted lightly and turned to Galos. Galos elegantly folded his wings and said, "This, King of Iron, has decided to join us, to become one of us, he will assist me in managing the territory and clan." Samantha squinted her eyes slightly, feeling her status being undermined. Previously, Galos only had her as the one dragon beside him. As for elf dragon Vera, Samantha felt she was more like a pet rather than a member of the dragon race. Now, there was an additional iron dragon, Solrog. Even though there was a similar lineage flowing within them, an invisible bond tying them, Samantha still felt threatened. She didn't want her status in Galos's heart to diminish. Solrog, you are the last dragon to arrive here. Remember your place, you can only be fourth among us. Samantha raised her chin and said. Solrog squinted his eyes, instinctively wanting to get angry due to the red dragon's provocation, but considering his current state was not suitable for conflict, and that the rough and stupid red dragon wasn't worth the fuss. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and then, a bit puzzled, asked, "Why fourth? Is Gordon also here?" Samantha shook her head. "Gordon is not here." She pointed to elf dragon Vera and said, "Vera is third, you are fourth." In her heart, she considered Vera a pet, but at such a time, she should bring Vera to stand on the same side with her, as Solrog, after all, was a young dragon, older than her, with an age advantage. Elf dragon Vera nodded vigorously, proudly lifting her head, "Yes. Yes." Solrog glanced at the calm reaction of Galos and did not entangle over this topic. His gaze swept over Samantha and Galos, then grinned and sighed, "It's rare for those of us with the Ignis surname to gather together after leaving the nest. If Gordon were here as well, us four siblings would be complete, the Ignis brothers would be intact." Evil dragons mostly preferred solitary life. But there were precedents of evil dragons living together in groups, mostly among blue dragons, with many records in their heritage. For instance, the famously noted Helmold brothers. Their existing members are 3 ancient blue dragons, living in the boiling sea in the western Cell wilds. Allegedly, they were 7 blue dragons with the same lineage, forming a dragon group living together, advancing, and retreating together, depending on each other, facing strong enemies together, sharing spoils and treasures, establishing vast territories in the vast boiling sea. In their rise, 4 members fell and died. The remaining 3 have now become formidable legendary ancient dragons. Those enemies who killed their brothers tasted the wrath of dragon revenge, being completely destroyed, their bloodlines utterly erased. Speaking of Gordon, the youngest and intellectually least reliable Iron Dragon. Galos shook his head and said, given Gordon's condition, it's difficult for him to survive alone in the wilderness. Gordon, being an Iron Dragon, also harbored grand ambitions of establishing a dragon empire, but unlike Solrog, he wasn't naturally smart, he was duller and lazier than Red Dragon Samantha, just an ordinary mediocre Iron Dragon. Back when they were in the Iron Pine Hills, Gordon never came to seek asylum. Galos estimated that this Brother Long's outcome might not be good, even if he was still alive, life must be particularly miserable, likely being the worst among their brothers. Survival of the fittest is the main theme in the wilderness. Let's not talk about him. The Iron Dragon, though physically weak, was mentally very enthusiastic, and said, our Igna's 3 brothers will surely become renowned in the skies, the oceans, and the land. Elf Dragon Vera shouted, and me. That's 4 brothers. Don't crowd us with non-blood tie outsiders. The Iron Dragon said. Elf Dragon, it's simple, I can just change my surname. The Iron Dragon shook his head, that won't do, the surname is just superficial, the bloodline is the key. Elf Dragon drooped her head, lowering her wings. The Iron Dragon continued, unless you join the Igna's brothers as a companion or mate. Pausing, he assessed the diminutive body of the Elf Dragon and added, compared to the dragon race kin, I favor half-beastmen, if Galos likes you, maybe there's a chance. Half-beastmen refer to beings like cat-men, werewolves, fox-men, etc., which bear both human and beast traits. Elf Dragon, looking at the imposing red Iron Dragon, couldn't help but recall the terrifying scene of training young dragons at that time, and then shivered, hastily flapping her wings to fly away, hiding behind a tree, not daring to show her face. Solrog looked at Galos, curiously asked, my dear brother, you are soon to be a young dragon, you should have your preferences by now, which species of females do you prefer? Dragons possess an aesthetic that spans the entire race, but based on individual differences, different dragons have different preferences. Metal dragons tend to like humans, elves, and other creatures with smooth, hairless, scaleless skin, appearing delicate and petite, while 5-color dragons prefer ferocious, robust-looking monsters. Iron Dragon Solrog had a penchant for half-beastmen, considered a somewhat niche hobby. Samantha and the Elf Dragon hiding behind the tree perked up their ears, watching Galos. Under the watchful gaze of the dragons, Galos remained composed and shook his head. I don't have a specific preferred species, he said. Solrog's dragon face revealed a knowing smile, saying, I understand, meaning you will indiscriminately like all species of pretty females, that's great, a strong desire reflects ambition. That was definitely an overinterpretation. I just want a peaceful life without ambition. Galos didn't bother to argue with Solrog, saying, to celebrate our reunion, tonight, we shall feast in Needleleaf Valley. Soon enough. Night fell. A bonfire was lit in Needleleaf Valley. Violent bears carried fresh meat, setting it on the bonfire to barbecue, oil sizzling on the roasted meat, with some spices sprinkled on top, the aroma mingling with the oil to create a delightful taste. The dragons enjoyed the feast. Samantha tore a big piece of cooked meat and said, I've heard that older and more powerful dragons dine like human nobles, like elves, with not just meat on the table, but also jams, sweets, wine, and surrounded by countless servants singing and dancing. Solrog nodded and said, once we establish a magnificent empire, we can also have these enjoyments. Not just food, but grand palaces and splendid residences. In the simple valley feast, the young dragons dreamt of their future. Galos quietly chewed on the food, savoring the taste of oil and spices, without saying more, like Samantha and Solrog, as the firelight flickered gently in his dark eyes, reflecting a restless heart. He didn't have much ambition. But the monotonous food, crude dwellings could indeed not satisfy Galos. If I could live more comfortably under the premise of peace and safety, that would be wonderful. The red iron dragon chewed the food, swallowing meat and bones alike, thinking silently in his heart. Lutheran Kingdom, Royal Court, Back Garden. Iron Dragon Gordon lay half reclined with its belly exposed, adorned with an array of jewelry. Even the dragon horns were carefully carved and polished by craftsmen, engraved with daffodil-like patterns. The dragon scales all over its body were also polished and sculpted, each one gleaming like the finest obsidian, without a trace of blemish. Numerous maids served on both sides, continually bringing various gourmet foods to the Iron Dragon. Delicious barbecue, rich meat stew, fresh and sweet fruits, tasty little cakes, everything was available. Yet Gordon was not happy, lying idly, occasionally opening its mouth to eat the delicacies the maids brought, looking at its belly with a troubled face. It felt like it was as fat as a pig. No, fatter than a pig. The tender flesh almost squeezed through the scales, the belly swelling in rings, and even the Iron Dragon's previously hard face armor had grown pudgy with excess flesh. The Iron Dragon had reached 10 meters in length, its size far larger than red dragons of the same age. In breadth, it could almost compare to Galos. Different from Galos, whose entire body was bulging with muscles, hard as steel, Gordon was full of excess flesh, and when crawling on the ground, the flesh rippled like waves. With the dragon race's resilient digestive capacity, who knows how much Gordon needs to eat each day to become this fat? After continually eating for another hour, Gordon stopped eating, resolving to lose weight. My dear Gordon, are you unhappy? You've been eating less these days and seem to have lost some weight. The graceful young girl with a crystal crown stepped quickly before the Iron Dragon, speaking worriedly. The girl was named Alina, 14 years old, a princess of the Lutheran Kingdom, the apple of the king's eye. Unlike other siblings who enjoyed power struggles, Alina was naive and received the king's favor, loved by her other siblings. The young dragon Gordon was her cherished playmate, accompanying her from the age of 6 to now. Alina, I want to lose weight. Gordon muttered. You're cutest like this, why lose weight? Alina asked in bewilderment, snuggling onto Gordon's belly, rubbing her cheek. I can hardly fly anymore. Gordon flapped its dragon wings, stirring up a wind, but its body stayed motionless, lamenting. No worries, I'll have the court mage inscribe a raise on your wings, then you'll be able to fly. Alina laughed cheerfully. Now, be good and eat a little more, finish these last few pieces of cake, and I'll give you a sapphire. Enticed by the treasure, Gordon's eyes lit up, and indeed it was not full yet, still craving delicious food, and gobbled down a few more pieces of sweet, delightful cake. Ah, my luck is too bad. If I hadn't been brought here, I would be charging through the wilderness now with a fierce and mighty stature, ruling territories and expanding my borders. Gordon thought, deeply missing the wilderness days of the past. I've arranged for craftsmen. Alina grasped Gordon's claw and said, your claws and scale armor need maintenance. Gordon sluggishly got up and moved from the back garden to its private chamber, where a dozen craftsmen polished its claws from head to toe, removing superficial dust and grime, and finally carving patterns on its sharp claws, dragon horns, and dragon scales, giving the Iron Dragon a look of a superb artwork, except it was too broad. Cell Wilderness, Molten Iron Clan. After 2 weeks of dormancy, Iron Dragon Salrog healed all its injuries and enthusiastically began planning for the Molten Iron Clan. The battle group was first reconstructed. The Bone-Chewing Clan was officially renamed to Hammer of Shattered Stars, positioned for frontal breakthroughs and defense. Other clans' names were abolished, reconstructed categorized by characteristics. Units with agility and mobility, like Giant Wolf Knights, Giant Lizard Knights, Hyena Knights, were consolidated into an all-night battle group called Red Iron Riders. Mages, shamans, and other units formed Eye of Annihilation. Units like warriors with balanced capabilities, most numerous but without distinct traits, together formed Steel Will. After reconstructing the battle group, They refined class divisions, established reward and penalty systems, promotion pathways, giving the monsters aspirations beyond simply following orders, enhancing enthusiasm. The Iron Dragon understood the importance of ideology. True cohesion was not formed by clans' names or systems, but by a powerful, dignified lord whom all subjects could look up to loyally. It temporarily appointed Ogre Yugo as craftsman commander, making him responsible for erecting Galos' sculptures in various clans. Simultaneously, it instructed the brighter mages from clans to compose ballads for Galos, praising Galos' might and wisdom, teaching young clan members to sing them, letting them hear about Galos' great achievements from an early age. Ballads varied according to different clan creatures' preferences. For example, the Ogre clan. Snap! The enemy's tribe wall collapsed. Sizzle! The dragon breath burned the chieftain to charcoal. Crunch! Under the scorched skin is tender meat. The king's wings flapped the aroma of meat across the Cell wilderness. Thud! Thud! Follow the red wings. The ground the footprints tread on, the blood turned into meat stew. They revered strength, living for food, simple-minded, hence the ballads were full of food elements, and primitively rough in style, easily spreading among ogres. Concerning the territory. Iron Dragon Solrog also implemented Galos' previous ideas of setting outposts and garrison troops on critical highlands, passes, and routes. With clan strongholds as nodes, linking them to form an entire territory, dispatching suitable units at crucial locations. And more importantly, the Scale Earth Rift. Nyx's trading team came once more, bringing more black oil and other needed resources for Galos, then taking away more purple copper or along with prime minerals produced by the symbiotic pool. Nyx's trading team, returning with a full load, advertised their profits as instructed by the Molten Iron clan, attracting daredevil trading teams. Initially trading teams were cautious, but once they found no monster attacks on the Scale Earth Rift and those monster clans were willing to trade normally, the frequency of visits increased. The ferocious beasts and monsters around the Scale Earth Rift were even cleared by those monster clans. Summing up, due to the Ogre clan's rampant plunder leading to near desolation, the Scale Earth Rift is gradually flourishing. Forming a temporarily stable trade route between the Molten Iron clan and the civilized world. Various raw ores, hides, claws, and other materials of ferocious beasts and monsters were transported to the southern countries. Black oil, armor, weapons, alchemy tools, communication stones, etc., were transported to the wilderness, enhancing the Molten Iron clan's depth, contributing to its day-by-day growth. In this manner, with the assistance of the Iron Dragon governor, Galos no longer worried about territorial trivialities, focusing on its training and evolution, with ample black oil supplies, life became peaceful and stable. Regrettably, the tranquil time seems to slip away faster. Unconsciously, 3 years passed in a flash. During this period, the territory developed soundly, orderly, and 17-year-old Galos officially became a young dragon. The lead-gray clouds pressed down on the quenching highlands like shredded cotton, as the first rainy season storm had lasted 3 days and nights, with dense rain continuously pouring from the skies, as if the heavens were overturning. The young dragon soared through the rain curtain. Raindrops collided with his iron-jacketed body, quickly shattering upon the dense dragon scales or spikes, and then disintegrated into watery fragments, which slid down the seams of his scale armor, eventually dripping off his sharper claws and stronger, longer tail. In terms of length, Galos reached a length of 13 meters from head to tail. This length is typically found in some adolescent dragons, while for a white dragon, it might take until 50 years of age to reach a similar size. Moreover, length is secondary. His robust and stout body surpassed the common understanding of what a dragon could be, resembling a fierce beast forged of iron and fiery flame. Other dragons of the same 13-meter length would appear thin as reeds beside him, with even the famous red dragon seeming thin by comparison. The spikes on his body did not grow denser. Some continued to grow thicker, while others shrank and became sharper, making Galos more distinctive than when he was a juvenile. His life level was elevated to 10. This is roughly equivalent to a 20-year-old adolescent golden dragon. The dragon race, as a long-lived species, giant life forms, possess many inherent advantages, but also a disadvantage. Prolonged growth period. This seems to be common to all long-lived races, not just dragons. In just around 3 years, without having undergone long-term sleep, growing naturally to raise 1 level is already quite an achievement. If he could gain 1 level every 3 years, Galos could reach legendary status before adulthood. However, such a possibility is low. As life levels increase, each level becomes more substantial, and growth slows, with ancient high-tier dragons taking centuries to gain a level. The celestial comet wings did not surge with flames, merely flapping effortlessly tore through the wind and rain curtain. Galos ascended in a straight line into the dense clouds. Within the lead-colored clouds, silver-white electric light rolled, with lightning like wild beasts trapped inside the cloud prison, dashing back and forth. And as the red iron dragon entered the clouds, with a majestic dragon roar, wings flapping and tail swinging, the beast-like lightning seemed to find a breakthrough, biting at him from all directions. Galos did not dodge, standing bravely, stretching out his broad wings to welcome the lightning's baptism. When the first lightning struck the dragon horn, the entire sky seemed to shiver. The young dragon's outline became translucent under the light, revealing for a moment the electric current coursing through his veins, from the spine to the tail tip, eventually bursting into countless tiny sparks across the wing membrane. He deliberately grabbed for the brightest thunder serpents with his claws, letting the current explode between his claws. A strong paralytic sensation emerged from within. Then came excitement. The muscles beneath the scales contracted and swelled, fibers tightened and relaxed like steel wires, unleashing power beyond normal limits. Strands of golden lightning lit up between Galos's scale armor gaps, starting to coil around the dragon horns, turning the originally dark red horns into radiant gold, then gradually extending across the back, neck, chest, dense and dazzling, like thick golden mane, arcs frolicking even across limbs and tail wings. Zzz. Zzz. The intense, dazzling golden lightning enveloped his entire body. Galos's body seemed to swell further, his golden aggressive form making his previous robust stature pale in comparison. He stretched his body among the clouds, tumbling in the thunderstorm. Each time lightning pierced the dragon's body, the golden lightning on Galos brightened, as if he had become a colossal magnet, drawing the surrounding lightning again and again. As if it were not the dragon enduring the lightning, but the lightning beseeching the dragon's favor. Until a crack sounded, and a fissure appeared on the young dragon's scales, beginning to crumble, as if reaching some limit. Just a little more, and evolution will be complete. Galos carefully felt the sensation of current between his muscles. The marked sensation running through him like a tight web, only needing a few more threads to fully weave together. Then, he would no longer need to rely on thunderstorm weather. Galos did not rush for quick success, paused, leaving the clouds, still draped in lightning, folding his wings and diving down, reducing speed as his form descended, landing steadily. This evolution isn't outwardly obvious, mainly it is the deep muscle fibers within, from which golden lightning can burst out, further stimulating the body, enhancing all-around attributes. Such a state, let's call it the supercharged exalted form. The only downside is, the exalted form's lightning makes my scales overload rapidly, both can't coexist well, not a big issue though, the supercharged exalted form can be activated at crucial moments. He spread his wings amid the rain, silently thinking. Predicting from his body's state, feels when his body has rested and adapted, taking such tempering again could completely finish this evolution. Then, he would have another hidden ace. If adventurers came to slay Galos. With painstaking effort breaking through his buffering scales, thinking they were about to win, as an exalted, piercing electrical sound arose, his body lit with dense, dazzling lightning, becoming stronger than before, initiating a mighty second phase. If magically enduring Galos's second phase. When the engine-like heart's roar echoed in the sky, he still had the blood-burst secret technique third phase. If not fully prepared, by powerful ones, it's very hard to slay Galos. He possesses many talents, any one of which on another dragon would be a great advantage. The slight imperfection is, the blood burst technique is an alchemy tool effect. As Galos grows, the blood burst technique's enhancement becomes limited, but its side effects similarly lessen, reducing bodily burden. Galos estimated, frequent use of the blood burst technique for training, might provide the opportunity for a fitting evolution, like initially using the lightning tail ring, like a key, unlocking this exalted form evolution. Praise the Dragon Lord. Loyalty. The war platoon stationed on the Quenching Highlands knelt down, extolling Galos' greatness. Galos signaled for them to rise, continuing with their duties. His gaze scanned over the monster leaders, noting that much of their equipment bore a hint of diamond-like brilliance, quite extraordinary. A year ago, Galos, on a whim, placed the Diamond Giant's crystal core in the symbiotic pool. This high-quality crystal core absorbed the essence of other minerals in the symbiotic pool, constantly yielding high-quality diamonds, with weapons and armor crafted from it of very high quality, used as rewards. Raising head slightly, surveying around, Galos could clearly see the number of war platoons stationed at the Quenching Highlands had nearly doubled. And not only the Quenching Highlands. All locations within the Molten Iron Clan territory like ranches, mines, watchtowers, the number of guards increased. In these 3 years, the Molten Iron Clan developed rapidly, absorbing and conquering by various means, almost fully uniting the small clans dispersed around the Scale Earth Rift. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Except Ogre's growth period is a bit long. Those jackal wolf folk, kobolds, war lizard folk, usually mature at 9 or 10 years old, bearing 5 or 6, even over 10 offspring in one litter. Owing to trade routes constructed with merchant caravans, various minerals and biological resources fell short of supply. The Molten Iron Clan is not wanting for food. In these 3 years, the population of newborn citizens exploded, and influenced in various ways, held great respect and admiration for Galos. If nothing unexpected happens. After a few more years, as this batch of citizens grows, the Molten Iron Clan's scale will further expand. The night rain, like melted black oil, flowed over the watchtower, washing the metal-reinforced structure and gathering into a turbid stream in the grooves. The jackal wolfman knight was soaked, biting on half a pickled lizard tail, its yellow-brown pupils narrowed to a thin line. Its hyena mount, Iron Fang, was scratching its ear with a hind leg, the chain-woven saddle clinking with the movement. It seems something is approaching. The kobold sentry on the watchtower gazed into the distance and said uncertainly. Bet you a white crystal coin, your broken telescope again caught a ground lizard and mistook it for an enemy attack. The jackal wolfman knight kicked the ogre guard beside him. As for the white crystal coin he mentioned, it's a currency forged from diamond dust mixed with some white minerals, flowing within the Molten Iron Clan, and Iron Dragon Salrog spent a year teaching the clan's monsters the importance of currency, bidding farewell to the primitive barter trade. The task of minting currency was handled by the Red Dragon alchemist Samantha. The diamond produced from the symbiotic pool isn't the usual decorative kind, it's harder than steel and very difficult to process. Only the Red Dragon alchemist, with her violence and fiery might, could easily mass-produce white crystal coins and those weapons and equipment infused with diamonds. Among the several dragons of the Molten Iron Clan, excluding Lord Galos, Samantha is now the wealthiest. The now wealthy Samantha is very satisfied with the path of alchemy, feeling that Galos did not deceive her and takes pride in her initial choice, feeling fortunate for trusting Galos. Returning to the topic. The ogre guard leaned by the watchtower's brazier, using a giant palm to roast a chunk of unknown meat, the grease dripping into the charcoal fire, creating a sizzling sound that mixed with the rain to produce an oddly serene ambience. The robust gray hyena suddenly pricked its ears, ceased its itching, and a low growl rumbled in its throat. The jackal wolfman knight reflexively grasped his scimitar, rainwater dripping through his clawed fingers. The ogre guard showed no reaction, too engrossed in the aroma of the roasting meat to care about anything else, drool continuously dripping from the corners of his mouth. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The kobold sentry screeched in an ear-piercing voice like its tail had been stepped on, seeing something horrifying in the rain, and blew the alarm horn. The next second, a subtle tremor ran through the foundation of the whole watchtower, dousing the flames in the brazier. On the distant horizon, a shadow darker than the night tore open the rain curtain. Initially just a blurred outline, but as the distance closed, the figure became clearer, a terrifying beast taller than the watchtower, its white fur drenched in icy blue chill, rain evaporating into white mist on its body before solidifying into ice crystals. Each step it took made the earth tremble, cracking and extending like branches. Its speed was swift, and as it drew nearer, its full stature was revealed to the jackal wolfman knight. This was a humanoid giant beast, with robust limbs, its forelimbs akin to giant ape-like strength, mammoth-like tusks protruding from its mouth, enveloped in white fur, blood-red eyes, and a body length approaching 20 meters. By the ancestral spirit. The jackal wolfman knight's pupils shrank to needle points. The beast's blood-red eyes shone like two blood moons in the pouring rain. It raised its head and let out a deafening roar, the sound wave overturning the nearest watchtower. Crush skulls and drink blood, shatter bones and sing a song. Each ogre guard stood up, roaring the war cry, rushing towards the giant beast. The warriors of iron will trembled slightly, charging alongside the ogres, but in the face of the giant beast, the ogres were flung away like toys, and other jackal wolves and kobolds were directly crushed, shattered, and turned into minced meat. Giant wolf knights, hyena knights, and other iron riders galloped, relying on speed and agility to harass. Whoosh! The giant beast exhaled a piercing cold breath, turning the rain into ice crystal particles, the ground's puddles solidifying into ice layers, the knights' bodies nearly frozen stiff, the mount's limbs immobilized. Quickly, the monsters began to scatter. As intelligent beings, when realizing they were completely outmatched and facing mass slaughter, their morale naturally disintegrated, leading to a scattered retreat. The kobold sentry, panic-stricken, spread a pair of wings behind him. A few kobolds are naturally born with wings and the ability to fly, and this sentry was among them. He desperately flapped his wings in the rain, looking back to see the giant beast, after destroying the obstructing watchtower, not intentionally pursuing the remnants, but aimlessly wandering towards shattered stone beach. Needleleaf Valley. Solrog shook the rain off his scale armor, the damp chill making the iron dragon uncomfortable, but more unsettling was the earlier incident. The outpost further north of Shattered Stone Beach had been attacked by the giant beast. The station monsters were scattered but not entirely wiped out, and the survivors reported the matter immediately. The Iron Dragon, upon receiving the information, personally investigated, seeing the target having already crossed Shattered Stone Beach, heading towards the Quenching Highlands. Having recognized the target's identity, Iron Dragon Solrog didn't foolishly attempt to probe. Knowing he wasn't a match, he immediately informed his brother, the true king of the Molten Iron clan. "So you're saying a frost behemoth is approaching the Quenching Highlands?" Galos furrowed his brow, halting his daily neck training, and said. "Yes. I suspect it originates from the eternal frost tundra. Crossing the Estonian River and heading north, beyond that lies the wilderness region, gradually approaching the eternal frost tundra. This area is also known as the Eternal Icefield and Cold Desert, home to frost giants, white dragons, winter ghosts, and other creatures, including the residents of silver dragons. The eternal frost tundra is harsh and barren. From time to time, some powerful fierce beast or monster migrates to the Cell Wilderness. The attacked outpost was located north of Shattered Stone Beach, already near the Estonian River, meant to guard against further northern attacks. Though it was destroyed, it fulfilled its initial mission, and will be rebuilt later. Initially, I thought it was a vanguard from some frost giant tribe, intending to expand territory into the Cell Wilderness, but upon closer investigation, no frost giants were found in the vicinity." The Iron Dragon said solemnly. Galos slightly closed his eyes, deep in thought. Behemoth giants are not traditional creatures but rather biological weapons created by the giant race in ancient times to combat the dragon race, possessing considerable terrifying power, but lacking intelligence, akin to beasts, often driven and controlled by giant mages. Frost behemoths primarily exist in super-large frost giant tribes. It's wandering aimlessly, but the general direction is towards the quenching highlands. If it gets close to the symbiotic pool at the Broken Stone Camp, it would cause significant damage. The Iron Dragon whispered. The Broken Stone Camp, formerly the Stone Giant Camp, contains the symbiotic pool, now the most precious resource of the Molten Iron clan. The high-quality minerals produced can be used for crafting equipment and trading, being a strategic resource that cannot be lost. The fighting units of the Hammer of Shattered Stars warband, including Kalu, are primarily stationed at the Broken Stone Camp. However, considering the strength of the Frost Behemoth, encountering it might be challenging to resist. Iron Dragon Solrog wouldn't disturb Galos without reason. He knows Galos focuses more on his own strength, but now coming over expressly, the intention is clear, he wants Galos to step in and solve this issue. Aside from Galos, no one else can resolve it. If he were to lead the war band to besiege it, using life to wear down the Frost Behemoth, they might have a chance to deal with it, but the Molten Iron clan would pay an extremely heavy price. Galos spread his wings, the gust stirring the rain into surging waves. Lead the way, he said concisely, letting the Iron Dragon guide his direction. The Frost Behemoth of unknown origin posed a threat, and he couldn't let it go unchecked. The strong wind carried the torrential rain, howling and sweeping under the heavy leaden clouds. The entire world was gray. Galos was circling within the thick layers of clouds, his eyes looking down at the earth submerged in rain, clearly spotting a trail of frost-white ice on the gloomy, waterlogged ground, and at the end of this trail stood a giant beast. Humanoid in shape, with tusks on its face, its entire body covered in snow-white fur. The most terrifying aspect was its size, walking upright on the ground, towering at a height of 20 meters, like a white hill. Compared to this giant beast, even Galos seemed much smaller. Even some adult dragons could not match this beast in size. The behemoth, just like recorded in the heritage, larger than the dragon race and giants, truly a biological weapon meant for war. Galos shook his thick neck and said. Iron Dragon Solrog was also staring at the behemoth, snorting lightly with dissatisfaction, he said. Size is their proudest advantage, but for us dragon race, it's just one of many strengths, any dragon of equal tonnage could easily defeat it. Galos shook his head slightly and said, You're right, but the problem now is that we are much lighter than it. He looked at the Iron Dragon, paused, and continued, acknowledging the enemy's strength is not shameful, Solrog, don't let arrogance dominate your heart. The Iron Dragon was startled, realizing that he had unconsciously fallen back into his old habit. He nodded, I'll be careful. Ever since following Galos, the Iron Dragon discovered that his own pride, his ability to suppress and control his desires and instincts, was insignificant compared to Galos. Whenever the Iron Dragon inadvertently felt arrogant emotions when they were together, Galos would remind him, and over the years, his emotions had become more stable. I don't know which frost giant tribe it belongs to. A biological weapon like this roaming the earth alone, its tribe must have encountered some problems. The Iron Dragon calmed down and, after careful thought, said. Galos squinted his eyes, calculating in his mind. The Frost Behemoth is a fierce beast, not a sentient being. It wandered the ground, its direction not very fixed, but somewhat, it seemed to be heading towards the quenching highlands. In reality, fighting such a fierce beast poses risks greater than the benefits. The behemoth inherently hates the dragon race and cannot be tamed, only killed. Unlike the diamond giant whose body is a high-quality mineral, with crystal cores that can continuously produce diamonds, aside from carving up the meat for food, skin, claws, and bones to use, there won't be lasting benefits. However, it won't do to not resolve the matter. Galos speculated that it was likely attracted by the lingering aura of the stone giant from the Broken Stone Camp, instinctively driven to head there, which explained this trajectory. If left unchecked, it could very well head to the broken stone camp and damage the symbiotic pool. This was something Galos could not tolerate. If it were his former self, he might have thought first to divert the behemoth to avoid a battle. But the current Galos now had some confidence, with the power to contend against fierce beasts in the wild, and his caution was mainly for survival, not caution for the sake of being cautious. The frost behemoth cannot fly, nor does it possess powerful skills to restrict the flight of the dragon race. It doesn't have a frost giant legion to follow and no giant mage to interfere. This means Galos is in an invincible position. Under such circumstances, the frost behemoth is a large sandbag, allowing him to test his strength without worry of death. Solrog, keep your distance. I will stop the frost behemoth here. Galos said. The Iron Dragon was not quite reassured, saying, it still has some distance to the quenching highlands, why don't I call Samantha and we fight together? Galos shook his head. I'll handle it myself, to prevent you and Samantha from getting seriously injured, delaying territory development. That's what he said, but deep inside, he actually felt that the past 3 years had been too peaceful, so he wanted some battle excitement, and he didn't want Solrog and Samantha to intervene in this fight. Galos found his character somewhat contradictory now. He truly enjoyed a peaceful life, but when life really became peaceful for too long, he felt slightly bored and yearned for some excitement, and when risks, surprises, and setbacks came one after another, he would long for peace again. But upon further thought, this seemed quite normal. The thoughts and personalities of intelligent beings are always unpredictable, changing under different states and stages. This is not unchanging. Perhaps one day, Galos would completely tear off the shroud of caution, fully exposing the brilliant edge belonging to the dragon race, or perhaps one day, he would become more composed, completely shedding the negative emotions in his personality, achieving absolute rationality. These are uncertain, requiring time to prove. For the moment, Galos wanted a battle. Iron Dragon Solrog flapped his wings, retreated to a distance yet stayed close enough to provide support if needed, and then watched quietly. Under his gaze, Galos did not directly attack the frost behemoth. Whoosh! The red Iron Dragon shot straight into the thick dark clouds, attracting a gathering of lightning to himself. He rolled in the thunderstorm, countless silver serpents dancing along with him, interwoven with the golden lightning erupting from his body, transforming into a gold and silver ball-shaped lightning. At first glance, it looked like a small gold and silver sun, suspended in the dark clouds, radiating light that illuminated the gloomy rain curtain. The world suddenly turned white. The frost behemoth detected the anomaly in the sky. It halted its steps, raised its head, and gazed towards the sky, its sight penetrating the rain curtain, clouds, and lightning, seeing the dazzling dragon shadow. After a slight hesitation, the frost behemoth spread its arms wide, unleashing a deafening roar towards the sky. The hatred for the dragon race etched deep in its bloodline. Upon spotting Galos at first sight, the frost behemoth's killing intent surged like boiling water, yet, it could do nothing to the dragon in the high sky, only able to let out a provocative roar. The red Iron Dragon's wings fully spread, head held high and chest out. The last gap within his body finally got filled, the sensation of electric current running through his muscles became exceptionally clear, as if a tight network had fully formed within. Evolution was completed at this moment. Immediately, Galos responded to the behemoth's roar with action. All the golden lightning retracted back into his body, his wings waved, billowing out dark red flames, diving at high speed, tearing through the heavy rain curtain, and the torrential rain exploded into ring-shaped white mist on both sides of the wing blades, then evaporated into steam by the high-temperature flames. Due to the previous lightning strike, his whole body was already scalding and flushed red with shattered scales. Now further flaming through rapid friction with wind and rain, becoming like red-hot iron. The torrential rain poured as Galos dived down, red flames and white steam swirling and rolling behind him. When he was just a few hundred meters from the ground, his body gave a shiver, shooting out piece after piece of shattered scales, tracing dense fiery tracks across the rain curtain, covering towards the frost behemoth. The frost behemoth roared to the sky, crossing its arms to shield its head, and within an instant, 3-meter-thick ice crystal armor congealed among its fur. As soon as the shattered scales collided with the ice armor, a chain of explosions turned a radius of hundreds of meters into a sea of fire, the shockwave hurling earth like cannonballs, smashing the rocky tops of several low hills. The behemoth staggered back, its ice armor shattered into a mess, white fur full of singed marks. Some broken scales embedded themselves in its body, tearing open the skin. Defense is not as good as the diamond giant. Galos made the assessment. Injured, the behemoth let out an angry roar, its giant arms with knotted muscles bulging veins, pressing and pulling from the ground, a 20-meter-long sharp pillar wrapped in frost hurled skyward. The red iron dragon's right wing wielded fiercely, spinning, the pillar almost grazed past his chin. Whoosh! A breath of frost at -100 degrees spewed from between the frost behemoth's fangs. The ice attribute damage made Galos feel a bit of threat. His ice resistance had also been trained, but ultimately not as high as other resistances. However, it has to hit. The red iron dragon's left wing tilted and pressed, its body in the air drawing a cunning angle, almost a 90-degree turn, evading the frost breath, easily maneuvering behind the frost behemoth. He unleashed his flaming dragon breath. The flame stream condensed into a pillar, rushing towards the back of the frost behemoth. The ice attribute damage made Galos wary. Likewise, his fire dragon breath, also was not something the frost behemoth wanted to endure. Feeling the temperature behind, the frost behemoth's massive body suddenly lunged forward, limbs contracting to wrap around its torso as if turning into a ball, rolling continuously on the ground, showing an impressive body technique, making Galos's dragon breath just graze it without causing effective damage. The contending of flames and frost filled the area with steam. When the frost behemoth stood up, it could no longer see the shadow of the dragon race in the sky. Danger came from beneath. It looked down. The red iron dragon was flying almost skimming the ground, rapidly approaching. The frost behemoth's long arms, able to reach the ground, struck down, one cluster after another of ice spikes erupted, piercing towards Galos. The majority failed to keep up with Galos's speed, avoided by him, and the few were broken by his left claw. In the next moment, he traversed through the ice spike forest, flames surged behind his wings, accelerating abruptly, dragon wing spin slashing towards the behemoth's ankle. Roar! It let out a low growl, ice armor layering on its arms, like a mighty ape landing on all fours, its arms blocking before the dragon wing guillotine. Clang! Tear! First a sound like the clash of metal rang, followed by the tearing sound of skin being sliced open. The ice armor couldn't completely defend against Galos's sharp wing strike, leaving a deep wound, only due to the behemoth's massive size and having the hard ice armor reduce the slashing power. The wound didn't reach the bone. The giant beast, pained, struck back with a reversed palm. The ice crystal claws grazed past the dragon's back. Bang! Pieces of shattered scales absorbed the kinetic energy, fragmenting into thick flames, the explosion causing the behemoth's giant arm to tremble, its fur flying. Galos only shuddered, borrowing the explosion impact, to sweep past the behemoth's body even faster. Flaming claw. As solid as reality, the almost molten flames enveloped Galos's claws, brushing past the behemoth's knee pit, gouging out a lump of flesh and tendon. The behemoth stumbled to its knees. Galos seized the opportunity to pounce onto the giant beast's back. Dragon teeth bit into the ice-covered nape, front claws tearing open the frost-hardened fur, revealing blue-white tendons and flesh. The dual wings also continuously slashed like guillotines, launching a wild storm-like ferocious attack. The behemoth rolled in a fury. Its heavy and cold body rolled over the ground, pressing the red iron dragon into the hardened icy ground, while simultaneously raising a pair of giant muscular arms, clenching its fists like hammers, smashing down towards Galos. Thick clusters of ice crystals grew, covering the arms. Like glaciers pressing down. Galos had just stood up and looked up to see a giant fist that almost blocked his vision, smashing down head-on. He let out a low growl, flapping his wings as the air swirled, while raising his dragon claw to meet the behemoth's heavy punch. Boom! The ground collapsed and shattered layer by layer. The shockwave rolled up rainwater, spreading like tides into the distance. The terrifying strength of the behemoth extended along Galos' claws towards his body. Bang! 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 The explosive scales absorbed kinetic energy and violently shattered, and Galos, harnessing the explosive force, swung his wings more fiercely, forcefully pushing open the behemoth's clenched heavy punch, taking to the sky once again, even flipping the behemoth directly onto the ground, shaking the earth. Galos paid a price. The remaining explosive scales on his body were all blasted during the clash, revealing steel armor as deep and dark as obsidian, densely patterned with dark red veins. Raindrops shattered upon the black-red dragon shadow. Not even sliding off, they were evaporated into mist by the heat emanating from his body. The black-red giant dragon shrouded in swirling clouds and mist, the dragon horns sweeping backward towards the sky, spiked and densely packed, the thick sharp teeth, and the heavy, tightly bound black-red scale armor emerged indistinctly, like wearing black heavy armor, an ultimately robust red iron dragon. Upon seeing this, the frost behemoth felt no tension, instead, it grew excited. As a creature weapon born for battle, Behemoth possessed great combat awareness and instinct. From the recent clash, it knew Galos mainly relied on those explosive scales to absorb the damage it dealt. And now, without the explosive scales defense layer, every attack it makes next will inflict damage upon him. Now, I have the advantage. Behemoth raised its arms and beat its chest, sounding like the beating of drums, growling and continuing to taunt the giant dragon. Its growl was akin to dragon language. Translated, it means, "I can crush you, you pathetic crawler." More precisely, many syllables of Behemoth's growl were similar to dragon language, full of insults to the dragon race, using this primitive and straightforward means to attract the dragon's hatred. But the insult growl lasted only half a second before stopping. Kai kai kai. A burst of exhilarating and piercing electricity noise reached the frost behemoth's ears, causing it to look suspiciously and alertly towards the source of the sound. The black-red giant dragon suspended in the sky. Zitzi! Zitzi! Golden lightning threads emerged from the gaps in Galos' scale armor, leaping and circulating around him, eventually concentrating on his neck and other places, dense and dazzling, like a mane. Zitzi! Zitzi! The membrane of wings and tail also sparked with golden lightning, especially a pair of clawed arms, dense electric currents ran across them. Stimulated by these golden lightning bolts, Galos' already muscular physique swelled again, his body growing larger, even his dragon eyes turned into a glittering gold color, adding a sacred and majestic demeanor to his fierce and threatening appearance. Super electrifying excited state, activated. Full attribute surge, strength surge, might surge. Galos lowered his gaze to the frost behemoth, grinned at it with a cold smile. "Listen to the sound of death," he said. In the next moment, the celestial comet wings with arcing electricity sprayed out a dark red blaze mixed with golden lightning. In the frost behemoth's pupils, the black-red dragon shadow suddenly blurred. Galos' entire dragon form transformed into a streak of thunderous lightning tearing through the rain curtain, like a golden fierce star of ultimate speed, instantly closing in on the target. Behemoth didn't see clearly, merely instinctually crossing its arms, and the ice crystal armor rapidly thickened to 5 meters. Yet this layer of supposedly indestructible defense shattered like thin paper upon contact. Boom! Only then did the thunderous sonic boom sound belatedly, as countless droplets shattered and exploded. The thunder flame broke through Behemoth's defense, and the dragon claw entwined with arcs and fiery flame pierced into its chest, forcing it to retreat step by step. Though Galos' body was much smaller than it, it now erupted with a terrifying power that surpassed it. The giant beast roared in anger, swung its palm to counterattack, but only hit afterimages. Galos drew out his blood-stained claws and had already retreated, avoiding the blow. His body followed the momentum to circle back, his wing blades plowed deep grooves between the frost behemoth's ribs, with melting ice water mixed with blue frothy blood spraying like a fountain. The invigorated Galos soared and darted around the frost behemoth. His body technique was agile, as fast as lightning. Claws and the like of dragon wings repeatedly tore through the behemoth's body, causing it to bleed profusely. The clusters of ice struggles to staunch the bleeding couldn't keep up with the appearance of new wounds. The frost behemoth's counterattacks repeatedly missed, only able to grasp Galos's afterimages. Tear. Another claw mark appeared on its chest. The blood-soaked frost behemoth suddenly raised its head and roared, with a substantial halo bursting out from its body, transforming into a powerful magic effect. Frozen Nova. The halo swept across the raindrops, instantly turning them into ice points, sweeping across Galos, condensing a layer of frost on his body, slowing him for a brief moment. The frost behemoth opened its large hand, aiming to choke Galos's neck. The ice crystal armor on the red iron dragon was already evaporated by the high temperature. It suddenly flipped upside down, its dragon tail swung like a battle axe, hitting the frost behemoth even faster, first striking the behemoth's body. The newly condensed ice armor shattered. The frost behemoth's massive body flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling and crushing the nearby forest, leaving a mess everywhere. Galos's lightning-filled golden eyes narrowed slightly, and he let out a low, heavy breath. He felt exhausted. In this state, both my magical energy and physical energy are depleting rapidly, can't sustain it for too long. Using the supercharged invigorated state is like a regular person doing anaerobic exercise. The body bears a great burden, with severe consumption. Need to fight quickly, can't afford to delay. This behemoth is no longer in its prime, finish it with the next strike. Galos made a swift decision. Golden lightning on his body became even more intense, flying and shining in the wind and rain. On the other side, the frost behemoth climbed up from the ground, its whole body covered with horrifying scars. It saw the red iron dragon waving its wings, trailing gold and red interwoven traces behind it, swiftly ascending to 1,000 meters high, then stopped, wings folded into a cone shape, dropping straight down. Galos used his final move. So far, this is his most destructive and devastating attack. The world abruptly brightened. The last scene seen by the behemoth looking up was that crimson gold star wrapped in thunder and fire penetrating the cloud layers, tearing apart the world. Boom! The heavy rain curtain nearly vibrated into a ring-shaped vacuum zone, the unimaginable power infused into every inch of the giant beast's muscle and flesh. Time seemed to pause for a moment, then as it resumed, the frost behemoth's body exploded, its blue blood evaporating before it could even fall, and a thick arm flung away, impaling the ground. Fizz! A dragon shadow flickered. Galos landed steadily, standing at the edge of the deep pit. He shook off the bits of giant beast flesh from him. The torrential rain once again blanketed the scorched earth. The golden lightning gradually dissipated. Under the curtain of wind and rain, the red iron dragon panted heavily, exhaling hot breath, and inhaling large volumes of air into his lungs. After about 10 seconds, his condition gradually improved, and his breathing slowly became steady. Galos examined himself. The scales on his body had some cracks, but besides that, there weren't many other wounds. After activating the invigorated state, he ended the fight quickly, leaving the frost behemoth with no chance to counterattack and injure him, and unlike the previously used blood burst technique, the invigorated state had no side effects, didn't need to rely on scale powder to control, and his mental responsiveness was also enhanced in the invigorated state. The only problem is, the consumption is too great. Though not weak to the point of exhaustion, he felt deeply fatigued and couldn't engage in too intense a battle. Whether it's the celestial comet wings, or the supercharged invigorated state, the consumption is severe. Even my physical strength can't sustain long-term use, and the black oil can only temporarily stimulate bodily excitement, unable to provide continuous energy supply. Galos quietly contemplated. He thought the key was in the dragon chi. Only the dragon chi, formed from the combination of magical energy and life energy in sublimation, could support his high-intensity usage of the invigorated state. Only a battle of life and death can stimulate Dragon Chi awakening. This means I need to engage in fierce combat with powerful beings of at least level 15, or even 16, to have a chance of awakening. It's too dangerous, better to let nature take its course. Galos wasn't anxious. He always had patience. As a member of the dragon race, time was on his side. His gaze fell upon the deep crater he had crashed into and the remains of the behemoth within. With a flap of his wings, Galos descended to the crater's bottom. Iron Dragon Salrog landed at the edge of the rock crater and saw Galos using the tip of his claw to lift half of a behemoth's tusk. The crystalline material shimmered with golden hues amidst the residual warmth of the lightning strike, creating a bizarrely beautiful contrast with the scorched blue beast blood on the ground. At the same time, a bright white lightning bolt penetrated the clouds, illuminating the world and etching the silhouettes of the red iron dragon and the giant beast's remains onto the ground as torrential rain continuously washed the battlefield, steam rising like ghostly banners. Golden lightning. It stared at Galos, its gaze seemingly piercing through the black and red scales to see the lightning flame that pierced the heavens just moments ago. When did you master such power? Salrog's voice was somewhat dry as it asked. It had witnessed the entire battle between Galos and the frost behemoth. Seeing Galos's body burst and scales shatter, Salrog's heart almost jumped to its throat, nearly unable to resist intervening, but just as it was about to help, it saw Galos's body erupt with exhilarating electric light, abruptly reversing the situation. Galos caught the falling raindrops with the back of his claw, watching the water droplets vaporize in the remaining heat on his body. I practice in the clouds every time there's a thunderstorm. It's just that today I finally released it fully. He said unhurriedly. The Iron Dragon was silent, recalling how, whenever it rained over the past 3 years, Galos would always disappear for a few hours. But who could have thought he was up in the clouds, allowing the thunder to carve and chisel his muscles and bones? Unless it's a blue dragon, other dragons would more or less get injured by lightning attacks. Should I give it a try too? Learn from Galos by luring lightning strikes in the clouds. Perhaps I could awaken a skill similar to his. Iron Dragon Salrog looked up at the overcast sky, contemplating the idea as its eyes glanced at the lightning zipping through the clouds. Although it was enthusiastic about managing its territory and followers, it also revered power and craved strength. Galos saw through Iron Dragon's thoughts. You better not act recklessly. He advised, the golden lightning I unleashed does not belong to the Iron Dragon bloodline, mastering it was just a fluke. Upon hearing Galos's words, the Iron Dragon nodded. But judging by its rather nonchalant attitude, it seemed it hadn't taken it to heart. Galos didn't try to persuade further. After being struck a few times by lightning, injuring muscles and bones with nothing gained, it would probably wake up. Some things one must try firsthand. There are still quite a few behemoth remains. Galos stated, its bones and tusks, these hard objects can be used to make weapons and armor, and its meat is highly energetic. Have the followers come and sort the behemoth remains. This frost behemoth. Its overall level wasn't much different from the Diamond Giant. 3 years ago, Galos defeated the Diamond Giant through prior strategy, and he was also severely injured in the limit-surpassing attack, one step away from a critical injury. 3 years later now. His battle with the Frost Behemoth was almost entirely a head-on fight, with little cunning employed, and after defeating the Frost Behemoth, Galos was almost unscathed, only having depleted some stamina. Unfortunately, the Frost Behemoth's remains weren't very valuable compared to the Diamond Giant. Upon further thought, it made sense, if the purpose of its creation was combat, having highly valuable remains upon death would pose a risk of aiding the enemy. Iron Dragon Salrog's claw reached for its neck, extracting a communication stone from beneath a scale. This object was now commonplace among the Molten Iron clan leaders. Back then, due to lacking magical means, one had to return to the territory to notify followers personally. Now it wasn't needed, and thanks to southern trade channels, there were many convenient alchemy tools available within the Molten Iron clan. The Iron Dragon used the communication stone to issue orders to the followers at the Broken Stone camp. They would soon come and dissect and sort the Frost Behemoth remains. While you were fighting the Frost Behemoth, I was always on alert for any Frost Giant ambushes. The Iron Dragon said, but until the Behemoth's death, I found no traces of Frost Giants or other giants. It was somewhat puzzled, looking north. How did this Behemoth end up alone, wandering here by itself? Galos flapped his wings and soared back into the sky. He looked northward, his gaze penetrating the heavy rain, seeing the vast, turbulent Estonian river, and beyond it, after crossing a stretch of the Sel wilderness and the adjoining area, one would gradually reach the eternal frost tundra. Set up more outposts between Shattered Stone Beach and the Estonian river. Galos said. The specific origin of the Frost Behemoth was unknown. It's a potential risk. But due to the lack of information, it's impossible to investigate the eternal frost tundra because of this incident. Galos didn't intend to pursue it further, placing more outposts in this area as a precaution would suffice. If other events occur in the future, they could only be dealt with as they come. The Iron Dragon had thoughts similar to Galos. It nodded, saying, creatures from the eternal frost tundra, most of the time, cannot reach here. The appearance of the Frost Behemoth may be just an accident, but in any case, more outposts are indeed needed here. Galos mused, saying, the eternal frost tundra. Nick's trading team will arrive soon, we could inquire about the situation in the eternal frost tundra. These people have keen ears, always sensitive to various abnormal information. The eternal frost tundra is more barren than the Sel wilderness, but it also has resources unique to this territory. Items like ice marrow and thousand-year permafrost aren't found in the Sel wilderness, and in pursuit of high returns, merchants also exist in the eternal frost tundra. Assigning these trivial matters to Solrog. Galos flapped his wings, soaring through the skies, not directly returning to Needleleaf Valley, but seeking an open desolate land to land once again, resuming his overly electrifying exalted state. In this state, he began high-intensity anaerobic exercises. The significant burden of the exalted state is a drawback, but for Galos, it, from another perspective, allowed him a better training effect. Dragon Chi awakening couldn't be relied upon now. Thus, by maximizing the enhancement of his physical capabilities, he could also more or less increase the duration of his exalted state. Enveloped in radiant golden lightning, Galos seemed to transform into a golden dragon, maneuvering and soaring within this region, venturing land and sky. Until the lightning on his body began to flicker, and his breathing was as heavy as hauling bellows, Galos stopped. The torrential rain washed over his coiled body on the ground, with golden arcs of electricity flickering intermittently between the cracks of his scales. He lowered his head, staring at his slightly trembling clawed arms. The tiny golden electrical sparks traversed his muscle fibers, like countless hammers pounding on every muscle bundle, trying to extract more potential and power. An awakened Galos. Brilliant, wild, magnificent, dazzling. Yet beneath this facade, each breath seemed to sting electrically, which was also evidence of muscle fibers tearing and reconstituting. Over the years, as days and nights passed, time flowed by. Many things changed. The only constant was that Galos never slackened. Natural talent wouldn't directly grant him a strong physique. Black oil, scale powder, those were merely supplementary. The unrelenting accumulation day and night was the reason for his strength. His true strength was never a gift of talent but the product of breaking it down and reforging it with flesh and blood. After resting for a moment following the closure of the exalted state, Galos's breathing steadied. He took a deep breath, inhaling massive amounts of air mixed with wind and rain into his lungs, and then golden lightning once again crackled from the cracks of his scale armor as he resumed yet another round of training. The continuous 7 days of heavy rain gradually subsided, finally condensing into fine silvery threads. The coniferous forest soaked in misty vapor, with each dark green pine needle adorned with diamond-like raindrops. Samantha lay inside her cave. Beneath her was a stack of coins like a bed. They were divided into 5 colors: white, black, green, blue, and red. Oh, I don't dislike the rainy season that much now. She turned over, savoring the exquisite sensation of her scales rubbing against the coins, listening to the delicate sound of rain, feeling very pleased. In the past, whenever the rainy season came, Samantha would hide in her impoverished nest, cursing the damp and gloomy weather. But now things were different. The coins beneath her were all her wealth. According to the hierarchy of the 5-color dragon, white coins were the lowest grade, then black, green, blue coins. The red coins, which were the same color as Samantha, were the most precious. As the only dragon alchemist in the Molten Iron clan, and also responsible for coining, Samantha's remuneration was substantial, making her affluent. She gradually began to enjoy lying on the treasure heap, watching the rain, listening to the rain, and falling asleep to its sound. After lying for a while, Samantha became sleepy and was about to drift off to sleep. Roar! A sound like a roaring engine startled Samantha awake. Annoying Galos. She mumbled, saying. The sound earlier wasn't the engine of an alchemy golem, but rather Galos' heartbeat, or more precisely, the sound of Galos' heart pumping after using the blood burst technique. As time passed, the roaring sound gradually stopped. Samantha blinked, yawned, and nestled further into the treasure pile, finding a comfortable posture to prepare for sleep again. Zap! A sound like thousands of lightning bolts crackling at once startled Samantha awake again, banishing her drowsiness. Ah, damn Galos! She crawled out of the cave, flew to where Galos was, intending to express her annoyance at being awakened. However, when she saw the figure wrapped in golden lightning, wild, strong, and fierce, her discontent immediately dissipated. This appearance was truly too alluring, even a metal dragon couldn't resist. Without disturbing Galos, Samantha flew back to her cave, listening to the sound of wind, rain, and lightning, and fell asleep peacefully. Some time later, Galos finished his training and took off the heavy armor he was wearing. Yes, he had a set of armor. The style was rough, primitive, appearing somewhat crude, the only advantage was its heaviness. This was equipment Galos specifically had crafted by the Red Dragon Mage, considering his build. Using high-density heavy metal ores, the weight of one set of armor could almost crush a white dragon of the same length as Galos. He wore this armor not for defense, but mainly to enhance the effect of his training through weight. These days, Galos frequently used the blood burst technique and the exhilarated state, through these two extreme states, then donning the heavy armor to suppress his body, thereby strengthening his physical capabilities. The evolutionary process of the exhilarated state took a long time, a gradual accumulation. There weren't many other sensations during training. As for now, with Galos frequently using the blood burst technique, he felt his heartbeat growing stronger. His heart seemed to be undergoing some kind of evolution, only just beginning now. He placed his claw on his chest. Through thick scales and muscles, Galos could vaguely feel the powerful beat of his heart inside. Before 25, I wonder if I can complete the evolution. He thought to himself. If he could evolve a blood burst state that matched his body, the effect would surely be more powerful than the blood burst technique relying on alchemy tools, giving him a third stage beyond the exhilarated state. Exhilarated state was anaerobic, blood burst state was basically a desperate act, but the improvement it brought would surely be enormous. However, Galos was not particularly eager for the evolution of the blood burst state, just naturally training in this aspect. Undoubtedly, its consumption would definitely be higher. Without awakening dragon chi, evolving the blood burst state might not be normally usable, could only be used for the final, desperate situation. Moreover, it's worth mentioning. Galos' spines, due to long-term battles and daily training, constantly breaking and regenerating in cycles, were now undergoing some adaptation and evolution. He found that the growth rate of his spines had become faster recently. In the battle with the frost behemoth, many of Galos' spines were shattered, but in just a day, they regrew again. And not just in the original places. On his neck, spine, chest, arms, elbows, shoulders, and dragon tail, places that originally had no spines, sharp spines started to grow, and where there were spines, they became denser and sharper. The hardness and regeneration were stronger than the spines on normal red dragons. Galos tried using feral beasts, just a touch could rend the target's flesh and blood. With the growth of denser and sharper spines, he now appeared more distinctive, and more ferocious, further down the path of the evil dragon. These spines should evolve faster than the dragon heart. Hopefully, they will demonstrate a powerful effect by then. Galos felt happy and expectant for this. He no longer cared about becoming more conspicuous now. These years of life in the wildlands made some changes to his thoughts. As long as he could become stronger, looking like an evil dragon wasn't a big deal. If there were huge benefits before him, Galos wouldn't mind being an evil dragon for a while. He gathered his thoughts. Galos began to grind his dragon wings. Scrape. He pressed the dragon wings down, scraping over a huge metal block like an anvil, crimson sparks shooting out like a whetstone. A good weapon needs frequent sharpening. Galos' dragon wings too, those sharp as knife edges, becoming sharper after grinding, with a chilling gleam. A few minutes later, Galos suddenly stopped. He reached into his scale armor and took out a communication stone, receiving a report from Frostfang, the werewolf mage. Nick's trading team, braving the fine rain, brought a batch of goods to the Scale Earth Rift. Nowadays, even heavy rain couldn't completely halt the merchant's footsteps. The Molten Iron clan periodically cleared feral beasts and monsters around the trade routes, making Scale Earth Rift particularly safe. Although the trade route garrison of the Luthern Federation also did similar work, because the trade routes were vast, with numerous branches, it was difficult for the garrison to oversee all side routes. In most cases, it wasn't until a significant incident occurred, a severe attack and destruction, that the garrison would swiftly intervene, doing a round of cleanup. Moreover, the sentient beings of the Molten Iron clan no longer engaged in plundering and killing. Any caravan passing through the Scale Earth Rift need not worry about safety, and they could even trade with the Molten Iron clan, obtaining fine ores and biological materials here. Some merchants speculated that a lord had likely integrated the creatures here, enforcing regulation, thus forming the current situation. This lord remained hidden behind the scenes, never appearing in person. However, most merchants didn't delve too deeply into this. As long as they could make money, they wouldn't care about what was happening behind the scenes. As for the few merchants who tried to scout the situation, they quietly disappeared into the vast wildlands. Overall, the number of caravans traveling back and forth in the Scale Earth Rift doubled. Among them, the number of completely controlled caravans was not many, most were independent, engaging in normal trade with the Molten Iron clan. And among the trading teams deeply bound with the Molten Iron clan, Nick's trading team was developing the fastest, now the largest. Every time they came, they could bring the things Galos needed and desired. Inquire with the trading team about information on the Eternal Frost Tundra. Nick might not be aware, but with a merchant's network, he could more quickly find out the relevant information. Besides, I don't need black oil now, Samantha's armor is cumbersome to wear, and still not heavy enough. I need an alchemy tool that can enhance my own gravity. For instance, the heavy spell used by the stone giant before. In different scenarios, it will aid Galos in his daily training. 16 copper-colored alchemy carriages rumbled over the rain-soaked trade route, the steam pistons on either side of the axles rhythmically exhaling white mist. These transportation tools, produced by the Luthern Federation, required no animal power for traction. Instead, they were powered by a miniature furnace engine embedded in the center of the chassis, which at this moment glowed with an ominous red light through the heat-dissipating grille. Nick lay in the first carriage, resting his head on the plump, rounded thighs of the tiefling female mage, with an air of leisure. "Maggie, the carriage we're riding in now is quite comfortable, isn't it?" Nick pinched the soft flesh between his fingers and said. You rascal, don't get carried away. The tiefling mage glared with sharp green eyes, slapping away Nick's mischievous hand, speaking with some frustration, yet the tenderness in her eyes was so deep it could not disperse. In the outsider's eyes, Nick was a slick-tongued, unreliable merchant. But in Maggie's eyes, he was a lover who harbored not a single disdain for her demonic heritage and appearance, making her feel comfortable in his presence. Likewise, in the eyes of others, the tiefling was dark and sinister, but in Nick's eyes, she was a straightforward and pure partner without much scheming. He had gone through a failed marriage that left him with nothing. Completely disillusioned with humans, he found solace with the tiefling. 6 years ago, Nick and the tiefling, in the outskirts of Gilbert City, invited no more than 5 intimate friends for a not-so-formal private wedding, becoming husband and wife in name. It was nominally so. Because, in their Lutheran Federation, human-tiefling unions were not supported, citing the spread of tiefling demonic bloodline as a potential threat to the social stability of the Lutheran Federation. However, neither Nick nor the tiefling paid much heed to the marriage contract. They focused more on each other and were not troubled by it. In the comfortable, jolt-free space inside the carriage, the female mage gazed out at the rain, then suddenly switched topics, softly saying, "Nick, the mastermind who can consolidate all the monsters of the Scale-Earth Rift is anything but ordinary. We shouldn't get deeper involved. The poison and curse on your body, with our current wealth, can be managed with some sacrifice. I know some high-level mages and casters who can cleanse your poison and curse." Nick's smile slowly faded. He looked into the gemstone-like, mesmerizing green eyes of his lover and said, "Chasing profit is in the nature of a merchant. I thrive in transactions, find pleasure in the gains." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Most importantly, I like dealing with these monsters. They're straightforward and clear in their objectives, unlike our peers, who are scheming, insatiable, smiling while talking business but thinking of squeezing you dry to the bone." He fell silent for 2 seconds, then sighed, somewhat wistfully, "Maggie, maybe it's because I'm getting older, I'm starting to dislike all this scheming and plotting." There was a deep bind with the Molten Iron clan. From the threat of a mage's curse, but fundamentally, it was Nick's own decision. No longer young, he found himself exhausted dealing with the more greedy and ambitious young merchants, choosing to focus his time and energy entirely on trading with the Molten Iron clan. The female mage looked down at her partner. Nick was 42 this year, stepping into middle age as a full-blooded human. Although well-maintained, signs of crow's feet and some white hair at the temples were visible. Time had left its mark on him. In contrast, the female mage, with a trace of demonic blood, as a tiefling, she had a normal lifespan of about 120 years and would only start aging at 60. 36-year-old Maggie still looked like a human girl not yet 20. Her features were exquisite, without wrinkles, and her skin smooth and delicate. Being deeply bound with the Molten Iron clan might not be bad. The female mage whispered, "Nick, that mysterious lord might allow you to live longer." Nick nodded and said, "Not just me, I hope we can both live together for a long time." Although neither had ever seen the true form of the mysterious lord or interacted directly. Through years of close cooperation, the two had faint inklings. "We've arrived at the meeting point." A few minutes later, Nick leaned out from the observation window, the moisture of the dreary rainy season gathering on his goggles. Over the years, the transactions between the Molten Iron clan and the trade team always occurred directly on the trade route, rather than being taken into the tribal territory. On the road directly ahead of the convoy, through the drizzling rain, one could see the werewolf tribe's mage, Frost Fong, standing by with 3 giant wolf knights on the roadside, next to a temporary rain shelter. Looking beyond these werewolves, a glimpse of shadowy, tall figures could vaguely be seen in the periphery, standing imposingly yet motionless, exuding an invisible pressure. The numerous guards of the convoy did not make any rash moves. They had all been repeatedly instructed by Nick, that when encountering werewolves at the Scale-Earth Rift, they must not draw weapons or show hostility. Unload. Handle with care, no throwing. A young man, about 28, wearing a simple raincoat, disembarked to supervise the giant trolls unloading the cargo. Cole, once Nick's apprentice, had grown over 10 years to handle things independently and was one of the key members of Nick's trade team. Nick also disembarked from the carriage. Although equipped with small rain-repelling tools, seeing the werewolves drenched, their fur soaking wet, he too chose to embrace the rain, face adorned with a smile, as he approached. A total of 12 wagons of black oil. The rest include spirits, spices, preserved fruits, sweet wines, forged molds with self-contained temperature runes, crucible sets embedded with fire attribute gemstones. He indicated the cargo-laden wagons which appeared as giant beasts in the rain and said, "The black oil was the constant necessity for every trade. The spirits, spices, those forging molds, and crucible sets were what Samantha desired, while the preserved fruits and sweet wines were Iron Dragon Solrog's requests, the Iron Dragon surprisingly fond of sweets. These 16 wagons of goods were all intended to meet the needs or enjoyments of several dragons. As for the Molten Iron Clan's creatures, what each tribe desired was obtained mainly through trading with other convoys passing along the trade route, and the specific items Nick's trading team brought each time were meant for the dragon race." Soon after, the entire cargo was unloaded, with the werewolves completing the tallying, then carrying the crates into the shadowed areas where they were taken away by towering figures unseen by the naked eye. "Come with me, let's discuss what we'll need next time." Frostfang gestured to Nick to join him inside the temporary tent they set up. "The black oil and those small items remain unchanged," Frostfang said. "Besides that, we need an alchemy tool that can enhance gravity, alchemy manuals of various levels, complete alchemy blueprints." Pausing momentarily, he added, "Preferably, with blueprints for an alchemy golem." Alchemy manuals, blueprints. These weren't Samantha's requests, but rather Iron Dragon Solrog's. Samantha, self-assured with her inherited knowledge, believed it was already sufficient and the best in all aspects. But the Iron Dragon felt that alchemy's development was too rapid, the knowledge within the dragon race's inheritance was likely outdated and not comprehensive, thus necessitating the latest alchemy manuals and blueprints. Moreover, it wasn't solely for Samantha to study. Those well-documented alchemy manuals could train more alchemists within the Molten Iron Clan. Constructing large alchemy tools and alchemy golems often required the collaborative efforts of multiple alchemists. Relying solely on a few alchemists to complete large creations was too time-consuming, and even working them to exhaustion might not suffice. Even a dragon alchemist would find it a challenging task to single-handedly create extensive alchemy creatures, which was the reason Galos was reluctant to personally learn alchemy. Looking across the entire Bernardo planet, no matter which empire, alchemists hold a significant and colorful role. As an essential part of the empire, the alchemy industry must not fall behind. It can even be said to be the foundation of the empire. Though it is now just an ordinary clan occupying the wilderness, the Iron Dragon is already envisioning the future. Its dream is to establish an empire belonging to the dragon race. Moreover, it received a promise from Galos. If one day the Molten Iron Clan rises to become an empire, this splendid glory will not be enjoyed alone by Galos. Simple common alchemy diagrams are easy to buy, Nick said, but those complicated and powerful alchemy diagrams are not directly circulated in the market. To obtain them, a large sum of money is needed. As he spoke, his gaze glanced at the boxes piled inside the tent. Frostfang waved a claw, and a strong werewolf opened the boxes one by one, revealing the biological materials and various ores inside. Ores like purple copper and red copper are regulars in trade. However, a whole box of diamonds took Nick by surprise and delight. "The quality of these diamonds is excellent and highly valuable. I can bring at least 10 different advanced alchemy diagrams, at least one of which is for an alchemy golem," he said. After thinking for a moment, Nick added, "But there's also the gravity-enhancing alchemy tool. If exchanged simultaneously, other supplies will decrease somewhat. Both diagrams and tools are exceptionally valuable. The cheapest would be things like wine and fruit preserves." Frost Fong had the werewolves open the last large box, revealing ice blue bones. "What are these?" Nick revealed an inquisitive look, a bit puzzled. The bones were extraordinarily thick and large, with faint traces of magical energy flowing through them. As soon as they were opened, a cold current rushed forth, seemingly freezing the air. Bones of a frost behemoth. Frost Fong twitched its ears and said, "This box of bones, plus a box of purple copper ore." Upon hearing this, Nick broke into a dazzling smile and said, "No, you underestimated the value of the behemoth bones. This box of bones alone is enough, I can use the additional ore to bring more goods." Being a curious mage, Frost Fong was eager to explore. Behemoths are war machines of the giant race. Besides being hard, their bones don't have many other effects. The magical energy on them will gradually dissipate, unable to last, making it difficult to craft good weapons or equipment. Their texture is too rough, unsuitable for crafting those adornments that nobles love. Frost Fong asked, "Where's the value in these bones?" Nick didn't exploit the information gap for personal gain. Instead, he explained in detail. It said that ground into bone powder, just a little mixed with wine can create a potent aphrodisiac, or directly soaking them in wine yields the same effect. He laughed. Nobles are always addicted to such strong wines. Frost Fong furrowed its brow and retorted, "No, behemoth bones don't have such special properties or effects." Nick said, "That's not important, what's important is that people believe it and there's a market demand." Immediately, without waiting for Frost Fong to inquire, Nick asked, "Is the eternal frost tundra not peaceful, and did you obtain these frost behemoth bones from the eternal frost tundra?" Frost Fong narrowed its eyes slightly, not answering the question. "How did you know the eternal frost tundra was unsettled? What's the specific situation?" Its pupils shrank into a thin line, coldly questioning. Seeing this, Nick quickly waved his hand, "Don't worry, our caravan hasn't been to the tundra. But a month ago, in a tavern in Luthern City, a ranger boasting about losing 3 fingers to frost claimed he witnessed a war, and news about tundra wars is spreading rapidly." After a brief pause, Nick lowered his voice and said, "The Frost Giant Alliance and War Cry clan are fully engaged in war, fiercely battling each other in the eternal frost tundra. Their war is reshaping the landscape of the eternal frost tundra." Frost Fong was very interested in this information and kept inquiring. Nick organized the information he knew, carefully selecting his words before narrating. Throughout this conversation, Galos eavesdropped on everything. He lay in Needleleaf Valley with a sound transmission stone floating before him, broadcasting the conversation from the trade route in real time. The Frost Giant Alliance and War Cry clan. Galos pondered, his heart musing. The War Cry clan, a large clan formed by northern barbarians, is the largest clan in the eternal frost tundra, with strong soldiers and a large population, almost qualifying as a nation of northern barbarians. However, because northern barbarians prefer the term clan, they haven't formally established a country. As for the Frost Giant Alliance, also known as the White Frost Alliance. From the name, it is clear that it's an alliance formed by the Frost Giants, constituted by various Frost Giant clans. It's also a large force in the eternal frost tundra. The War Cry clan and the Frost Giant Alliance. According to the information Nick conveyed, the reason for their war was the discovery of a large ice marrow vein in the buffer border area between their territories. Neither side was willing to retreat, leading to numerous large and small conflicts over the ice marrow vein. After years of friction, as both suffered losses and realized each other's strength, they decided to negotiate, planning to end the war through diplomacy. They dispatched envoys, negotiated at the border area, and reached a consensus. However, upon returning from the negotiations, the Frost Giant delegation and other Frost Giants were ambushed and killed in the vast polar lands. Among them was a descendant of the King of White Frost. In rage, the King of White Frost, who ruled the alliance, lost one descendant and several tribesmen. The Frost Giant King refused to let it go, pouring his vengeance onto the War Cry clan. Initially, the War Cry clan opted to retreat, claiming the ambush had nothing to do with them. However, their explanation failed to quell the giants' wrath. As the frost giants pressed further, the hot-tempered barbarians decided not to retreat and engaged the frost giants head-on. Their war turned the eternal frost tundra perilous and chaotic. Was the frost behemoth lost on the chaotic battlefield, or did its original unit get annihilated, pursued by barbarians, and fled here? Galos speculated in his mind. Though he lacked a definitive answer, he believed the appearance of the frost behemoth was certainly tied to the warfare in the eternal frost tundra. The northern sentinels need bolstering. He thought silently. The eternal frost tundra is by no means a good place, impoverished in resources, with a harsh and cold environment. During normal times, the ground is only covered by a thin layer of moss, desolate and lifeless, and when blizzards hit, the entire world is submerged in ice and snow. Only the most tenacious lives can survive. Now, with massive ongoing warfare, the creatures that originally inhabited the eternal frost tundra may migrate en masse. Although the Cell Wilderness is not the best place, it will surely be one of their choices for migration. White Frost Alliance, War Cry Clan. In organizations of their scale, there must be legendary beings with a life level exceeding 20. Galos unconsciously swayed his tail, a bit yearning. Legendary, oh when will I become legendary? The dragon race is destined to become legendary, but the growth phase is lengthy. Galos, with his adaptive evolution, has shortened his growth time, yet compared to short-lived races like humans, his growth is still too slow. As for humans, they experience extreme polarization. The weak are like ants, but gifted humans can become legendary within a century, with many examples. The human king who once unified the Luthern Federation became legendary at under 40 years old. In comparison, let alone at 40, even a 100-year-old legendary giant dragon is rare according to the recorded heritage, few in number. However, human legendaries also have shortcomings. Even upon becoming legendary, they can't significantly extend their lifespan. The average human can live for 200 to 300 years and with certain conditions, using various benevolent or malevolent life-extending methods, they might reach 500 to 600 years, but their strength diminishes with age. Contrast that with the dragon race. Once becoming legendary, the already long lifespan of the dragon race would increase by at least 1,000 years, maintaining their peak forever afterward, and the most powerful moment of a legendary aging dragon is when no one dares provoke them. Nowadays, the major empires treat the metal dragon race with great respect, and refrain from excessive extermination of evil dragons, largely due to their fear of the aging state of the 24-winged golden dragon. Aging yet still the strongest, on the brink of death with peak physical abilities. These terrifying buffs are almost fully stacked. An aging golden dragon, even without attacking, can strike fear in nations just by hovering in their airspace, for fear of being dragged into mutual destruction by this ancient dragon. Legendary is the true power. In the eyes of legendary life, battles below legendary seem like sparring between chickens, mere child's play. Galos set a goal for himself, to become legendary within 500 years. This goal isn't high, one might even say it's low. It's like the golden dragon Galos likes to compare himself to. For a golden dragon, becoming legendary by 500 years is challenging but not extremely difficult. Outstanding individual golden dragons can generally achieve it within 500 years. Galos doesn't like setting overly high, unrealistic goals. He prefers to set lower targets. This way, achieving them earlier gives him a sense of accomplishment. If he set a century-long legendary goal and failed to achieve it, disappointment wouldn't be overwhelming, but there would inevitably be a slight sense of loss. Galos took a deep breath, golden lightning within him surged, entering an exhilarating state. In this state, even lying still stimulates and exercises the body. He calmly coiled amidst the storm, silently savoring the sting of lightning on muscles, continuing to listen to the conversation between Frostfang and Nick. Here it must be mentioned. The elder shaman of the gray-haired werewolf tribe died naturally 2 years ago. After the werewolves held a farewell funeral for him, Frostfang inherited his will, standing in his place to continue serving Galos. Nick finished sharing what he knew about the eternal frost tundra, then took out waterproof paper and pen, noting Frost Fang's needs one by one, checking several times to ensure nothing was missed before carefully storing them away. After setting the time for the next trade, the trader's giant slaves began loading the goods onto the carts. Nick stood in a tent watching this scene, while Frost Fang led his people to leave. As they reached the tent entrance, Nick suddenly spoke, "Wait a moment." The werewolf mage paused, turning to look at Nick. "What else?" he asked. Nick's smile remained unchanged, and he whispered, "At the next trade, I wish to meet the Great One, to express my loyalty and reverence. The Great One made me feel reborn, and I am deeply grateful." The Great One he referred to was evidently the obscure lord of the Molten Iron Clan. Of course, Nick didn't know the name Molten Iron Clan. Their trade only happened on the trading path. Nick's understanding of the Molten Iron Clan was slightly more than other traders, aware that the creatures of the Scale Earth Rift were loyal to the same lord but unaware that the monster race had unified. Upon hearing Nick's words, Frost Fang's gaze suddenly changed, becoming cold and dangerous. Over the years, many merchants sought to probe Galos's identity, yet they all vanished quietly, primarily handled by Frost Fang. However, Nick was different from those merchants. Frost Fang suppressed his murderous intent and said slowly, "I'm not in a position to decide this, but I can petition on your behalf, and once there's any result, I'll inform you through the communication stone." Nick nodded hastily, showing a flattering smile. Thank you." He produced a magic gemstone, placing it into Frost Fang's claw, whispering, "This is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it." Frost Fang took the gemstone, then gradually vanished into the rain with his tribe. After a brief reorganization, the convoy began moving again, gradually disappearing down the Scale Earth Rift. 10 minutes later, Iron Dragon Salrog descended from the sky, its mighty wings shielding from the wind and rain, landing before the werewolves who hadn't yet returned to their territory. It had been watching all along, just in case. "Noble King of Iron, please accept this gemstone." Frost Fang offered the still-warm gemstone, and the Iron Dragon took it without hesitation. "Will the Dragon Lord agree to meet next time?" Frost Fang asked. The Iron Dragon gazed toward the trade route, its look somber in the rain, saying, "Not necessarily, but if not, we'll terminate the trade with this convoy and find a new one that's easier to manipulate." Frost Fang knew how to terminate it. He nodded heavily. Fine rain persisted, showing no signs of stopping. Iron Dragon Salrog returned to Needleleaf Valley, folding its wings to shake off rainwater, speaking to Galos, "Do you intend to meet that human?" Galos nodded casually, sparing Nick from a fatal fate. "Let him meet." Galos's tail tip swept across the ground, leaving a furrow. The decade-long trial has proven he's wise in balancing interest and loyalty. Moreover, times have changed, and he can learn how magnificent and grand his allegiance truly is. Galos exaggerated with self-praise, speaking. The Iron Dragon wanted to caution Galos against arrogance, but catching a glimpse of Galos's formidable physique, its eyelid twitched, saying nothing further. Galos spoke truthfully. This wasn't about arrogance or overconfidence. After browsing through his dragon's legacy, the Iron Dragon couldn't find another dragon as robust as Galos at the same age. This time, the Iron Dragon thought for a moment then suggested, "I wish to establish some taverns around the trade route, selecting clever individuals from the followers to operate them." Galos's eyes flickered slightly. "You're suggesting, using these taverns to gather intelligence?" The Iron Dragon nodded, saying, "Being situated in the wilderness, we're information deprived and backward. We shouldn't wait until there's a need or problem to try to gather intelligence. We require better eyes and ears." After a pause, the Iron Dragon added, "Additionally, I wish to step from the shadows to the forefront." It seriously addressed Galos, "You and Samantha remain behind the scenes, while I shall stand out, attracting more wilderness clans to our loyalty under the guise of the dragon race, thus fostering rapid growth for the Molten Iron Clan." Upon hearing this, Galos shook his head. Now isn't the right time, he said. Whether setting up taverns or the Iron Dragon stepping forward. It was too ostentatious, essentially pushing the Molten Iron clan into the open. While the Iron Dragon was exemplary in managing the territory and followers, it sometimes got impulsive, unable to conceal its ambitions, and had some inherent dragon traits. The true decision-maker for the future, the path, remained Galos. Why? The Iron Dragon seemed puzzled, asking. Galos didn't answer directly but instead asked, Salrog, who do you think the Scale Earth Rift belongs to? Of course it's ours, it belongs to the Molten Iron clan. The Iron Dragon answered naturally. No, it belongs to the Luthern Federation, you must understand this. Galos gazed southward, speaking slowly. The extensive thousand-snake-mark trade route spanning the Cell Wilderness, whether trunk or branch, was entirely developed and created by the Luthern Federation, with powerful garrison forces overseeing. We can engage in normal trade on the route with caravans, even being acknowledged as the dominant power of this branch route poses no issue. But the premise is that we must not stand publicly, not display ourselves, not flamboyantly claim dominance over the Scale Earth Rift. Galos maintained a serene expression, continuing, do you think the Luthern Federation's trade route guards tolerate monsters on the trade route? Exactly because we clung like lichens to rock crevices, neither conspicuous enough to warrant removal nor lacked operational value. But should the lichens suddenly wish to become towering trees? Galos didn't continue, but the implication was clear. The Iron Dragon fell silent. Yet internally, it still harbored some unwillingness. When can we finally stand without disguise, upon the wilderness's stage, atop the world stage? It asked. The red Iron Dragon across revealed a grin, saying, Patience, my brother. Don't forget our identity, time will always be on our side. The drizzling rain continued, and for the third time, Brent wiped the mud splattered on his face, his expensive calfskin boots already stained with mud and water. This tax collector of the Luthern Federation's Viscount complained bitterly, damn wilderness, even the air smells like beast dung. Behind him, 5 warriors disguised as caravan guards had their armor linings thoroughly soaked by the rain. Hurry up. If we ruin the gifts for those beasts, none of us will end well. He coldly surveyed the outline of the wilderness through the rain. The wooden boxes loaded on the cart were not trading goods at all, but rather covered with a golden lion fire seal, Scale Earth Rift taxation order. His master, Viscount Ironthorn, was eager to use this trade route's taxes to fill financial deficits. The Luthern Federation is a union composed of numerous duchies and kingdoms. The Raymond Duchy, mainly populated by human citizens, is one of them. And Viscount Ironthorn is a noble lord of the Raymond Duchy, renowned for the abundant Ironthorn's magical plant produced in his territory. The Scale Earth Rift, a branch trade route located in the Cell Wilderness, was developed by his family and allocated to him during his coming-of-age ceremony. Initially, Viscount Ironthorn paid little attention to this branch and neglected it. But in recent years, as his lifestyle grew increasingly lavish, and his children's lifestyle followed suit, the industries under his command gradually could not sustain the consumption. Viscount Ironthorn spent some time carefully examining the status of all the industries under him. Then he unexpectedly discovered that the Scale Earth Rift, a trade route branch he did not value, was unexpectedly prosperous, with numerous caravans coming and going, full of profit. So he continued to send people to investigate, having his subordinates disguise themselves as merchants to operate on the Scale Earth Rift. As the information was gathered, he uncovered the truth. It turned out that an unknown secret leader had unified the monster race clans around the Scale Earth Rift, allowing it to gradually develop under his governance and control. Knowing the truth, Viscount Ironthorn faced 2 choices. One was to wage war, eradicate the increasingly powerful monster race clans, and show the merchants who the true master of the Scale Earth Rift was. The second was to pretend he hadn't seen anything, allow the secret leader to continue governing the Scale Earth Rift, enabling it to prosper further, while he could earn money by extracting tolls from the passing caravans. Viscount Ironthorn chose the second. He discovered this 2 years ago and turned a blind eye, letting the monster race control the Scale Earth Rift for an entire year. This was also the best method. A slow and sustainable growth. However, because his most favored eldest son was obsessed with magic and had great talent. At the same time, a top magic academy of the Human Empire, Holden, opened study abroad admissions. To send his eldest son to the Empire's Magic Academy for advanced studies amid immense financial pressure and expectations for his children, Viscount Ironthorn began to exploit his industries, even selling off many of them. The Scale Earth Rift appeared in his sights again. After a year's slow returns, he decided to extract from the monsters, to tax the monster race clans. The route tax stipulated by the Luthern Federation had an upper limit, and although there were many passing caravans, it couldn't bring much wealth to Viscount Ironthorn in the short term, but the monster race clans were different. Theoretically, he could take all the wealth they held, and there would be no legal protection for them. Using his connections and resources. Upon confirming that the secret leader of the Scale Earth Rift was unrelated to the Luthern Federation and had no significant background, Viscount Ironthorn sent out the tax collector, preparing to negotiate with the monsters first. It would be best if the negotiations succeeded. If they failed, the trade route's guard troops were not easy to mobilize, but with many years as a viscount, he had his own private armed forces. Let those ignorant and backward monsters feel the iron fist from the civilized world, also a good option. As for the secret leader who unified the monster race clans, Viscount Ironthorn did not regard him seriously. Dare not stand at the forefront, indicating the wings were not fully developed. If it was a very powerful monster, it would be simpler, he could directly apply to the Luthern Federation for military suppression. Dark lead clouds covered the ground, and the air was gloomy. Brent and his party sat in a disguised cargo cart, gradually arriving on the Scale Earth Rift, then slowly drove for about half an hour along the road when they spotted a camp tent at the roadside. The tax collector squinted slightly and waved his hand to let the convoy approach. When the war lizard folk leader lifted the beast hide tent, Brent almost stepped back from the stench. This creature, standing 3 meters tall with scales and fangs, scrutinized him with amber vertical pupils, its forked tongue hissing, "New face." Though clearly a monster, it spoke the common language quite fluently, pronouncing each word accurately. Even though there was a slight lisp, it was clear and not at all muddled. 5 human warriors stood silently behind. The tax collector puffed out his chest, showing not the slightest fear of the monster. He introduced himself loudly and proudly. "The person standing before you is named Brent, the tax collector of Viscount Ironthorn." The monsters looked at each other, unresponsive. Tax collector. They didn't understand this term. Feeling ignored, Brent was somewhat embarrassed. As a tax collector, he was used to obsequious smiles from humans, never this kind of disregard. He suppressed his anger, gave a slight huff, and explained again. "The road beneath your feet belongs to Viscount Ironthorn. All passing caravans must pay road tax to Viscount Ironthorn." Pausing for a moment, the tax collector continued in a deep voice, "And you, the monsters profiting from trade on this road, must also offer wealth to Viscount Ironthorn." His tone was firm. But the war lizard folk's tail was firmer, striking the tax collector in the chest and sending him flying like a ragdoll into the mud, covered in filth. The war lizard folk leader did not understand terms like road tax. But being sent here to trade with caravans proved it was not brainless. It understood the tax collector's implication, robbery. If not for the Iron Dragon governor's strict orders not to kill indiscriminately, it would have been a spear through the human's heart, not a tail whip. You all." The tax collector staggered to his feet, his face pale. Only now did the warriors come to their senses. Lacking experience dealing with monsters, they didn't expect these war lizard folk to attack so readily. Now they responded, immediately forming a protective stance around the tax collector. "Ignorant, savage monsters. Do you wish to die?" The tax collector coughed up blood and roared. With his roar, 2 red glows appeared on the tarp covering the cart, like a pair of eyes. Tear. The tarp was ripped to shreds. A 6-meter-tall humanoid metal creation, forged entirely from steel, appeared in the wind and rain, water shattering on its cold steel body. It drew a giant steel sword from its back, its entire body glowing with runes, and red light shone from its eyes, sweeping over the war lizard folk. The alchemy golem, fearless. The true guard of the tax collector on this journey. The massive, heavy body of Fearless moved forward, taking a position at the front. All the war lizard folk felt the danger, their backs tense, tongues flicking and hissing, while in deeper shadows, away from the tent, some large figures gradually emerged. Armored, heavily equipped ogres wielding weapons came into the tax collector's view. The red glow in Fearless' eyes grew ever more intense, as ogres and war lizard folk gripped their weapons tight. The tax collector took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. These damned monsters, they know nothing of etiquette. Rude, savage, damned. However, they couldn't just start a battle. The Viscount hoped for a resolution through negotiation, avoiding bloodshed. They were not monsters, needing only to tear off the facade and resort to violence as a last resort. The tax collector looked at the war lizard folk leader who had injured him, speaking coldly, "Bring someone with actual authority, a higher leader here, you stupid vile creature, you have no idea what you're doing. You can't bear the responsibility for this." The war lizard folk leader, insulted, flashes of violence in its eyes. These creatures have always been dark and evil, warlike and fierce, not friendly. But seeing the steel giant standing in the rain, and recalling certain faction rules, it had to suppress its murderous intent. Bringing an alchemy golem here, these people were unusual, beyond its handling scope. The war lizard folk leader used a communication stone to contact the higher ranks. Cold rain fell from the sky, as humans, monsters, and steel creations, all silently waited in the rain. The rain poured down like a waterfall plummeting from the sky, transforming the once fine silver threads into a curtain draping over the wilderness. It was noon, a time for bright daylight, but the thick dark clouds shrouded the world, casting it into a dim and shadowy rain. A colossal creature trudged through the mud. This was a sword-jawed beast, about 12 meters long, with scales and claws. At first glance, it looked like a fusion of a crocodile and a lion, its most notable feature being the giant bone blades extending from its lower jaw. These blades were 3 meters long, their surface covered with a steel-like hard enamel, glistening coldly in the rain. The beast was tracking a herd of iron-horned deer. Its steps were unbelievably light, the padded feet allowing it to move silently through the rain. Whenever it found a trace of its prey, it would lower its body, the bone blades on its head trembling slightly. This was the unique hunting posture of the sword-jawed beast. Just as it was about to pounce on the deer, the sky suddenly brightened as if it were daytime. A bolt of golden-red lightning cut through the rain. Galos descended like a celestial god, his body enveloped in a frenzy of electricity and flames, instantly evaporating the surrounding rainwater. The sword-jawed beast instinctively looked up, its bone blades pointing skyward. But it was too late. A dazzling golden-red sphere shot from Galos's mouth, piercing through the rain. It appeared like a ball of lightning, with golden arcs jumping and tumbling inside and out, yet the overall form was like a blazing flame, descending rapidly onto the sword-jawed beast. Boom! Countless lightning bolts and flames exploded simultaneously. The mighty beast, on par with Galos at level 10, stiffened, convulsing, and twitching, its surface turning charred black in large patches. Under this blow, it fell rigidly to the ground, dead. Galos folded his wings and landed in front of the fallen body of the sword-jawed beast, carefully examining the wounds on its body. The flame thunder breath formed in the Estado de Agitacao is quite potent, surpassing even my flaming dragon breath and electric fire dragon breath. A satisfied smile emerged on Galos's dragon face. These days, through repeated activations and practice of his Estado de Agitacao, he gradually mastered some deeper usages. Initially, those golden bolts of lightning were only used to reinforce and stimulate the body, enhancing its physical attributes. But through an unexpected attempt, Galos discovered that during estado de agitación, he could fuse the golden lightning with his dragon breath to release a spherical flame thunder. This flame thunder possesses the characteristics of both lightning and flames. Paralysis, penetration, explosion, burning, it possesses numerous effects simultaneously. As a red iron hybrid, Galos inherently had only a fire attribute. The Iron Dragon was also a fire dragon. Although it had an electric fire breath, it was limited to breath attacks, and the lightning damage was disproportionate, relying mainly on the speed, while its killing power still depended on the fire element. Flame Thunder is different. It is truly a dual attribute energy. Just as the dragon race's magical energy and life energy can merge into dragon chi, the fusion of fire and lightning can form a flame thunder. Currently, the flame thunder can only be used as breath. But I feel its development hasn't reached its limit yet. With golden mane held high in the rain, Galos extended his right claw, concentrating. Sizzle. High-temperature lightning intertwined with gold-red, yet also like red golden flames, burst from between his claw tips, flickering, and jumping chaotically. Galos attempted to make them coalesce into form, but without success, their combination was unstable and scattered directly. If flame thunder could be condensed and attached to the body, it would undoubtedly further enhance Galos's attack damage. Moreover, considering the characteristics of flame thunder breath, if it could be stably condensed, it would be a formidable weapon for both melee and ranged attacks. Galos breathed lightly, the golden lightning within him entirely subdued. Sizzle. As the scorching explosive scales contacted the rain, they produced dense steam, gradually cooling down. Galos waved his dragon wings, dispersing the steam obscuring his vision. My dragon scales also need to evolve. The red iron dragon glanced at the gradually cooling explosive scales on his body, the rain sizzling on the hot surface of the dragon scales. The current explosive scales on his body are somewhat unsuitable. Actually, after Galos's wings evolved, these explosive scales became somewhat inappropriate. Whenever he soared at high speeds, the explosive scales would rapidly heat up due to friction with the air, and if he wasn't cautious, they could overload and directly explode. As for its bombardment and scale fragment splash damage, very useful against minions, but targets like a diamond giant or behemoth, it's difficult for burst scales to cause effective damage, while units like minions, Galos doesn't need burst scales, he can unfurl his dragon wings, charge at high speed, and easily eliminate them. Then there's the buffering defense of the burst scales. Galos moves swiftly, and when he swoops down from the sky, he has already become scorching hot. Unless Galos gives up his speed advantage, otherwise in close combat, the burst scales would be on the verge of overloading, such as during battles with a frost behemoth, colliding hard with a giant beast could blow up all his burst scales. For the current Galos, the buffering of the burst scales is decent, but the high-temperature explosion is a failed evolution. Of course, failure and success should be evaluated from different stages with a dialectical view. When Galos first evolved burst scales, its widespread bombardment and scale fragment splash damage suited him well, it was a successful evolution, providing him with a wide range of offensive methods early on. But as he grew, it became somewhat outdated and incompatible with his stronger traits. I need a brand new scale armor system. It should retain the characteristics of burst scales absorbing kinetic energy, yet not overload and explode due to high-speed movement, preferably accumulating absorbed kinetic energy to replenish my stamina, making me more enduring. Galos pondered in his heart. He has directions and ideas for evolution, but unfortunately, adaptive evolution doesn't proceed in a fixed direction just because of Galos's thoughts, he cannot precisely control the outcome of adaptive evolution. The successful evolution of celestial comet wings was due to his efforts and also some element of luck. Anyway, having a goal is certainly good. Galos crunched on the scale powder he kept close, his view of the world turned into warm tones, colors no longer dim, appearing positive even when still covered by rain. Flame thunder is a special energy form. Use it more during excitation, so that it forms for a longer time, then gradually adapt to evolution, making it stabilize. Burst scales are a bit troublesome. The process of absorbing kinetic energy and replenishing oneself must be quite complex, requiring a long process, first figuring out how to stop it from easily exploding. For instance, every time burst scales are on the verge of overload and about to explode, Inch Stop should halt and let them cool down, doing this every time if possible. Galos's mind quickly worked, contemplating methods to consolidate both flame thunder and burst scales evolution, having a preliminary clue. And as time went by, the effect of the scale powder gradually faded. Perhaps because Galos's mind was also growing, the effect of scale powder on him gradually weakened, and he needs an increased dosage every time to enhance mental activity further. There's only one elf dragon, limiting scale powder production. Now unless necessary, Galos rarely uses scale powder, he reserves it for crucial moments, unlike at the beginning, extravagantly using scale powder just for mental recreation, which is no longer feasible. Black oil is similar to scale powder. As Galos's physique grows, to achieve the initial same effect, he needs a much larger quantity of black oil, though black oil is not an expensive resource, as there's a stable trade route providing it, his supply of black oil is abundant enough for bathing. Sizzle. Golden lightning bursts forth, Galos once again enters an excited state. The burst scales cooled by the chilly rain quickly began reddening and heating up. Galos attempted to gather flame thunder while letting the burst scales heat up, until sensing the burst scales on the verge of overload and explosion, he immediately ceased the excited state, allowing them to cool down slowly, repeating this process. Flame thunder, burst scales, dragon heart, barbed spines. Galos's life is fulfilling, filled entirely with daily workout plans. He enjoys such a calm and fulfilling life, while accumulating everything from this daily routine in preparation for potential unforeseen risks. However, the training for burst scales and flame thunder hasn't lasted long. A piece of neck scale armor suddenly began gently vibrating. Galos stopped and took out a communication stone, receiving a message from the Iron Dragon, causing his pupils to contract immediately, turning into chilly predator-like vertical slits, then reverting back a second later. Viscount Ironthorn, tax collector. What was bound to come has come. Galos anticipated this day, knowing that controlling a trade route would without doubt attract attention, but control in secret causes minimal impact. Let's talk to them first as they wish. Galos's eyes flickered, transmitting thoughts to Solrog. He's not a reckless and rude beast. The Scale Earth Rift is the trade route opened by others, he profits by occupying it, and they indeed have a reason for demanding taxes. Galos doesn't mind cooperating for a win-win situation to maintain the current state. But this assumes the other party's demands are reasonable. If they're asking too much, Galos will not retreat blindly. He sharpens his claws cautiously for survival, to have the power of resistance when faced with danger, having the confidence to overturn the table instead of always conceding. The light rain persisted, with icy droplets tapping crisply on the iron shell of the alchemy golem. The Fearless stood silently before tax collector Brent, his red eyes coldly surveying the surroundings, ready to respond to any potential attack at any moment. The communication stone of the war lizard folk chief lit up, and it murmured a few hisses before stepping back. Soon after, steady footsteps emerged from the rain screen. Werewolf mage Frostfang walked slowly, his blue-gray fur soaked by the rain, clinging tightly to his well-contoured form. His eyes glowed a ghostly green in the dim light, claws lightly tapping his waist-bone staff, making a subtle, click, sound. Humans. Frostfang said, "You shouldn't be here." Brent forced himself to straighten his back, despite the lurking pain in his chest. He stared at Frostfang, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. To him, mages among the monster races were merely slightly smarter beasts. "We are here on behalf of Viscount Ironthorn." The tax collector said coldly, "The Scale Earth Rift belongs to the Viscount's territory. You must pay the rightful tax to the Viscount for trading and profiting here." Frostfang's gaze swept over the Fearless and returned to Brent. "Tax," he said in a firm tone, "there is no tax in the wilderness, only trading." As he spoke, Frostfang's ears slightly twitched. If one looked closely, there was a small sound transmission stone in his ear. At this moment, Frostfang was serving as the spokesperson for Galos. And Galos came in with a strong attitude. He prepared to negotiate but knew that when dealing with the other party, you must never let them feel your weakness, otherwise, more severe oppression would follow, endlessly. Brent hadn't expected a werewolf to be so strong. Because the sound transmission stone in Frostfang's ear emitted a faint glow and wasn't concealed, Brent could guess that the werewolf mage in front of him was merely a mouthpiece, with someone else truly talking to him. And Brent himself was actually also a representative of Viscount Ironthorn. Standing behind him was the noble lord. Brent did not show any fear and revealed a strong attitude, continuing, "These are the laws of the Luthern Federation. All trade conducted on commercial roads must pay fees to the Lord." Frostfang calmly spoke, reiterating the Dragon Lord's will, "Your human laws do not apply to the wilderness." The tax collector's face darkened. "You are challenging the Viscount's authority," he lowered his voice, threatening, "If you refuse to cooperate, the consequences will be severe." "Is that so?" Frostfang tilted his head slightly, "Then you can try." Brent clenched his fists but ultimately did not act out. He knew now was not the time for a falling out. The Viscount wanted wealth, not destruction. "Listen, beast." The tax collector said solemnly, "The Viscount can send troops to purge you, but now is the respectable choice. We didn't come with the army but are negotiating with you in the rain, showing sincerity." He presented the tax levy order before the creatures, rainwater immediately blurring the wax seal of the Luthern Federation. "Scale Earth Rift, as a branch of Thousand Snake Mark, you profit here, must pay monthly taxes." He raised 2 fingers, saying, 5,000 gold coins a month. Or equivalent magic minerals. Considering your illegal operation here for years, His Grace the Viscount mercifully waives the small penalties, requiring only a year of back taxes, totaling 60,000 gold coins or equivalent magic minerals. After a pause, he added, "If using magic minerals for trade, their value is subject to verification and assessment by our people." Undoubtedly, this was a lion's share. Since there was no further instruction, the werewolf mage fell silent, expressionless. Opposite, the tax collector half smiled, saying, "If you cannot accept these conditions, the generous His Grace the Viscount gives you a second choice." He said, "On the first day of the month, you pay a single copper coin. Then 2 on the second day, 4 on the third day, complete a month's payment, considered as a year's tax." The tax collector showed the superiority of civilized people, saying, "2 choices, the choice is yours. Once you select, we will provide the specific magic contract as a guarantee for our cooperation." Upon hearing this, Frostfang's eyes flickered. Copper coins. That sounded like a very manageable condition. Compared to the previous demand of thousands of gold coins monthly, it seemed much simpler. While Frostfang wasn't proficient in numbers, just feeling this amount wasn't much, yet believed humans surely didn't mean well, there was a trap here. Behind listening to the 2 choices the tax collector proposed, Galos subtly shook his head. Did they think he was a fool? Truly believed wilderness monsters were all dumb and mindless creatures. However, since it was negotiation, there was room for discussion. Initial unrealistic demands were merely for better bargaining. This trade route was initially developed by Viscount Ironthorn's family, and if a good discussion could happen, Galos had a long-term vision and didn't mind letting the opposite party gain a little benefit. Immediately, Frostfang received the instruction, saying, 100 gold coins a month, this is our lowest acceptance. 5,000 directly cut to 100. The tax collector widened his eyes, wanting to scold these beasts for not understanding the rules of negotiation. But considering his mission, he took a deep breath, suppressed his dissatisfaction, and continued negotiating with the werewolves. The rain fell harder and harder, with time slipping away bit by bit. Both parties continued the drawn-out negotiations, probing each other's true bottom line. After a period, the tax collector had a dry mouth. He firmly insisted on 3,000 gold coins per month without budging, and demanded a one-time payment of a year's tax arrears, whereas Frost Fong proposed 300 gold coins monthly from now on, with no back payment. After discussing this point, the tax collector would not yield at all. Because he represented Viscount Ironthorn, and Viscount Ironthorn had instructed him that 3,000 gold coins along with one-time annual payment was the bottom line, especially the one-time settlement of arrears, must not relent. Viscount Ironthorn knew that such terms were already somewhat overtaxing the land. But with the Magic Academy's enrollment imminent, he needed quick money, sacrificing long-term benefits, not to mention the wilderness of Scale Earth Rift. He had directly sold off many of his more legitimate properties. The other side wouldn't budge. Frost Fong also firmly held his position. After wasting another 10 minutes, the tax collector, full of impatience, shouted, "Beasts! Enough, don't be ungrateful. This is already your most dignified choice." Frost Fong sneered, revealing sharp teeth. "Humans! You are the ones ungrateful. We've already shown ample sincerity, yet you're wearing down our patience. The wilderness is not your territory, you have no privileges here." It stepped back, while the armed, towering, imposing ogre stepped forward, surrounding the group. Fearless silently lifted the giant sword slowly, a fierce red glow in its eyes becoming more glaring. The atmosphere instantly became tense and confrontational. The tax collector stood in the rain, the cold rainwater gradually calming him. He exhaled slowly, saying, "It seems we cannot reach a unified opinion. Since that's the case, let your lord come to negotiate personally." He said coldly, "I disdain negotiating with low-level creatures like you, I require an equal dialogue." Self-important. A tax collector, thinking he is equal to our dragon lord? Frost Fong was silent for a second, then mocked, "Our lord is not interested in negotiating with a servant. If you really have sincerity, wish to solve this peacefully, then send someone more significant." Brent wanted to say more, but Frost Fong retreated several steps again. The armored, towering ogres stood like a wall, with giant wolf knights encircling, fierce eyes focused on the tax collectors group. The first negotiation broke down. The tax collector snorted coldly, saying, "We will come again, let your lord be prepared to receive us." He no longer lingered, escorted by Fearless and a few human warriors, he returned to Scale Earth Rift, away from the monsters. Both sides gradually grew distant, eventually becoming invisible. "Damn monsters, can't understand human speech." Brent cursed under his breath. He disliked dealing with monsters. These creatures lacked the awe due to bureaucrats, the respect owed to nobility, making him feel displeased. "Master, why not launch a surprise attack and annihilate these monsters, let them know our might?" A human warrior spoke in a low voice. Brent said with a sullen face, "Viscount's orders were to negotiate, not to wage war. But these monsters clearly don't respect us." "Humph." The tax collector sneered, "This negotiation was just a probe, let them relish a moment, they will eventually know what true respect is." He looked into the depths of the rain, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. The group did not leave the wilderness, instead they directly camped at the entrance of Scale Earth Rift, Brent standing inside a hastily erected tent, rainwater dripped from the canvas, pooling into small puddles on the ground. He took several deep breaths, pondering in his mind, then took out the communication stone. "Viscount, these monsters are very stubborn, ungrateful. Their lord is willing to renegotiate, but the premise is equality in status." Brent communicated with Viscount Ironthorn, reporting the negotiation results. At the same time, in Needleleaf Valley, the red iron dragon stood up, stretched its body, its hard dragon scales crushing the raindrops falling on itself, then curled up amidst the wind and rain, silent. Iron Dragon Salrog, Red Dragon Samantha, Elf Dragon Vera are also here. They're not sincerely negotiating. Salrog's gaze was fierce, pupils contracted into dangerous slits, saying, "These humans are too greedy, too self-important, too arrogant." Samantha also growled, "A bunch of lowly reptiles dare to extort and rob us dragons. The evil dragons will never give up their wealth. To the gold-loving dragon race, not even the dragon god can force them to relinquish their treasures, let alone a human noble, and a viscount is no grand noble. Whether it is Solrog or Samantha." Upon receiving news, their first thought was to kill the tax collector, skin them, tear them apart, and hang them along the trade route as a warning. It was Galos who suppressed their fury. For Galos, relinquishing his wealth is painful, but not entirely impossible. For better development and longer-term stability, Galos is willing to pay a certain price, so he orchestrated the first negotiation with the tax collector behind the scenes. Through this negotiation, Galos faintly sensed that the noble lord behind the tax collector might not be after long-term interests. For instance, their insistence on collecting a year's back taxes and their unyielding demand for 3,000 gold coins made Galos feel that the other side wanted to extract a steep price. But it might also be due to the tax collector's limited authority, and this negotiation was merely a probe. Therefore, Galos offered a second chance for them to send a more senior representative for a more formal meeting, where the Lord of the Molten Iron clan would also appear. Solrog, Samantha. Don't let emotions devour your reason in calm. Galos's gaze was steady as he said, "This matter concerns our future development, it is of great importance, and we must make decisions and responses calmly." The prestige of the red iron dragon gradually calmed the two of them. Samantha's tail slapped the ground as she said, 3,000 gold coins. Why doesn't that greedy human just come and rob us directly? Its vertical pupils dangerously contracted as it said, "My thoughts remain unchanged, kill all these insolent provocateurs and smash their alchemy golems." Samantha lifted her head, sparks shooting from her nostrils. In the wilderness, strength reigns supreme, what are human laws worth? Their deaths will be more persuasive than taxes. Galos remained silent, instead looking towards the iron dragon Solrog. Its iron claws gouged deep ravines in the ground as it said, "Human nobles have no understanding of respect and awe, they arrogantly consider other races as monsters, even classifying us dragons as one of them. Humph, compromise today by paying taxes, and tomorrow they'll demand us as mounts." The iron dragon was more rational than Samantha, but when it came to wealth, this evil dragon with pure bloodline and soul was unwilling to back down at all. "Let's kill the tax collector first, let humans know we are not to be trifled with." The iron dragon and the red dragon found rare agreement in their opinions. Galos spoke slowly, his deep voice resonating in the rain. "Engaging directly in war is the most foolish choice. Have you thought about it? If you kill one tax collector today, tomorrow it might be the Knight Order of the Southern Federation coming. He said, our years of lineage accumulated here may be destroyed in an instant." Pausing, Galos's gaze slightly narrowed, his tone shifting as he said, "But if they insist on war, then give them war. It would merely result in mutual destruction, followed by moving once again." In fact, the appearance of the tax collector and the targeting by the Viscount Lord made Galos deeply aware of the risk. So far, the peaceful life had been disrupted. The Molten Iron clan has been forced into the open. And it's just the beginning now. More probes and peaks from all sides are bound to follow. If the existence of several dragons is accidentally exposed, what's waiting for them will be dangerous sieges and hunts. Compared to the wealth that the three dragons can bring, the accumulations of the Molten Iron clan over the years on the trade route are insignificant. Hunting dragons, in the eyes of human nobles, means immense wealth and glory, and there's no need to fear the background when hunting evil dragons. Mixed-blood dragons like Galos are rare and highly valued. Especially since the Viscount behind the tax collector seems to be in urgent need of wealth. In this situation, if the identity of the dragon race is discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Galos's idea is, if negotiations go smoothly, then they'll continue to lie low and develop for a while, temporarily acquiring more growth resources, observing the situation, and seizing opportunities. If negotiations fail, then he would flip the table immediately. While not being discovered in advance, he would prevent the human army from having the chance to besiege and hunt, first striking the noble who broke his peaceful life with a heavy blow, making them pay a painful price, and then quickly relocate with all valuable possessions. In the long life of the dragons, they do not settle in one territory. Galos doesn't have much attachment to the land beneath his feet. When he decided to occupy the Scale Earth Rift to seek growth resources, he had already anticipated this day would come. Next time when they come for formal negotiations, we need to push a lord to the forefront. With his gaze sweeping over the young dragons, Galos said, "Our existence cannot be exposed, or it would attract aggression. Have Kalu disguise himself as a lord for the negotiations." Salrog and Samantha had no objections. They were no longer ignorant young dragons, they knew very well what consequences would arise once their identity as evil dragons was exposed. At this moment, Iron Dragon Salrog expressed his feelings about the current situation, speaking softly, "There should be a metal dragon among us." Sub-Iron Dragons and Metal Dragons did not get along. In fact, in ancient times, Sub-Iron Dragons were also part of Metal Dragons, but due to some unknown secret reason, they were expelled and split to form the Sub-Iron Dragon clan. Because of this, the relationship between Sub-Iron Dragons and Metal Dragons is quite delicate. Yet, even so, Iron Dragon Salrog still wanted a Metal Dragon ally. On one hand, his dream was to establish the Dragon Empire, which included Metal Dragons. On the other hand, the identity of Metal Dragons as good dragons made matters much easier. Many nobles even considered befriending Metal Dragon allies an honor, unlike evil dragons who would be hunted by all sides as soon as they appeared. Samantha was frank, "I hate Metal Dragons and don't want to coexist with them." Galos narrowed his eyes slightly, staying silent, though he did agree with Salrog's idea. Iron Dragon was right, the dragon group consisted of evil dragons, making them too conspicuous and dangerous. Although Galos was a red-iron mixed blood, naturally born as an evil dragon, he disliked metal dragons internally but could restrain his nature. Rationally, Galos believed that a metal dragon ally who could stand in front would solve many unnecessary troubles, and although evil dragons were mostly stubborn and unruly, metal dragons were easier to get along with. However, rarely did metal dragons travel alone. Galos recalled fondly, only thinking of the red copper dragon who liked riddles. It had been more than 10 years since they last met, and back then the red copper dragon was likely over 25 years old, reaching adolescence. If we could see the red copper dragon again. Find a way to bring it into the fold. Galos mused. The presence of a metal dragon could make those who wanted to attack him hesitate and be full of concerns. Looking back now, Galos felt a bit of regret for being too aggressive back then, not realizing this point. He vowed that next time he met the red copper dragon Deborah, he would never again seize its possessions, but rather treat it kindly. Afterward, Galos instructed gorging demon Kalu, telling Kalu to disguise as the Lord of Molten Iron clan at the time and replace him in appearances, and asked Samantha to create a set of armor that could mask dragon descendant features for Kalu. Kalu was burly but thoughtful, capable of undertaking this task. Time passed day by day. Soon, a week went by, and Viscount Ironthorn's people had yet to arrive. However, the creatures of Molten Iron clan keenly discovered that the number of caravans traveling on the Scale Earth Rift had decreased by nearly a third, and was still diminishing, affecting the clan's trade. They inquired from merchants and learned that Viscount Ironthorn had raised the road tax on Scale Earth Rift to the maximum. According to the Federation's trade laws, road taxes have a limit, but rarely does any road's tax reach that limit directly. Nowadays, with Scale Earth Rift's road tax raised to the maximum, many merchants stayed away. To prevent tax evasion, tax collectors and fearless alchemy golems were stationed directly at the entrance of Scale Earth Rift to personally collect taxes from the passing caravans. Galos was also aware of this. Clearly, this was the Viscount demonstrating his power, applying preemptive pressure for the upcoming negotiations. He was telling the Molten Iron clan that if they did not pay taxes, he had ways to suppress the primitive and vulgar beasts. As for the Viscount himself, though long-term interests would be affected, what he pursued now were short-term profits, and his business wasn't solely dependent on Scale Earth Rift, so he had the confidence to do this. Additionally, mages from various clans also discovered that some of the recently traded goods contained hidden alchemy tools that could be used for positioning. Galos was foresight. He had long established rules. All goods obtained through trade routes would not be sent directly to the territory but gathered and handed over to multiple mages for repeated inspections to prevent accidents, especially for items required by the dragons. The checks were more rigorous. This foresight ensured that the core territory of Molten Iron Clan was not directly exposed. As for the source of positioning tools, undoubtedly, it was Viscount Ironthorn's handiwork. Perhaps to further pressure or prepare for a failed negotiation, he wanted to obtain the coordinates of Molten Iron Clan's territory first. But he underestimated Galos's caution and wisdom. To guard against the Viscount having more advanced positioning tools that were hard to detect, Galos instructed the clan to pile up all recently traded goods in the wild, not bring them to the territory, and temporarily halted trade with the caravans. Those positioning tools mixed within the goods were scattered into the territories of some mighty ferocious beast creatures. If reconnaissance scouts followed the positioning, their subsequent experience wouldn't be pleasant, failing to discover the core territory, and would encounter attacks from strong ferocious beast creatures instead. The formal negotiations hadn't begun, yet the invisible confrontation had already started. Raymond Duchy, Thorn Territory, the moonlight shines brightly. Viscount Ironthorn stood on the castle terrace, his short grey-white hair glinting subtly under the moonlight. His posture was as upright as a sword, and the years had etched a few dignified lines on his sharply defined face, yet it did not diminish his aura in the least. His cold grey eyes squinted slightly, like two unsheathed daggers, scrutinizing the night outside the window. It was the look he had during the border wars in his youth, now instinctively resurfacing whenever he faced any threat. Viscount Ironthorn was already approaching 50 this year. However, he himself was an advanced warrior, and his title was not solely inherited from his family, and with proper maintenance, he looked as if he were not yet 40. A bunch of beasts, far more cunning than I expected. Viscount Ironthorn sneered and said. The Viscount's eldest son, Edmund, was also by his side. This young caster stood in the shadow behind his father, his silver-grey mage robe swaying gently with the castle's draft. He inherited his father's tall stature, but his skin was not the warrior's bronze hue, rather, it was the fair complexion unique to scholars, with occasional flashes of light in his eyes, a feature developed from long-term study of magic. Under his short, golden hair, a pair of light blue eyes shimmered with a dangerous curiosity and the pride of youth. Father, why waste time with a bunch of monsters? Edmund's voice carried disdain and scorn. Just send the army to crush them. Can they possibly withstand your private army? Viscount Ironthorn squinted, his gaze sweeping over the training ground outside the window. There, many knights were training, the thorn patterns engraved on their armor reflecting a cold light in the moonlight. In the distance, several alchemy golems stood quietly, their massive bodies casting dense shadows against the ground. Edmund, remember this. The Viscount began slowly, war is not our goal, don't be rash. However, to deal with beasts, you must first let them know who the master is. He turned around, pulling out a roll of parchment from the desk, densely recording the trading data of the Scale Earth Rift that he had collected. Behind these monsters is a so-called lord, able to unite barbarian races like the war lizard folk and ogres, even understanding trade, capable of enforcing discipline and possessing counterintelligence awareness. The Viscount tapped on the parchment with his fingertip. This shows it's not simple. Edmund said, no matter how clever, they're still beasts. The young caster raised his hand, a flickering flame appearing in his palm, saying, the admissions to the Azure Sky Academy require not only wealth but also a spell assessment. I just need an experience like this, a wilderness journey that can enhance my spell power. Viscount Ironthorn looked at his son, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. A true noble is not a fool hiding in a castle indulging in debauchery, but a warrior who dares to challenge themselves, faces danger, and fights. He was very pleased with his eldest son. "Very well, ye shall go for the negotiations, bring the private army with you. If they are sensible, then drain their wealth. If they are not." The Viscount's voice turned cold, "Then let them understand what the iron fist of civilization means." Edmund gracefully performed a standard noble salute. "I will make them kneel and offer their treasures, father." He said so. The eldest son's voice was filled with excitement as he withdrew, preparing for the upcoming wilderness journey. Bane, accompany Edmund and guard by his side. The Viscount spoke in a low voice. A gentle breeze blew by, and in the shadows beside him appeared a middle-aged man, dressed simply, his skin rough as if weathered by storms. He was a martial monk of traditional combat training. In general, martial monks do not care much about personal vanity or wealth. They believe that the whole of life is a trial against oneself. No matter how many obstacles lie ahead, martial monks delight in exerting all their strength to overcome difficulties, not for show but to test themselves. Bane was also undergoing this life trial. He was congenitally weak, constantly sick from a young age. His already poor family could not afford it, abandoning him during a severe illness. He was later adopted by the father of Viscount Ironthorn and sent to a monastery to study. Bane lived up to expectations. Though inherently weak, his will was extraordinarily strong. His childhood illnesses forged a will of iron, and he gradually grew into a powerful martial monk, pledging loyalty to the Ironthorn family, later following today's Viscount Ironthorn. The two were master and servant, but having grown up together, they were also like brothers. Yet, to Viscount Ironthorn, there were many such brothers. Bane nodded heavily in agreement, then his figure flickered, disappearing. Meanwhile, in the Cell Wilderness, north of Shattered Stone Beach. Amidst the curtain of rain, 5 shadows gradually emerged, each 3 meters tall, their skin resembling dried mud, covered in cracked patterns, with deformed long arms dangling to the knees. Behind them followed smaller shadows, totaling about 20. The outpost previously destroyed by a behemoth has already been rebuilt, with more stationed guards, stronger in force. They detected the approaching trolls in advance, closing in on the territory belonging to the Molten Iron clan. Soon after, the garrison assembled, launching an attack, and surrounded the trolls with numerous monsters. A group of trolls from the Eternal Frost Tundra. Galos looked at the Iron Dragon. Yes, they call themselves the Steelback clan. For a long time, they lived in the Eternal Frost Tundra, but as the war between the White Frost Alliance and the Warcry clan grew more intense, their territory got caught in the aftershocks of war and was destroyed by the White Frost Alliance. The mage within the clan felt uneasy about the future, so they led the clan to migrate to the Cell Wilderness. Originally, about 100 trolls, their numbers dwindled during the migration, ultimately leaving only a little over 20. Salrog explained in detail. Such matters ordinarily would not be specifically brought to disturb Galos. However, due to the recent events at the Scale Earth Rift, Galos, foresightly, prepared an escape route for himself. The Eternal Frost Tundra in the north was one of his choices, so he asked the Iron Dragon to explain matters concerning the Eternal Frost Tundra. What's the current state of the giants from the Steelback clan? Captured and held at the Shattered Stone Beach camp. Immediately, before the topic of giants could continue, both Galos and the Iron Dragon paused and drew out a communication stone from their scale armor. An urgent message came through. Viscount Ironthorn sent his eldest son, demanding the Lord of the Molten Iron clan to come forward for more formal negotiations. In some wilderness near the Scale Earth Rift, a half-collapsed ancient stone pavilion was cleared temporarily as a negotiation venue. Led by Kalu, the monsters of the Molten Iron clan were already present. Fully armored ogres, knights of various clans riding fearsome beasts, and mages stood quietly there, with dangerous glints suppressed in their eyes. Heavy footsteps echoed from the horizon. The Thorn Knights appeared first, clad in dark red armor, with the thorn emblem of the Ironthorn family engraved on their breastplates. Each face armor was crafted into the shape of a roaring wolf's head, with exquisite alchemy longswords hanging at their waists. Though they were not as tall and strong as the ogres. The aura they emitted was almost on par with that of the ogre warriors. Following them were 5 alchemy golems. One among them was the Fearless, while the other 4 differed vastly in model and appearance, but without exception, they were tall and mighty steel constructs. Each step they took made the ground tremble. Finally, at the end, came Edmund himself. He rode atop the shoulder of a frost giant, his silver-grey mage robe fluttering in the wind. The frost giant's skin was corpse-like pale, its body shriveled, and its eyes glowed an unnatural blue, clearly not in a normal state, lifeless and eerie. It seems our beast friends are taking this meeting quite seriously. Edmund swept a disdainful gaze over the ogre formation, but unfortunately, numbers can't make up for the gap in civilization. The tax collector Brent showed a fawning smile and nodded repeatedly. Young master is right, young master speaks well. Not long after. The young caster riding the frost giant, escorted by knights and golems, entered the stone pavilion. The gorging demon Kalu, disguised as the lord, sat imposing on the other side of the stone table. Its entire body was covered in custom black iron armor by Samantha, only 2 flickering red lights showed through the eye slits, exuding an aura of primitive and savage strength. Does your father not even have the courage to show up in person? Kalu said in a coarse voice. Edmund elegantly flicked away non-existent dust from the corner of his robe. Negotiating with you beasts doesn't require my father to come in person. This person, the superiority and pride in his words far exceeded those of the tax collector, as if he were a favored child of the heavens, a darling of the world. And indeed, he was. Edmund was 24 this year. In the first 23 years of his life, he indulged in games and various pleasures until a year ago when he suddenly developed an interest in magic and began learning it. Starting to learn magic at the age of 23 is quite late, and magic is not easy to learn. Many thought he would soon give up. But Edmund displayed an astounding talent for magic. In just 1 year, he went from nothing to achieving what ordinary people would take decades, even a century, to accomplish, hailed as a magical genius of the Ironthorn family, not seen in 500 years. Those obscure incantations and complex magical principles appeared especially simple to Edmund. Throughout this year, he was surrounded by countless flowers and praises, convinced that whatever he wanted to do he could succeed. He believed himself to be the child of destiny. Once he reached the Azure Sky Academy and had access to more resources and channels, he would undoubtedly become a legendary-level caster. His future was boundlessly bright. Previously, he took pride in his family. But in time, the family would be proud of him. Edmund signaled for the golems behind him to step forward. Get to the point, 3,000 gold coins per month, back taxes for 1 year. Not a coin less. He lifted his head, speaking decisively, leaving no room for doubt. Where did this fool come from? Are you dreaming? Kalu stood up, asking. Seems our negotiations ended as they began. Edmund shook his head. My father was right, beasts remain beasts. You need to realize who truly is the master. He stared directly at Kalu, eyes pressing intensely. He intended to provoke conflict here, to commence battle directly. By subduing these monsters with force, subsequent issues would be easier to handle. The knights drew their long swords, the roar of the golem engines thundered, overpowering the storm. The torrential rain was falling, the gorging demon was about to roar and rage, but as if receiving some message, it forcefully suppressed the roar. It displayed anger, yet apprehensive, helplessly lowering its head in humiliation at last. Humans, you've won. We'll pay the taxes. Within 7 days, the tax will be paid in full and delivered to your camp. Assuming you can still be alive by then. Kalu added in heart. Both sides retreated in the rain, not engaging in battle. Meanwhile, at Needleleaf Valley. Why do you insist on pushing me? I clearly only want a peaceful life. Galos spread his wings, his commanding presence towering inch by inch against the fierce winds and rain. He realized these humans had no intention of negotiating in good faith, their demands were impossible for Galos to meet. If that's the case, then there's no need to negotiate. In the darkened sky, an invisible hand seemed to stir the winds and clouds, sweeping layers of forest waves, as bean-sized raindrops poured down torrentially, wailing between the mountains and wilderness, raising a pale curtain of rain. Galos stood in the wind and rain like steel cast in iron. Beside him, the Iron Dragon and the Red Dragon also spread their wings, standing upright, dragon faces filled with excitement, revealing their sharp dragon teeth. Crush those lowly crawlers. Samantha snorted fire from her nostrils, growling. They will pay the price in blood for their arrogance. Solrog's hard dragon scales clanged crisply. The Ignatius brothers understood each other well enough that when they saw the change in expression and gaze of Galos, there was no need to ask further, they already knew Galos's intentions. Unlike Galos, the Red Dragon and Iron Dragon were already filled with killing intent, longing to skin and dismember those humans daring to extort them, but Galos had always restrained them, told them to endure. And now, Galos was also enraged. He had already made concessions, but the other side kept pressing step by step. In fact, if you stood from the human side's perspective, their actions did not seem inappropriate. If this monster race was weak, they would directly use their private army to subdue and completely take over. If it was strong enough to make them feel fearful and went berserk at war, it was better, they could apply for the defense forces to suppress and ruthlessly strike, then shower them with favor for submission. The nobility was not interested in normal cooperation. They wanted a complete control in a superior-subordinate relationship. But from Galos's perspective, this was totally unacceptable. The nobles' probing and provocation were touching Galos's bottom line. This made him feel immense danger. Then, he felt dread in his heart, fear arose, boiling killing intent surged within him. Nonetheless, now was not the time for direct action. The more the situation, the more calmness and rationality were needed, consequences must be thought through, retreat paths must be planned. Galos inhaled deeply, drawing the wind and rain into his lungs, then slowly exhaled. Solrog, instruct all battle squad leaders to be ready for combat, order the leaders staying in the territory to organize, and immediately retreat to the Quenching Highlands. Samantha, clean up Needleleaf Valley, take everything possible, destroy what's impossible to take. The meaning conveyed in these words was clear. Galos intended to abandon this territory. He was decisive, and since he had decided to overturn the table, he went straight into migration preparations, not giving the other side a chance for subsequent retaliatory strikes. Upon hearing this, Samantha hesitated. She couldn't bear to leave the territory she had managed for a long time, couldn't bear the wealth it brought. Wait, Galos, are we giving up the territory? Not giving up, just temporarily retreating, we will return sooner or later. Why? A Viscount's army definitely cannot defeat us, we can kill them all. Continue to occupy here. Viscount, in the human world, is not considered a high-ranking noble. Samantha was still as proud as ever, thinking only the high nobles or great lords were worth her avoidance. Glancing at the calm gaze of Galos, the Iron Dragon sneered, suppressing the swirling emotions, said, "Foolish, do you think the Southern Federation will tolerate 3 evil dragons nesting near the trade routes? Will they sit and watch us become full-fledged? The Viscount is not a concern, but when we display claws, show our sharpness, it will surely draw more attention. By then, if we still stay here, waiting for the strong ones to besiege and punish, it's a dead end. With the nobility of our dragon race, with the value of our dragon race, it might even attract the legendary. Once a legendary comparable to ancient dragons arrives and we are still in place, then there'll be no chance to escape. And not even needing a legendary, those high life-level powerhouses can pose a danger to us." When the Iron Dragon could suppress its emotions and think calmly. Its wisdom far exceeded Samantha's. What it said was also Galos's thought. Each legendary is the pillar of their kingdom, the core of various races and countries. The Viscount behind won't have a legendary, otherwise, he wouldn't be a Viscount coming to the wilderness and monsters for food. But within the vast Southern Federation, there are legendary powerhouses. Even stationed troops in Cell Wilderness have legends, otherwise, they couldn't suppress the savage beasts and monsters of the wilderness. Once the Viscounts dispatched people are killed. Among them, there's a noble descendant. This will undoubtedly be seen as a provocation to the Southern Federation. In the eyes of Cell Wilderness's defense forces, it definitely would seem that the Molten Iron clan is no ordinary clan anymore, that several evil dragons have become a threat to the Federation, must be struck hard. If continuing to linger at Scale Earth Rift. The ensuing script is conceivable. First, the Viscount will send troops for revenge, then be defeated by the dragons. Subsequently, a more formal legion arrives. If still unable to deal with several evil dragons, the strong warriors among the defense forces will directly strike. Or there might not be so much winding. Upon discovering several dragons, a strong warrior with a hunting interest will, without waiting for the Viscount to send troops or apply for military support, strike first and earn a handsome reward. In any case, Scale Earth Rift can no longer be stayed in, we must retreat. Galos gazed sharply, slowly saying, and before that, I will make those people pay a painful price. In reality, the most rational choice would be to tuck tails and retreat with the clan, leaving those humans untouched. But Galos was not a person of absolute rationality. He had his own demands, his own desires. Did he survive and grow by walking on thin ice just to flee every time danger approached, tail between his legs? No. He did it so that in moments like these, even if he must retreat, he would make those who disrupted his peaceful life pay a price, making them understand the consequences of provoking him. He did it so that he wouldn't have to be tolerant when facing similar situations in the future. The first time he abandoned his territory due to the threats of the Black Rock Dwarves, Galos did not have the courage to resist, migrating overnight like a stray dog. But this time, he would make the enemy remember the pain. If there is a next time, the one fleeing may not be him. Soon, through the communication stone, orders were issued urgently. The combat units led by Kalu did not return to organize the territory's taxes. Instead, taking advantage of the rain and mage's cover, they closed in silently and gradually on the noble offspring's encampment. The leaders within various territories of the Molten Iron clan also received orders, mobilizing their people to pack up their lands and head to the Quenching Highlands. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. In the past few days, the rain fluctuated in intensity, but as of today, it continued to pour heavily, the raindrops the size of beans striking the leather tents with a crisp sound. In the largest tent, the oppressive scent of perfume and roasted meat hung heavily in the air. Edmund reclined lazily on a lounge chair, playing with a crystal ball in his hand. He seemed leisurely, more like on vacation than training in the wilderness. Young master, will those monsters really pay their taxes obediently? Brent obsequiously offered chilled wine. I say we should just raid their nests directly. Edmund glanced at the tax collector. Do you know where their nests are? Not at the moment. Brent laughed awkwardly. Edmund sipped his wine leisurely, his light blue pupils reflecting the defensive line set up outside the tent. The 5 alchemy golems formed a circular defensive line, Thorn Knights were training in the rain, and further away stood the frost giant controlled by magic, its eye sockets empty and hollow. Patience is needed. Edmund said with disdain, after all, beasts are beasts, their foolish and primitive minds can't conceive any strategy. He truly looked down upon the wilderness creatures from the bottom of his heart. Or rather, all intelligent beings living in civilized lands were full of prejudice against the primitive and vulgar monsters of the wilderness. For instance, the Goblin Kingdom within the Southern Federation completely refused to acknowledge the goblin race in the wilderness as the same species, considering them merely as pseudo-goblin monsters with similar appearances. Edmund swirled his wine glass, downing the red liquid in one gulp. Perhaps initially they might feel unwilling and try some tricks when handing over taxes, but in the face of wise and civilized us, the thoughts of beasts would only be laughable. Edmund said leisurely, the taxes demanded now are just the beginning. Next, I will keep probing their limits, applying pressure bit by bit, squeezing all their wealth out, and bringing them completely under control. Learning magic is extremely costly. To secure his footing in the Azure Sky Academy in the future, Edmund didn't mind exploiting resources dry for a substantial fortune initially. From his perspective, these excessive demands wouldn't pose any issues as long as he eventually achieved success and became a high-level mage. Earning wealth and honor would be an easy feat. Brent continued to laugh fawningly, nodding repeatedly. This young master was truly a favorite star, his background actually limiting him, and his future achievements were bound to far surpass his father's. If he indeed became a legendary mage, then his name would spread throughout the Raymond Duchy, becoming a pillar of the nation. The atmosphere inside the tent was relaxed. Edmund sipped the fine wine, elegantly using knives and forks to cut the roast. However, beneath the calm, an undercurrent surged. The martial monk Bane in the shadows suddenly opened his eyes, pupils narrowing. "Something is approaching," he said solemnly. "Uncle Bane, are you being too tense?" The magical alarm outside the camp remained silent. Edmund was indifferent. Until, boom. A dull, unnatural thunder echoed in the sky, approaching from afar. The frost giant was the first to notice the anomaly. This automaton crafted by alchemy and necromancy suddenly let out a shrill howl. The nearby knights looked up, seeing the direction the giant pointed. The stormy sky suddenly tore open. A red ominous star tore through the clouds, its tail flame scorching a vacuum channel where raindrops vaporized into pale mist before falling. The light was not the normal orange red of a meteor but a dark crimson more akin to biological blood, as if the firmament had been cut open with a deep wound. Amidst a series of deep roars, that crimson malevolent star lowered in altitude, gradually revealing its true form. Galos unfurled his dragon wings, shadowing the sky. His searing scales evaporated the rain into white mist, his mighty and rugged form faintly visible within. He folded his wings and dove towards the human camp, compressing the air into visible cone-shaped shockwaves. Dragon. It's an evil dragon. The Knight Commander's roar was drowned in the sonic boom. The dense red-hot dragon scales tore through wind and rain, leaving trails of steam, pouring into the human camp. Buzz. The ground suddenly lit up with one magic rune after another. The defense array constructed here was activated, transforming into a bow-like energy shield around the camp. Boom boom boom. Thick flames erupted like the roar of a furious dragon. The energy shield flickered uncertainly, and large areas of cracks appeared on its surface. Defend. The Knight Commander's pupils shrank as he shouted. Already in training, the fully armed knights raised their great shields. Crash. The shield seemed to encounter a heavy strike and shattered instantly. Galos's mighty form tore apart the magic shield, a pair of celestial comet wings, shining with a cold light, fully unfolded like a giant guillotine, sweeping towards the knight phalanx. Slay the dragon. Slay the dragon. The Knight Commander raised his arm and yelled. This knight, clad in heavy armor, wielding a spear nearly 4 meters long, took the lead and braved towards Galos. The magic power surged within him, igniting a flame-like energy reaction on his body, which even extended to coat the spear. With a flick of his wrist, the spear sped like lightning, thrusting toward the dragon's head. If he could first land a blow on the giant dragon, then the entire Knight Order, along with the alchemy golem, could have a chance to take down the dragon. His robust physique wouldn't be killed by just one strike. The next moment, the lance with alchemy runes shattered under the dragon claw. Galos smashed the spear with his left claw, while his right claw, wrapped in a fierce gust, pressed down onto the Knight Commander. Bang! The armor shattered, and the Knight Commander's once proud body burst into a mist of blood, leaving no bones behind. Galos's speed did not diminish at all as he continued his charge. Heavy shields and hard fine steel long spear. Also the knights' bodies. Tents ahead and weapon racks. All split in two, or even smashed directly into a mist of blood and powder. In one blow. The Viscount spent a fortune cultivating private army knights and lost a quarter just like that. Galos tore through the night phalanx like an unstoppable dragon-shaped blade, soared back, again swept over the night phalanx. In a short time, 2 dives. The Night Order brought here lost half their lives, while the cost for Galos was only some slight scratches as the spears grazed his scales. The remaining knights scattered. Whoosh! An ice spear broke through the air towards Galos, shattered by a swing of his thick tail. The frost giant stepped heavily, at a hurried pace, sprinting forth, condensing an ice spear in its hand, preparing to throw. Galos flapped his dragon wings, sharply elevating in a straight line, hovering high in the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. The engine roars suddenly echoed, almost simultaneously, like thunder. The eyes of the 5-platform alchemy golem lit up at the same time, fixating on Galos. The young caster's face was aghast. The tent he was in had been torn apart by the strong wind as Galos flapped his wings, exposing him entire in the rain, drenched, hair plastered flat against his scalp, face devoid of previous confidence and composure. Tax collector Brent fell into the mud, trembling legs unable to stand. Only the middle-aged man with a hard, dark complexion, rough skin, like a reef battered thousands of times by the waves, stood before the young caster. His small frame yet held as firm as a hill, with an aura solid as substance. No, not an aura, but chi. A martial monk. Galos' gaze narrowed slightly as it fixed on Bane. The martial dragon he wishes to become is evolved from martial monk, essentially an advanced profession of the dragon race's martial monk, but the traditional martial monk profession is still its foundation, providing some reference value. Now without fear of exposure, he directly used the investigation technique on the martial monk, eyes glistening towards him. However, the investigation technique was blocked. His gaze could not penetrate the martial monk's enveloping chi. This indicated that the martial monk's life level exceeded Galos, above level 10. In Galos' vision, the martial monk's chi burned like flames, tenacious yet limited by the human body, and that's all. At the same time, the Viscount's son suppressed his inner dread, forcibly calm, looked up at the powerful giant dragon circling high above, and scolded, "Dragon. We have no grudges between us, leave immediately, or do you wish to provoke military pursuit?" When facing a ferocious evil dragon, yielding would not work. Feigning authority from the Federation's military might intimidate the dragon into retreat. Unfortunately, Galos was not simply passing through, suddenly decided to attack on a whim. After thoughtful consideration, he already assessed the risks. He lowered his gaze, facing the tiny creatures below, and said, "Humans, the taxes you requested, I personally came to deliver. Is my arrival not welcomed?" The voice of the red iron dragon was deep, like thunder rolling within clouds, shaking the hearts of those present. Edmund's face slightly stiffened. Is this dragon the true lord behind those monsters? Damn it! If he had known earlier, he should have brought a stronger expedition corps over. He really didn't expect that there would be a dragon race daring enough to lurk near the trade route. This evil dragon is extraordinary. We can renegotiate. Edmund shouted, violence is not the way to solve problems. Dragon race is highly intelligent beings, not those lowly beasts. We are willing to concede some interests for formal cooperation with you. No matter whether his words are true or not. When Galos decided to bare his fangs and reveal his true form, he had no intention of letting these people go. Lowly reptiles. It's too late to beg for mercy now. You must pay for angering the dragon race. Roars like boiling magma surged from afar, yet not from Galos. 2 smaller dragon shadows appeared, followed by a legion of ogres, war lizard folk, jackal wolf folk, gray-haired werewolves, and other monsters like a tide, converging upon the human camp from all directions. The previous conversation was just a delay for the encirclement to take form. To prevent these people from escaping. The Iron Dragon and Red Dragon approached Galos. The Ignis trio soared simultaneously in the sky. The rolling dragon breath mixed together, augmented by the monster's roars that drowned out the sound of torrential rain, making even the resolute knights turn pale and their hearts pound like drums. The martial monk, with a resolutely cold face, also dimmed his gaze. "Edmund, break through to the east," he said in a deep voice. The nearest garrison from here was towards the east, attracting the garrison's attention and aid was their only chance. Edmund, knowing the urgency of the situation, struggled to calm himself. Frost giants, 5 platform alchemy golems, and knights regrouped, forming a wedge formation around Edmund, breaking through toward the east. The sky in the storm was fragmented by 3 dragon shadows slicing through. Galos dove centerwards, the fastest, with a body like a flame, initiating the charge upon the human formation before the iron dragon and red dragon. The mixed-blood dragon's wings tore through the rain, scorched scales trailing a fiery path in the air. 2 alchemy golems locked onto him, joints spraying overloaded high-temperature steam. Their engine cores flashed wildly, boosting power to threshold levels. Suddenly one opened its chest armor, revealing a rotating saw blade, leaping high, crashing straight toward the diving Galos. The red iron dragon's claws collided with the golem's blade, sparking intensely. The shrill sound of metal friction caused creatures within 100 meters radius to cover their ears in pain, yet Galos' offensive didn't falter. His left claw firmly clenched the golem's blade while his right claw pierced through its chest armor, smashing it into several knights, steel and flesh exploding into a mixed debris in the rain. And as Galos descended in height, more attacks followed. A fearless lifted a heavy sword, slashing toward Galos' neck. Alchemy golems of the knight class raised pitch-black heavy spears, their whole body glowing with veiny energy, thrusting toward Galos' heart. Still more employed different tactics in a combined assault. At the same time, the frost giant coalesced an ice crystal warhammer, bearing a bone-chilling cold current, striking Galos back while he was entangled with the alchemy golems. This blow could shatter steel, yet upon contact with dragon scale, it shattered into ice shards on impact. Boom! Explosive firelight filled the view. Galos merely shuddered slightly, his tail sweeping like a steel whip, knocking the giant back who fell down, its chest splitting open, revealing alloy-like breastbone covered in cracks, yet it swiftly roared and charged back. The body empowered by undead and alchemy magic knew nothing of pain. Martial Monk Bane didn't engage directly, instead guarding Edmund closely, while Edmund's heart pounded like thunder, face pale, mind blank and bewildered, attempting to conjure magic but utterly unable to concentrate, incapable of outlining even a magic model. Facing life and death. The greenhouse flower revealed its true form, its will as fragile as paper. A genius? Simply clueless of the world, destined to perish early like a fool. The knights on the fringe began battling the advancing monsters. Because Galos had killed off a group earlier, suffering great losses, the remaining knights were no match for the monsters, as if struggling in a quagmire, moving with difficulty. The breakout was hopeless. Meanwhile, the 12-meter-long iron dragon arrived. Its side intervened in the combat, all muscles taut, its steel-like body spinning, slicing a golem's waist with rotating dragon wings, sending it flying, rolling together into a crash landing. The piercing sound of tearing metal as the golem's hydraulic fluid sprayed like blood. Yet this war machine clamped onto the iron dragon with both arms, its chest armor cracked open, the dark cannon barrel began charging, aiming at Salrog. At that instant, a solidified rune flew through the air, landing upon the alchemy golem. Its actions paused, halting the energy charge, releasing its grip on the iron dragon. It was Samantha's alchemy magic affecting the golem. Lava-like flaming dragon breath turned rain into steam as it erupted from Samantha's mouth, crashing into the alchemy golem's chest, rapidly reddening its armor like molten iron, and the force of impact pushed it back step by step. The iron dragon let out a low growl. Hardened body. A layer of deep black light instantly enveloped its body, making it appear even more like pure steel, more akin to a steel beast than the surrounding alchemy golems. It charged forward, using its hardened body as a weapon. In the moment when Samantha stopped the dragon breath, it crashed into the alchemy golem. Countless parts scattered like rain. The armor, softened by the dragon breath scorching, was instantly torn apart, and countless parts scattered like rain. The upper half of the alchemy golem was smashed to pieces. Worm. Feel fear and despair. Both quickly tore apart the alchemy creations humans were so proud of, causing the Iron Dragon and Red Dragon to roar with mixed emotions. This kind of fierce battle was rare in their long dragon lives. After taking down an alchemy golem, Solrog and Samantha did not indulge in the joy of victory. They shifted their gaze, preparing to aid Galos, who was being besieged up front, hoping to earn his admiration. But when their gaze moved to where Galos was, they were stunned. Centered around Galos, 2 golems had been reduced to parts, wreckage everywhere. The fearless broken sword was stuck in the ground, its shine gone. Only a heavily scarred frost giant and 2 wrecked alchemy golems were barely holding on in front of him. Galos had also paid a price. In the previous battle, all his explosive scales had been knocked off, exposing the inner layer of black and red scale armor. Boom! Galos's flaming claw pierced through the golem's chest, tearing it apart, instantly destroying another golem. The frost giant seized the fleeting opportunity, wrapping both arms around Galos's right hind leg and with all its might, yanked. In the moment the red iron dragon lost balance, the last golem launched a surprise attack from behind, its right arm transforming into a drill, viciously stabbing toward Galos's spine. At the critical moment, Galos's dragon wings, sharp as blades, slashed back, cutting off half of the golem's body. But the drill still scraped the dragon's scale, leaving a bleeding wound. The red iron dragon's pupils narrowed to fine lines, turning cold and indifferent, twisting its head abruptly. Galos wasn't angered by the insignificant injury, but because he saw the martial monk holding the caster by the back of the neck, lifting him like a chick, leaping and maneuvering. Not just the knights. Even the golems and giants had to be abandoned. The slender body harbored power no less than that of a young dragon, and his agility was beyond imagination. The martial monk concentrated his energy in his legs, striding swiftly like lightning on the ground, moving even faster than a typical young dragon dashing through the sky. Monsters surrounded the martial monk. Some failed to even get close before losing sight of him. Some couldn't see his movements at all and were sent flying by his energy-laden punches and kicks. The gorging demon Kalu chased the martial monk with heavy strides, but couldn't match his speed, futilely venting rage at the knights after a few steps. The Red Iron Riders, those monstrous knights trying to chase and hinder, were completely outpaced. Solrog and Samantha noticed the escaping martial monk, soared into the air to pursue, but couldn't close the distance, being left further behind instead. These monsters can't match my speed. The knights and golems are all destroyed here, heavy losses, but at least I can get the young master back alive. Bane, having watched Edmund grow from a young age, treated him as his own. He extended a portion of his energy onto Edmund, protecting his frail body from harm due to his high-speed movement. The martial monk was incredibly fast, and his life level surpassed that of all the monsters here. Even while carrying someone, he swiftly broke through, leaving the monsters behind, sprinting towards the east, where there were guards. At this moment, zap! Zap! A thrilling sound, like countless lightning bolts boiling and dancing wildly, erupted. Bane's heart inexplicably tightened, his years of trained sharp perception sensing danger, instinctively glanced back. In his sight, the mighty and strong red iron dragon was on all fours, body low to the ground. The last golem lay under him, appearing severely battered, twisted like scrap, only a frost giant puppet formed by necromancy and alchemy dragging its broken body, launching an attack on the red iron dragon. Zap! Zap! Golden lightning burst from his body, surging through the gaps between his scales. Intense, bright, dazzling. The already mighty body expanded further, enveloped in exuberant and soaring golden lightning, making his previous stance and aura pale in comparison. Bang! The upper half of the frost giant exploded, crushed by a dragon claw. Bane's pupils contracted suddenly. He retracted his gaze, pushing his energy to the limit. Gale step. He dashed like a gale sweeping across the earth. But in less than a second, Bane's internal alarm blared unexpectedly, pausing his steps, sidestepping. Boom! Flame thunder dragon breath, akin to lightning and flames, landed where he previously was, gouging a shocking crater into the ground, with arcs of electricity extending through the rain, lightly touching the martial monk, causing his body to go numb. Over there. Galos waved his dragon wings, his claws plowing scorch marks on the ground, his golden lightning-clad body launching like a cannonball, skimming along the ground. He swiftly overtook the red dragon and iron dragon. Attacking first despite moving last, with an astonishing speed, he charged towards the martial monk. The pupils reflected that increasingly close crimson-golden thunderbolt. The martial monk enveloped Edmund in a ball of energy, hurling him forcefully into the distance. Run! After giving this simple command, the martial monk turned, heading towards Galos. His entire aura boiled to the extreme. Vajra body. The energy from years of arduous cultivation erupted, condensing into a thick, bronze-colored aura on the surface of the martial monk's body. Mind as calm as still water. Reflect and dodge. He simultaneously used two martial monk skills on himself. In an instant, Galos's dragon claw tore through the curtain of rain, sharp claws wrapped in golden lightning carving searing vacuum trails in the air, tearing towards the diminutive human martial monk. Bane's mind was as calm as still water, without a trace of fear or trembling, unaffected by Long Wei. He lifted his leg and stepped aside reflectively, avoiding to the side. Close to his body, the bronze fist, wrapped with energy concentrated to the extreme, struck towards the giant dragon's chin. Penetrating strike. Boom! The explosive sound of energy colliding with dragon scale shattered raindrops within a 10-meter radius. Galos's head was slightly thrown back by the punch, feeling a penetrating force directly assaulting his forehead, causing slight dizziness, while Bane's right arm fractured, revealing bulging muscles and his pupils quaked. The penetrating strike, capable of shattering steel, did not cause significant damage. Taking a deep breath, returning to a mind as calm as still water, the martial monk shouted, striking Galos's heart with his palm. Heart-shattering strike. This strike also carried the tricky energy capable of penetrating scale armor defense, even stronger than before. However, it only struck a golden afterimage. Despite his massive size, Galos, in his exhilarated state, displayed terrifying agility, capable of keeping up with the attack speed of a more advanced martial monk. He dodged the martial monk's attack, his counter claw as fast as lightning, hitting the martial monk's body. Bam! Like a kite with a broken string. The martial monk, spewing blood and internal fragments, was sent flying, the bronze on his body largely shattered. Even with a life rank higher than Galos, he couldn't bridge the gap in race. Galos was not significantly harmed by the hit, but his strike seriously injured the martial monk. The fact it wasn't fatal was only due to the monk's mastery in deflecting force and his deep, enduring breath. The grounded martial monk did not fall. He spat a mouthful of blood, steadied himself, and began burning his life force, burning the energy cultivated over decades, causing a layer of illusory flames to emerge around him. Evil dragon, come on. His body flickered as Bane proactively closed in on Galos. Seemingly having used some kind of blood-boosting secret technique, he surpassed his previous limits, moving faster, forming over a dozen afterimages around Galos, targeting joints, scale seams, eyes, reproductive cavity, launching fierce assaults, pushing his skills to the extreme, with some attacks even causing Galos pain. Speed, small frames, agility, keen reactions. These are the martial monk's advantages. He pushed his advantages to the limit. However, this couldn't bridge the gap in stats. Moreover, Galos himself was also adept at combat techniques. Shadow after shadow was crushed, the martial monk's stamina plummeting, his movements slowed, revealing an opening, seized by Galos in an instant. Flames and lightning simultaneously ignited on his claws. The dragon claw, wrapped in flame thunder, exploding like fire, swift as electricity. The reflexive actions triggered too frequently, becoming progressively sluggish, unable to dodge anymore, the martial monk gathered all his energy into his fists, clashing directly against the dragon claw. Crumble. His body suddenly jolted, the protective aura completely scattered, his arm's skin cracking inch by inch, bones emitting unbearable creaking sounds, finally exploding entirely. One touch, then separation. The martial monk's shattered body rolled to the ground, eventually struggling to half kneel, arms shattered, blood pooling beneath him mixing with the rainwater. At this moment, he was burnt out, body becoming exceptionally emaciated, skin full of wrinkles, resembling an old man nearing his end rather than his prior rugged middle-aged form. In contrast, Galos. This mixed-blood dragon still had a robust aura, life force vibrant like a furnace, golden lightning on his body vigorous like a mane. Impressive skills. Galos looked down at the martial monk, giving a comment, but the martial monk had already silently died. Don't kill me. In the distance, Edmund cried out in fear. The red dragon and iron dragon, one in front of the other, toyingly pawing at him with their claws like teasing a bug. Without the protection of the martial monk, a caster whose legs went weak from fear, never having faced danger directly, was unable to concentrate mentally, stood no chance of escape. Spare me, please forgive my ignorance and offense. As the red iron dragon approached, Edmund recognized that he was the backbone here and knelt to beg for mercy, completely shedding his previous elegance and pride. The once arrogant face was now twisted into a humble, fawning smile. Such is the so-called son of nobility. At this moment, he looked no different from those kobolds under Galos' command. Noble giant dragon, my father's treasury contains 7 tons of northern ice stone, 3 chests of mithril, and many magic scrolls. As long as you say the word, I promise he will bring it all here. Edmund said ingratiatingly. In any case, the first priority was to find a way to preserve his life. He still had a bright and vast future ahead of him, and in his heart, he vowed that once he became a legendary mage one day, he would hunt dragons everywhere to wash away the shame of this moment. Salrog and Samantha's eyes flickered, driven by an instinctive greed that they couldn't help but feel slightly tempted, but they did not agree directly. Instead, they looked tacitly at the red iron dragon. Galos had a face as cold and hard as cast iron, indifferent to this plea for mercy. Using Edmund's life to blackmail a viscount might indeed yield a hefty ransom, but behind it, there would inevitably be a dangerous game to play. He did not believe that the other party would obediently hand over the ransom without doing anything. Though Galos had an instinctual thirst for wealth, it was easily suppressed compared to the safety of his own life. To live and become strong. This was Galos' greatest desire, which outweighed anything else. Next time you think about taxing the dragon race, remember to bring a coffin. Galos said, glancing at the iron dragon. At his signal, the iron dragon displayed a cruel smile and raised its steel and iron claws. The young caster turned pale. In a moment of urgency, a spark of quick-wittedness arose within him. He thought of the dragon's arrogant nature and tried hard to suppress his fear, shouting, "Killing me will only prove your cowardice." His voice suddenly raised, "You evil dragons, neither brave nor honorable." The iron dragon's claw paused in midair. Edmund seized the opportunity to stand up, though his legs were still trembling. He forced himself to straighten his back. "I am destined to become a legendary mage, I am a rising magic star, you all know, as long as you let me leave alive." His gaze swept over the 3 giant dragons. "One day, I will make you pay for what you've done today." Samantha let out a low growl, "You humble reptile. Even if we gave you 100 years. Then let time be the judge." Edmund interrupted, his voice carrying an air of desperate determination, "Let's see who will end up begging for mercy." Galos' vertical pupils narrowed slightly, scrutinizing this human who had suddenly grown a backbone. In his eyes, the so-called son of nobility was just a pathetic gambler, wagering his last chips in a life-and-death situation, his bravado barely masking his inner fear. Moreover, in his memory, this person hadn't cast a single spell throughout the battle, utterly lacking in real combat experience, to the point where Galos almost forgot he was a caster. "You humans are quite interesting," Galos said with a sly smile. "Run along now, I give you the chance to live." Edmund was first slightly startled, then his pupils widened in shocked delight due to the unexpected pardon, his pale face showing an incredulous joy. At first, his retreat was cautious and slow, as if he was afraid of startling a slumbering beast. But once he confirmed that Galos wasn't pursuing, the young mage suddenly erupted with the instinct to survive. His fleeing posture was so terribly frantic, the expensive mage boots making a squelching sound as they sank into and were pulled from the mud, resembling a prey's last struggle before death. "You really are running the moment I let you?" The cold, indifferent whisper pierced Edmund's spine like an icy spike. The young noble halted in place, slowly turning around, a foolish hope frozen on his face. The expression reminded Samantha of a frog caught in a snake's gaze. The moment the dragon claw fell, Edmund's lips moved as though he were trying to recite some protective spell, but until his life's last moment, the magic did not form. In the face of overwhelming power, a flesh and blood body was ultimately just a fleetingly fragile existence. The torrential rain washed over the radial splatter of blood, pushing the pulp of flesh mixed with bone fragments into the earth. Iron Dragon Solrog prodded at a piece of gold-embroidered clothing with its claw, laughing. He said he would become legendary. Samantha grinned and said, "Now he has become legendary," the red dragon added maliciously, "in history, the one who died the stupidest, like an ordinary human caster." At the same time, the sound of shouts and fighting completely dissipated, the wind and rain still howled. Without needing a few dragons to intervene, the remaining knights were slaughtered by the monsters, not one was left, and the pouring rain washed away the traces of battle. "Kalu, lead the troops to migrate north immediately, first go to the Quenching Highlands and rendezvous with the Molten Iron people who went ahead." Galos gave the gluttonous demon the order. As for the scattered weapons, alchemy golems, and frost giant remnants, to guard against any tracking spells that might be mixed in, and as there was no time to thoroughly check, Galos did not intend for his followers to tidy up and carry them along. Having just ended the battle, the monsters didn't stay in place but immediately moved and began migrating through the rain to the Quenching Highlands. Those here were elite troops. Although they set off later, they might reach there faster than the followers tidying up the territory that had left earlier. "Samantha, Solrog, come with me." Galos flapped his wings, rushing skyward through the rain. The red dragon and iron dragon followed closely behind. The three soared together among the dark clouds. "Aren't we going to the Quenching Highlands?" Noticing that the current direction was not toward the Quenching Highlands, the iron dragon was slightly puzzled. Galos lowered his gaze over the dim earth and said, "After this battle, we will soon be exposed and enter the site of the Thousand Snake Mark garrison. We can't stay here. No more retreat, explosively slaughtering the enemies who dared offend him." This feeling was great. But afterward, there was bound to be a price to pay, forcibly abandoning the territory foundation that had been built over the years. Compared to a behemoth like the Luthern Federation, the young dragons were still too weak and couldn't confront them head-on. "However, since we've already decided to migrate." Before that, the red iron dragon bared its sharp fangs, its voice low, "Might as well make more people understand that we dragons are not creatures to be easily bullied, even if we are just young dragons." After years of tolerance, now erupting in one morning, revealing its fangs to the world. Galos felt a surge of emotions, so he made a decision that since they were already exposed, they might as well make another big move before the army could react to mitigate the subsequent losses from migrating the territory. "What are we doing next?" Samantha asked, following on the red iron dragon's right rear. "This direction." The iron dragon pondered, its gaze becoming brighter, and said, "You intend to raid the Celestial Harbor Stone or?" The Celestial Stone isn't an ordinary ore but one of the air magic gemstones. The Azure Sky Magic Academy of the Holden Empire was constructed using a massive amount of celestial stone and magic. It is a floating magical academy standing amidst the drifting clouds and winds. After being in this area for many years, Galos had an understanding of the distribution of surrounding mineral veins from his frequent flights in the sky. Iron Dragon also had a general idea of their importance. This celestial harbor stone ore was a micro-scale mine, belonging to the Raymond Duchy. Through Edmund, the tax collector, and the attire of those knights, the patterns and markings on the golems, etc., Galos could infer which country they belonged to. Since grievances had already been established, might as well deepen the offense. Because it's a micro-gemstone mine. Though there was a garrison, its scale wasn't very substantial, at least with Galos' mobility. As long as he didn't engage in battle, the garrison couldn't kill him. The stormy weather at the moment also provided them with a perfect cover. Robbery, robbery. I want to rob. I want to burn. I want gemstones. Samantha was getting excited, flames spewing from her nostrils. As a purely evil dragon, it naturally didn't detest robbery, only disliked being a target of one. Celestial Harbor Stone Mine Base, the resting room for sentinels on duty. This damn weather. The old sentinel blew warm air into his palms as he removed his damp armor. Just transferred to the wilderness, and hit the rainy season. He kicked at the moldy sack of dry food by his feet, grumbling, "I hate the weather here." The young sentinel wiped the rust off his chest plate, chuckled, and said, "At least it's better than the sandstorms of the dry season." At that time, 1/2 pound of sand poured into my helmet, and my mouth was full of sand taste. He suddenly lowered his voice, "Seriously, what do you plan to do after your service ends? Open a blacksmith shop back home?" The old sentinel said, "My son learned how to forge horseshoes this year in Silverpine City, although not superb, but at least it's safe, no need to worry about not seeing the sun the next day." Looking at the young sentinel, he asked, "And you? What are your plans?" The young sentinel's face lit up with a smile, saying, "After this year, I will apply for discharge. I want to apply to the Royal Capital Knight Order. For that blonde chick." Calvin grinned, exposing a toothless gum, "Come on, you even need me to help write the love letter." After a few witty exchanges between the two, another sentinel jokingly said, "Really wish a strong beast would attack and destroy, so maybe we can go home early." Boom! A deafening thunderclap interrupted their conversation. At the same time, the alarm bell abruptly tore through the rain curtain. Their expressions changed, hurriedly grabbed their weapons, rushed out of the restroom, and then witnessed an unforgettable scene. In the heavily raining sky, a crimson figure tore through the clouds, its majestic body evaporating water vapor, trailing behind a comet-like tail formed by steam and dark red flare. 6 ballistas standing around the base simultaneously activated, the magic energy crystals embedded in the bases burst into dazzling blue light. These war machines forged by alchemists, each worth a fortune, and the armor-piercing runes engraved on the crossbow arrows could pierce through thick steel plates. They collectively turned towards the sky, shooting giant crossbow arrows over 10 meters in length. The giant arrows continuously tore through the rain curtain, the glowing runes on the arrow shafts illuminating the flight trajectory like a meteor shower streaking upward. It's best not to resist this type of war machine head-on with your body. Galos took a deep breath, golden lightning flashed between the gaps in his scale armor, flaring up around him like a mane, making his entire body expand slightly. The passage of time seemed to slow down. In the red iron dragon's view, the speed of the rain falling from the sky and the crossbow arrows shooting towards him all seemed to slow down. No, it wasn't that they slowed down. It was Galos's reactions and speed that had all increased. The red iron dragon's robust body displayed unparalleled agility, nimble as a swimming dragon, fast as a golden flash, weaving and dodging, zigzagging through the arrow rain. Evading the first wave of crossbow attacks. Galos opened his mouth, between his fangs clamped boiling flames and lightning. Boom! A spherical flame thunder dragon breath spewed from his mouth, evaporating a vacuum passage in the rain curtain, instantly arriving in front of a ballista. A magic shield rose. It enveloped the ballista, but shattered instantly upon contact with flame thunder breath. The defense runes and magic energy crystals embedded in the base all overloaded and shattered, yet successfully blocked Galos' strike, leaving the heavy crossbow intact. It's undeniable. The regular military is not comparable to the private army brought by noble offspring before. Activate the anti-sky pillars. The garrison commander roared the order. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and 5 black pillars engraved with complex spells rose from it, forming a circle, then simultaneously lit up, creating a wide-ranging magical dispersion domain and super-weight domain in the air, instantly enveloping Galos. The flow of magic energy in his body became extremely obscure. Moreover, it wasn't just magical dispersion, there was also a heavy force pressing down on him, like an invisible giant hand dragging him downward. If it were a normal dragon race, it would lose the advantage of flight and be pulled to the ground. Galos' eyes flickered, his body staggered as if affected, and he plummeted towards the ground. The roar of the engines was continuous as each alchemy golem powered up fully, rapidly converging on the spot where Galos was about to crash, ready to encircle and kill the invader on the ground. However, an unexpected event occurred. When Galos descended to about 100 meters, he suddenly shook his wings, carving a golden arc through the sky, changing direction, and charged directly at the anti-sky pillar. Hardened body. His already tough body was coated in a black iron-like sheen, as Galos' wings collided with an unwavering momentum. Boom! The magic shield of the anti-sky pillar was shattered. He used dragon wing slash, tore with his claws, swept with his tail, in an instant destroying all 5 pillars, then his body twisted and dodged quickly, evading another volley of crossbow fire, turned and spewed flame thunder breath at the crossbows now lacking their magic shield. The ground shattered, and a heavily armored humanoid golem carrying a steel giant shield jumped up. The flame thunder ball was intercepted midway, colliding with the giant shield. The alchemy golem was blasted by the fiery explosion, the giant shield covered in cracks yet not completely shattered, its structure evidently extraordinary. Fiery flames rolled in the sky. Before dissipating, a red-gold dragon shadow charged over. The guillotine-like dragon wing swept across the crossbow, splitting it in 2. The remaining 5 crossbows didn't cease firing, as a rain of arrows once again swept towards Galos, with tricky angles trying to suppress him from taking to the skies, and alchemy golems also encircling him, with a few golems jetting light flames from their backs, capable of flying. The human casters and mages were all building spells. The warrior guards were also poised, ready to launch a band attack on Galos when he landed injured. Practically all the guards' eyes were drawn to Galos, attacking him. And this was exactly what Galos wanted. The chance for the other 2 dragons was here. There are 2 more. The shouting abruptly ceased. Then the alloy gates of the western warehouse began to groan under strain. Red Iron Dragon and Iron Dragon crushed the rather weak defenses, launching a raid on the warehouse. Samantha's fiery breath didn't directly hit the door but flowed along the cracks, the terrifying high temperature and impact causing the metal door to expand and deform, the runes on it extinguishing one by one. Boom! Iron Dragon's sturdy claws thrust into the gaps, muscles bulging, tearing the heavy steel door into twisted scrap metal. The heat wave carried the scent of sulfur into the warehouse, those celestial gemstones in explosion-proof cabinets shimmering like beating green hearts. Sparkling. Sparkling beautiful gemstones. You belong to the dragons now. Samantha roared in excitement, her eyes narrowing into vertical slits. She and Iron Dragon stormed into the warehouse, ruthlessly looting the gemstones within. The activity in the gemstone warehouse attracted attention. Several alchemy golems followed by part of the guards changed direction, abandoning Galos as their target, heading towards the warehouse. Galos noticed the guards beginning to divide their forces to return for defense and immediately adjusted his strategy. He no longer tangled with those crossbows, instead suddenly plunging to the lowest altitude, dragon claws alternating left and right, continuously striking, turning a golem aiming for the warehouse into scrap metal, then swinging the heavy shattered golem remnants at the surrounding warriors. Galos showcased his might, making it difficult for the guards to regroup and defend. In a short time, with two booming sounds, Red Iron Dragon and Iron Dragon smashed through the warehouse roof, charged into the sky, while Samantha didn't forget to unleash another dragon breath towards the warehouse behind. The flames and smoke coiled like a giant python rising in the rain. Solrog swept his tail to sever the load-bearing pillar before leaving, and now with a dragon breath impact, more than half of the warehouse district crumbled into ruins amid the thunderous collapse. The engines roared, alchemy golems with brilliance jetting from their backs all charged at Galos. Remember, this is a return gift for Viscount Ironthorn. Galos left a message, his dragon wings flapping, braving a volley of intercepting crossbow arrows without hesitation, soaring straight and fast to escape, catching up with the two young dragons, shielding the retreat of Red Iron Dragon and Iron Dragon. The rain couldn't conceal the firelight and smoke. The guards from Raymond Duchy could only watch as the young dragons gradually receded into the distance. The firelight and smoke behind them gradually blurred in the torrential rain. Galos and his fellow dragons soared between the high-altitude clouds, escaping danger. Samantha's scale armor was bulging, stuffed with celestial gemstones, with cyan light flickering through the gaps in her scales, reflecting in the excited slit eyes of the red dragon. "Look at these gems." Samantha's voice almost drowned out the sound of the rain as she spread her dragon wings, flipped in the air, and proudly displayed a gemstone, shaking their loot. "Each one is worth exchanging for lots of gold." Iron Dragon Solrog glanced at the red dragon, his iron-gray scales still stained with the blood of the warehouse guards. "Only fools trade magic gemstones for gold," he said, shaking his dragon tail. The Iron Dragon's tail coiled around a large uncut celestial stone, about the size of a human adult's head, its surface coursing with wind magic patterns. "The purity is good, too bad the cutting technique is too crude." He critically tapped the surface of the gemstone with his claw. "These people have no idea how to handle real treasures." Galos flew at the forefront, with the crossbow arrow sticking out of his black-red scales, rain pouring over the shaft, washing away streaks of dragon blood, quickly evaporated into mist from the heat. Crack! He snapped the shaft with his paw and grimaced, pulling out the barbed arrowhead, leaving a bloody hole on his body, a body that bore several such wounds, large and small. Regular armies equipped with war machines are far beyond what those noble private troops were capable of. The power of those crossbow cannons was formidable, fast, and precise, the quality of the alchemy golems exceptionally high, impossible to destroy with one or two hits. Galos had activated his enthusiasm mode in advance while creating chaos. Yet within a dense bombardment, he couldn't help but be hit a few times. The hardened body's magic-like skill was quickly broken, and the scale armor couldn't completely resist the fierce assaults of the heavy crossbows and demon-refining golems, leaving remarkable scars on his scale armor, not quite severe wounds, but more than minor scuffs. Thankfully it was Galos. If it were any ordinary young dragon, the anti-air heavy crossbows could penetrate right through them, causing more than just flesh wounds. And then there's the anti-sky pillar. It didn't completely strip Galos of his flying skills, but it did cause a sudden heaviness to his body at the time, only because Galos' wings were too powerful, he could still bear it. If it were Solrog or Samantha, they would have plummeted straight to the ground, hence why he destroyed the anti-sky pillar immediately, or there'd be no way to grab anything afterward. Confronting regular troops, one must not take them lightly but rather be serious. Galos pondered silently. This raid on the mining stronghold was not just to make a fortune before departure but also to test the strength of regular troops. During his young dragon phase, no matter the scale, he would keep a distance from such strongholds. The current young Galos, although bearing some wounds, could retreat unscathed from intense frontal clashes. He'd truly grown much. This harvest exceeded expectations. The Red Iron Dragon glanced back at the two companions. "Samantha, stop showing off, close your scales tightly, or the gems might fall." The Red Dragon unwillingly tucked in her scales, dimming those cyan lights. Solrog also shrunk his dragon tail, tightly clutching the largest celestial gemstone, saying, with an enchanter skilled in arrays, this gemstone could be used as the core to set up a powerful barrier. Galos nodded slightly, then narrowed his dragon eyes a bit, looking back at the distant horizon. Through the curtain of rain, the mining stronghold was faintly visible. Though indistinguishable, Galos was certain the guards there were already reporting the emergency situation of an attack and robbery, perhaps even calling for reinforcements. They won't let it slide. Galos's deep voice was exceptionally clear amid the rain. Next few days, we must be particularly cautious to avoid being hunted down. Samantha gave a disdainful snort. Let them come chasing. I'll make them taste dragon breath. The Iron Dragon glanced at her. Foolish, if it's a professional dragon-slaying team, your bit of flame wouldn't even scorch their anti-magic shield. Just as the Red Dragon was about to retort, Galos suddenly raised a paw to signal silence. The dragon race's keen hearing had already captured the distant engine roar like thunder. The sound wasn't from the mining stronghold but from a Luthern Federation guard area to the east. Galos felt a chill in his heart, turning to look east. With the gradually conspicuous engine sound, the clouds were torn apart, revealing the latest metal wings with a wingspan exceeding 40 meters, consisting of 3,200 quenched steel feathers, each fringed with wind-breaking and floating runes. This alchemy golem, codenamed Celestial Fury, sped swiftly towards the young dragon. The 19.8-meter-tall steel body shredded the wind and rain, forming a suffocating howl. Its head was designed in an eagle-like streamlined shape, with a dim blue glow flickering within the eye sockets. As the hydraulic neck extended and contracted, the pupils on the metal face armor simultaneously locked onto the three young dragons. The Raymond Duchy troops attacked and robbed had requested this high-energy golem from the nearest Federation guard for assistance. For the young dragons, combat was not a wise choice, because follow-ups might include other golems and powerful pursuers. They mustn't be caught. Split up. Galos commanded briefly with a solemn expression, regroup at Quenching Highlands. The Iron Dragon and Red Dragon knew the situation was dire, responding with action. Samantha first turned south, her red scales tracing a bright path through the rain, whereas Salrog silently submerged into the clouds, his iron-gray silhouette merging with the dark clouds. Galos gauged Celestial Fury's speed, took a deep breath. The cold rain and roaring wind rushed down the throat of the Red Iron Dragon, filling his lungs. Galos turned his head and exhaled electric fire dragon breath, the brilliant dragon breath cutting through wind and rain, striking toward Celestial Fury. The runes on the steel feathers all lit up. The massive steel body elegantly arced mid-air, dodging the dragon breath, then surged with blue flames from its back, piercing through the rain, locking onto Galos on a straight pursuit. It determined Galos was of higher rank, prioritizing as prey. Galos didn't rush to accelerate, temporarily entangling with Celestial Fury. When the distance closed gradually and the other two young dragons had reached different directions, he grinned, squeezed out the black oil tank from his storage stomach, crushed and swallowed it, then licked a bit of fairy scale powder taken from inside his scale armor. The ends of his silver wing bones instantly erupted a thick, surging dark red blaze, like lit fire over gasoline. Enthusiasm mode. He activated enthusiasm mode simultaneously, golden lightning dancing across his body. Boom! A tremor of the wings, the Red Iron Dragon breached the sound barrier instantly, unleashing ring-shaped shockwaves radiating outward, trails of blazing red gold behind him. In a flash, he propelled himself 800 meters ahead, crashing a blank channel through the rain. Celestial Fury pursued in vain. It was a Sky-type combat golem equipped with flying modules, and not slow in speed, but compared to Galos's supersonic sprint, it was far from adequate. Strength and defense were secondary. Galos's speed and maneuverability were his greatest assets, his most significant advantage now. Creatures below the legendary rank, even with much higher level, unless naturally fast like him, would struggle to match his speed. A few minutes later, Celestial Fury could only see a point of light, faintly visible, vanishing into thick and deep rain. It had lost its target. High amidst distant clouds. The golden lightning on Galos's body gradually subsided, breathing heavily, each beat of the wings carrying the unsteady tremor yet to calm. He glanced back at the pursuer long gone beyond the horizon, the dragon heart in his chest still pounding fiercely. Not out of fear, but some indescribable thrill. This attack on the gemstone mine was a bit of a risk, and the gains weren't significant enough to warrant the danger. Honestly, it wasn't wise to take such a risk for a momentary thrill. Too impulsive. I should have been more cautious, more careful. The red iron dragon silently reflected. But another emotion quickly surged forth. When the flame thunder breath blasted the first ballista, when the anti-sky pillar and golem bodies crumbled under his claws, that long-lost, pure, almost savage sense of exhilaration returned, just like when he first bit through the sword-toothed tiger's throat as a child. Years of deliberate suppression for the sake of survival. Found a moment of relief today. He never liked living cautiously, it was merely a necessity for survival. The red iron dragon suddenly accelerated, tearing through the clouds, soaring higher into the sky, letting the torrential rain wash away the smell of gunpowder from his scales. In the brief sunlight above the clouds, he stretched his battle-scarred body. I must not forget caution, can't be recklessly adventurous. But only the weak are burdened with caution. One day, I will live without fear, with nothing to hold me back. Galos took a deep breath of the thin high-altitude air, letting the cold oxygen fill his lungs. He cast aside hesitation and regret behind him in the clear sky, diving back into the deep storm with renewed determination. Days later. The rain began to ease, the thick, sky-covering downpour turned into a mere drizzle. To the south, outside the Cell Wilderness, in the Raymond Duchy, Thorn territory. Here, it was dry, with no clouds to obscure the sky. The moonlight was as bright as ever, but to Viscount Ironthorn, it appeared cold and melancholic. 2 moons, one real, one false, hung in the sky, like a pair of eyes casting a mocking gaze at him. He stood on the terrace, a layer of stubble on his chin, his eyes bloodshot. He looked nothing like a refined noble viscount, but rather like an inept middle-aged man who had lost his son. And so it was. Fury burned in Viscount Ironthorn's chest like an inextinguishable fire. His son was dead, killed beneath the claws of dragons. The proud, young Edmund, who was supposed to inherit everything and bring pride to the family, was now just a smear of indistinguishable flesh. No, not even that. His remains were nowhere to be found. The Viscount's teeth ground together audibly, the veins on his temple bulging as if they would burst. His breathing was heavy, each inhale seeming as though he tried to swallow all the anger in the air. Those beasts, those damned beasts. His voice was low and hoarse, like a curse squeezed from the depths of his throat. He hated those dragons, hated their arrogance, their cruelty, hated that they dared to take his son from him. But more than the dragons, he hated himself. Regret entwined his heart like a venomous snake. He regretted sending Edmund to collect taxes, regretted not dispatching a stronger guard, regretted not conducting thorough reconnaissance, regretted not discovering the monsters had dragons behind them. Those damned dragons. Not content with killing Edmund, they attacked a Raymond Duchy mining site, causing significant damage, stealing a vast amount of gemstones, and explicitly saying it was a gift for him. This brought Viscount Ironthorn a great deal of trouble, stirring family inquiries and dissatisfaction. But the Viscount no longer cared. His fingers dug deeply into his palm, nails piercing the skin, drawing blood, yet he felt no pain. He remembered Edmund's nonchalant demeanor before leaving, his son's smile as he said, "I'll have the monsters kneeling to offer their treasures." But now, his son was never coming back. The moonlight remained bright, casting over the Viscount's face, reflecting the tumultuous hate and pain in his eyes. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. I will skin you all, tear you to pieces. Not a single one will be spared. He slowly looked up, gazing towards the direction of the Cell Wilderness, his eyes sharp as knives. Soon after, Viscount Ironthorn donned the armor he wore leading troops on the border in past years, bringing along a professional dragon hunting squad he had hired at great expense by selling family assets, with members averaging a life level above 12, experienced with impressive records of hunting adult dragons. Their weapons, combat skills, magic, and armor were all designed with dragon hunting as the core, specifically targeted. In order to save time, Viscount Ironthorn spent a large sum of money to use a magic teleportation array, directly transporting the dragon hunting squad to the Cell Wilderness, advancing day and night towards the Scale Earth Rift. 3 days later, Viscount Ironthorn's dragon hunting squad reached their first destination through the misty drizzle. The site where the private army was destroyed. The lead curse master squatted, fingertips brushing the charred ground. The residue of dragon flame. He said, "I need all residuals related to the dragon race." The other members quickly spread out, searching for any trace like hounds. But they found nothing. The wilderness sided with the dragons, the torrential rains washing away the battle traces. The bodies left here were cleaned up by savage beasts and fiends of the wild, leaving only some broken and twisted armor, shattered weapons, and metal debris. As for traces of the dragons, only the scorched earth from dragon breath remained, nothing more. The curse master picked up a pinch of ash, rubbed it between his fingers, and said, "This bit of scorched earth from dragon breath is almost the worst medium, hard to use for tracking." Viscount Ironthorn remained silent, his gaze dark. Subsequently, the dragon hunting squad reached the second crucial location. Needleleaf Valley. The attack on the mining site wasn't a trivial matter. Moreover, the attack on a noble's private military wasn't just any incident. Upon receiving the news, the Luthern Federation's wilderness garrison immediately sprang into action, considering a large-scale cleanup necessary. Utilizing magic and alchemy creatures, they began a systematic purge centered around the Scale Earth Rift, clearing out those powerful beasts and fiends. When the formidable legion got serious, the territories of the Molten Iron clan scattered across the wilderness were gradually discovered, and even Needleleaf Valley was unearthed, confirmed as a core domain where young dragons once lurked. Being directly involved in the incident, Viscount Ironthorn was informed of this information. Upon reaching Needleleaf Valley, Viscount Ironthorn held on to a last sliver of hope, yet found nothing more than endless scorched earth. Even before the attack began, the flaming dragon breath had completely obliterated this place. They were prepared, launching a premeditated attack, erasing their traces before striking to prevent pursuit. The lead curse master's gaze was heavy as he said, "Young dragons are arrogant and boastful. Yet to forsake their territory so decisively after securing victory was unexpectedly cautious in concealing their tracks." After a pause, the curse master pondered, "It must be that unique mixed-blood dragon among them, with a nature different from pure-blooded dragons. Undoubtedly, it is the leader." Viscount Ironthorn slowly drew his sword, its point sinking into the soil, as if doing so could pierce the earth to stab those fleeing foes. "Keep searching." His voice was colder than the blade, "Turn over every inch of the Cell Wilderness, dig them out." The curse master assessed Viscount Ironthorn, saying quietly, "Those dragons are very cautious, conventional methods won't work, but as a professional dragon hunter, I have unconventional means." "What is it?" Viscount Ironthorn asked urgently. "Using blood filled with extreme hatred as a medium, I can construct a tracking spell. Although we can't pinpoint exact coordinates, it will guide us in the general direction." The curse master replied, unhurriedly. "Then cast it at once." The curse master shook his head, "It's a dark art, it will cost you at least 10 years of your life." "Are you sure you can pay such a price?" The Viscount fell silent, his heart hesitating a bit. He was nearly 50, middle-aged, but his body hadn't hit decline, and as an advanced warrior, he was at his peak, capable of siring more offspring, not necessarily needing to go to the bitter end with the dragons over Edmund's death. But, after a bout of mental struggle, the desire for revenge overcame reason. Without expression, Viscount Ironthorn said, "As long as I can kill those dragons, I'll drink their dragon blood, consume their flesh and bones alive, this price is nothing." Viscount Ironthorn stood on the scorched earth of Needleleaf Valley, rain sliding down his armor and dripping into the soil. His gaze was cold and resolute, as if he no longer felt any hesitation. "Begin," he said. The curse master nodded, took out a pitch-black bone dagger from his robe, the blade etched with twisted runes, glimmering with a dark red light in the rain. The other members scattered back, leaving an open space. The curse master signaled for the Viscount to extend his wrist. Viscount Ironthorn did not hesitate, unfastening his arm guard, revealing his veined, muscular arm. The curse master chanted an obscure incantation in a low voice, the dagger trembling slightly at his fingertips, as if it were a living thing eager for blood. He swiftly cut the Viscount's wrist, and blood surged forth, not dripping down, but instead pulled by an invisible force, suspended in the air, forming a constantly spinning blood bead, drawing more of the Viscount's blood. By blood as the guide, by hatred as the flame. The curse master's voice became hoarse, the air around seemed to freeze, raindrops halted in mid-air, even the sound of the wind vanished. The blood bead began to boil, tiny cracks appeared on its surface, as if something inside was struggling to break free. Suddenly, it exploded violently, turning into a crimson, arrow-like mark. Only you can see the tracking mark. Where does it point? The curse master asked. Viscount Ironthorn, pale-faced, took a bottle of healing potion from his robe, tilted his head back to drink it, color gradually returning to his face, then gazed northward. We now have a general direction. But the wilderness is vast and fraught with peril. To track the target precisely, we're bound to face considerable difficulty. The curse master suggested, why not request a military company to accompany us? Viscount Ironthorn shook his head. The Raymond Duchy's forces stationed in the wilderness are limited, and my connections within the duchy's military are primarily at the border. The garrison here does not heed my orders, nor would the Federation Guard care about my concerns. The stations of the various countries' garrisons in the Cell Wilderness, and the guards of the trade routes, among others. Their task is to defend the strongholds, not to recklessly move away from their bases, especially the Federation Guard, who only move out when a major incident occurs, which requires a substantial cleanup effort. It's not easy to mobilize them. At least, the 3 juvenile dragons have not yet reached a level that the Federation Guard considers a critical threat that must be dealt with immediately. Granted, causing significant casualties and raiding mining outposts has crossed the line, but Galos did not kill indiscriminately, and the attacks were directed solely at the Raymond Duchy. In this situation, although the Federation Guard has also issued a bounty on the few juvenile dragons, they are not entirely committed. The Raymond Duchy's wilderness garrison will not stand idly by, otherwise, news will spread, and more dragons, or other intelligent monsters, will come to plunder their mines. But they now need to assess the losses, organize their bases, answer to higher authorities, and wait for reinforcements. The pursuit of the juvenile dragons cannot be launched immediately. And Viscount Ironthorn could not wait any longer. Regardless of when the garrison would take action, he first sent word about the juvenile dragon's whereabouts in the north, then prepared to take the dragon hunting squad there first, hopefully to exact revenge personally. We'll need to be patient and cautious. The curse master said, do not underestimate the dangers of the wilderness. Meanwhile, north of Shattered Stone Beach. Galos, don't you think you're overestimating those humans? In the light rain, the red dragon flapped its wings, saying, we should be fine once we retreat to the quenching highlands, so why continue north? The northern region here is close to the eternal frost tundra. The further north, the lower the temperature in the air, which the red dragon found somewhat unpleasant. Galos did not answer, casting his eyes down on the ground. Ogres, jackal-wolf folk, kobolds, these followers migrated across the ground like ants, forming long streams, the young followers in the center, with strong, formidable combat units on the flanks and front and rear. The Iron Dragon explained to Galos, during this period, they will certainly crack down hard, so we should lie low and stay away from the 1,000-snake mark. The likelihood of the Federation Guard pursuing them is low, but they will not tolerate the monster race repeatedly appearing on trade routes. Once they sense any trouble, they will strike, unlike before when they couldn't be bothered to clean up unless it was absolutely necessary. This was the price for flipping the table previously. But there's no need for us to venture deep into the north. Samantha said, finding a new territory in the wilderness and lying low for a while is better than heading into unfamiliar areas. At this, Galos shook his head and said, to lie low means losing access to resources, and our growth speed would slow down. He said seriously, remember, weakness is the greatest risk. The small elf dragon among the juvenile dragons blinked and asked in confusion, Galos, didn't you say time is on our side? Galos nodded and said calmly, yes, but that doesn't mean we can completely retreat into our shells and remain weak for long. Growth and development versus lying low and enduring. There must be a balance between these, a consideration of trade-offs. One must not lean entirely to one side. In order to lie low and endure, Galos chose to abandon the previous territory, while for growth and development, he chose to head north. This was not a random choice. After meticulous discussion with Solrog, Galos decided on the border area north of the Estonian River as their revival land. This region combines the wilderness's savagery and the tundra's chaos. Although the Estonian River is not as flourishing as the Thousand Snake Mark, as a broad waterway connecting and dividing the wilderness and the tundra, it sees countless merchant ships stopping by each year, and the guard forces are concentrated at dam gates and the like, not part of the same system as the Thousand Snake Mark's guards. Upon arriving at the border area, being active on the waterway, the sin value of Galos and the other dragons resets. Unless they attack those dam gates and key choke points, they need not worry too much about threats from the guard forces. Further north in the border area, it is primarily monster territory, with no garrisons from civilized realms. The juvenile dragons no longer need to lie low, and can appropriately display their presence. The only downside is that the border area is barren, unlike the wilderness with its inexhaustible mineral resources. Finding a sustainable source of wealth is necessary to engage in normal trade and obtain growth resources. After some time communicating, Samantha also understood the reasons, yet she still preferred the dry, scorching wilderness, albeit not during the wretched rainy season. Will we ever return to the wilderness? She asked. We will. The red iron dragon said with deep eyes, when we are fully grown, we will return to the wilderness and remind those who call themselves civilized, of the fear once instilled by the dragon race. Yes, yes, let them know the might of the Ignatius brothers. The elf dragon exclaimed, hands on hips, as if it were also one of the Ignatius brothers. Due to the followers' slow marching speed and occasional attacks from wild beasts and monsters, to quicken the pace, Galos had the red dragon and iron dragon lead the way ahead, using dragon's might to deter the wild beasts and monsters. The followers of the Molten Iron clan have all been proven by time. Their presence greatly facilitates the lives of the dragons, and with the influence of the prince's methods, their loyalty is guaranteed. Re-establishing followers would take time to cultivate and train. Unless absolutely necessary, the juvenile dragons would not easily abandon these followers, as they too are part of their wealth. Galos circled at the height of the sky, scanning the surroundings with a broad view. In case any legion pursued them, he must ensure he could spot the target at the first opportunity, and then decide whether to flee or fight. As he flew leisurely between the high-altitude clouds, Galos turned his gaze southward, towards the territory of the Luthern Federation. It's a pity that Viscount Ironthorn, who disrupted my peaceful life and forced my migration, making it impossible to focus on my training, is within the Southern Federation borders, and I can't do anything about him in the short term. Galos thought to himself, regrettably. The followers of the Molten Iron clan lined up in a long queue. Like a winding giant serpent, slowly advancing through the mud and gravel of the wilderness. The ogres carried heavy supplies on their sturdy shoulders, their footsteps steady. The jackal-wolf folk bared their fangs, alertly scanning every suspicious shadow around them, and the kobolds carefully tended to the young followers, using their rough claws to guide them through rugged terrain. Originally located in Needleleaf Valley, the violent bear group also joined the assembly. These large magical creatures, followed alongside the red dragon and iron dragon, clearing the path ahead. However, the dangers of the wilderness still loomed closely. Hungry ferocious lion packs prowled along the distant ridge, their amber eyes flickering with greed. Snakes lurked in the withered grass, their scales and gravel producing faint sounds of friction, and occasionally, wandering undead crawled from the underground, their decayed skeletons making eerie clattering sounds in the wind. These threats forced the group to slow their steps. Several Kola giant eagles patrolled the outskirts, serving as sentinels, letting out cries of warning when detecting problems. Galos circled at the highest altitude, his black eyes like sharp blades surveying the distant horizon, his long way an invisible barrier, intimidating the surrounding airspace, causing eagle vultures and winged beasts to avoid and not dare approach. However, the threats on the ground did not diminish. Whenever an ignorant magical beast sprang from the grass, Red Dragon Samantha would rush out fiercely, spitting fiery dragon flame from her fangs, scorching the attackers into charred remnants. Iron Dragon Salrog, like a silent grim reaper, tore apart those cunning beasts attempting to ambush from the flanks with his steel-like claws. Elf Dragon Vera, though frail in body, possessed the most acute mental perception. It danced lightly above the group, illusions of giant dragon roars often frightened away lurking threats. If encountering stubborn enemies, a single call would bring down the red dragon and iron dragon like thunder, obliterating the threat entirely. As time passed, the clouds gradually dispersed, long-awaited sunshine poured over the migrating group. The journey north made this warmth seem so luxurious. The temperature in the air decreased bit by bit. The exhaled white mist quickly dissipated in the cold morning light. The surrounding vegetation gradually became sparse, low shrubs replacing dense forests, and the desolate cold atmosphere grew stronger. Red Dragon Samantha was particularly sensitive to cold, her irritable emotions simmering beneath her scales. Her attacks became increasingly fierce, mercilessly burning even non-threatening beasts with her fiery flames as long as they appeared in her sight. The group continued northward, every step took them farther from the sweltering wilderness and closer to the icy tundra. It's different from before. With the development of the Foundation, the number of followers and clans has increased, making the migration journey long and slow. Galos overlooked the land, contemplating silently. He recalled the first migration from Iron Pine Hills to Needleleaf Valley, where he only had to worry about himself. The whole migration was swift, taking little time. At Galos' speed. If he migrated alone, he'd have already reached the destination. Migrating with the entire Molten Iron clan was much more troublesome, but one should not feel the clan burdensome only during migration, forgetting the conveniences they provided before. Most of the time, Galos did not manage the followers, it was mainly Salrog who took care of them. Weighing the pros and cons, compared to the various conveniences brought by the clan, this bit of trouble was bearable. Abandoning them to acquire new followers would only waste more time. If the Molten Iron clan continues to grow and expand, future migrations will be even more troublesome. I hope this forced migration is the last. Next time there's something similar, it should be my enemies who flee, avoiding my edge. Galos' eyes gleamed, envisioning himself able to crush the Luthern Federal Legion into retreat, no longer having to run due to military fears. After 10 seconds, he took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic emotions, then continued spiraling high in the sky. Meanwhile, Viscount Ironthorn's dragon hunting squad followed the direction indicated by the blood curse, venturing through the mud and thorns of the wilderness. Though the tracking spell was vague, it was sufficient to lock onto the general northern direction. The traces are getting clearer, we're pursuing the right direction. The curse master crouched down, fingertips brushing a crushed moss patch, which held a faint scent of monster stench. These monsters seem to want to leave the wilderness, heading towards the tundra. The curse master nodded, a touch of greed flickering in his eyes. They prepared for migration before acting ruthlessly, attacking the mineral veins, wise yet decisive, and they moved as a team. Haven't encountered such young evil dragons in a long time, especially the leading mixed-blood dragon. It brings us new honor. The deputy commander, carrying a dragon-slaying greatsword and dressed in black heavy armor, said solemnly, we need to accelerate our pace. If these monsters cross the Estonian River, it'll be harder for us to chase. Viscount Ironthorn nodded silently, his gaze somber. Following the Blood Curse's guidance, the dragon hunting squad continued cutting through thorns across the wilderness, continuing the chase. At dusk on the fourth day, nearing the southern bank of the Estonian River, they finally discovered their target group, noticing first the Kola giant eagles and iron dragons swirling in the sky, then slowly approaching using the concealment spell cast by the Curse Master. Including Viscount Ironthorn, the average life level of the dragon hunting squad was around 12. Their numbers were few, but each was elite. They were skilled in stealth, experienced, avoiding the sight of iron dragons and eagles in the sky and hidden sentries on the ground. They saw the 2 miles-long group of monsters resting by the riverbank. Jackal-wolf folk fishing in the shallows, ogres marking the temporary camp's boundary with urine, and war lizard folk and kobolds, creatures adept at building, under the assistance of mages, creating large wooden rafts for river crossing. Most noticeable were the 2 giant dragons. Red Dragon Samantha furiously drying the wing membranes dampened by the river's moisture. The sturdy mixed-blood dragon pressed its head against the ground, supporting its body with its neck, not forgetting to train during migration. Now is the perfect opportunity. The mightiest mixed-blood dragon is on the ground. A dragon hunter whispered. The Viscount's gaze discreetly swept across the numerous monsters, frowning, how should we handle these monsters? Though their levels aren't high, their numbers are ample, and there are elite leaders. There were too many monsters here. Enough to exhaust them. The members of the dragon hunting squad were elite, but after all, not gifted like the dragon race, with limited stamina and magic energy, facing masses of monsters and young dragons, it was easy to fail unexpectedly. The Curse Master smiled slightly. Viscount, no need to worry. We are a professional dragon hunting squad, living by hunting dragons, gaining honor by hunting dragons, long having considered the issue of dragon race followers. While speaking, the Curse Master took out a red slate etched with inverse scale patterns, densely inscribed with complex and dizzying magic patterns. It's called the Gladiatorial Array Plate, the greatest reliance of our dragon hunting squad, the lifelong masterpiece of an alchemy master. The Curse Master said, once the Gladiatorial Array Plate is activated, it will create an independent space, dragging targets into it, while we enter simultaneously by pre-marking. At that time, unless one side completely dies, no one can leave. Additionally, it has teleportation effects, allowing the victor a single teleportation within 100 miles, avoiding the risk of encirclement. Relying on the Gladiatorial Array Plate. They previously ignored hordes of monster followers, hunting a newly mature black dragon in the swamp. First target the mixed-blood dragon, it's the leader. Once it's hunted, leaderless dragons, whether withdrawing or continuing the hunt will be much simpler. The current target is a young dragon, though red iron hybrid, far inferior to the black dragon, but given the age, its life level won't surpass a mature black dragon, nor will it be stronger. Galos concluded his neckroll training, shook his body, and the gravel wedged between his scales fell away. He walked slowly to the riverbank and lowered his head to drink deeply from the river. After taking a mouthful, he did not leave but instead looked at the water's surface. The river's waves rose and fell, reflecting his rugged dragon head, distorted and shaking, yet those pitch-black eyes remained calm and steady, not like a bloodthirsty monster, but instead like a warrior with a steadfast resolve, forged through countless trials. He raised his head and turned around. Galos's gaze fell on his busy followers. The Estonian River is wide, and its currents swift, with many aquatic fierce beasts and creatures lurking within. Directly wading across is exceedingly dangerous, so the war lizard folk and kobold are building rafts. The war lizard folk select suitable logs, cut them, and transport them to the riverbank. The kobold uses sharp knives to scrape off the bark, weaving the fibers into ropes. Primarily employing mortise and tenon structures, coating with waterproof river clay resin, and mages casting spells for reinforcement, the rafts appear simple but are actually exceptionally sturdy, capable of crossing the river. If the timing is right and with blueprints and materials available. The war lizard folk and kobold can construct complex boats, they are recognized as wilderness construction masters. Once reaching the border area, no longer needing to conceal themselves excessively, Galos plans to have them build a formal fortress dragon's nest for him, rather than living in a dark cave like a wild beast. This is a major project. Especially considering the size of the dragon race, building a suitable dwelling requires substantial time, materials, manpower, and resources. However, a suitable nest is not just for enjoyment. It lifts Galos' spirits, and a good mood helps him think calmly and rationally, proving beneficial. Galos looked up towards the sky. The Kola giant eagle and iron dragon Salrog were circling overhead, and there were hidden sentries watching over various locations. Unless exceptionally skilled in stealth, it would be difficult to approach here, and considering the scale of the monster groups, it's unlikely anyone will dare to approach recklessly. Moreover, Galos is currently at his peak condition. The blood-like rays of the setting sun fell upon him, seeping into the gaps in his scale armor. It could be seen clearly, his previous injuries had all healed, the explosive scales had grown back, layering upon his body like thick armor, and the spikes on his body had become further hardened, continuously evolving, with no telling what they would eventually become. This place is already far from the 1,000-snake mark. Across the river and further onwards is the border area between the wilderness and the tundra. The red iron dragon settled down on the ground and closed its eyes, feigning slumber. The evening glow cast a layer of blood color on the riverbank, as dusk deepened. The hunters of the dragon hunting squad silently passed through the monster groups, stealthily drawing closer to the red iron dragon. The curse master murmured an obscure incantation, dark purple magic energy enveloping everyone like a thin mist. They wandered like specters in the twilight, unseen and untouchable, with no scent, sound, or body heat leaking out. Shadow Stealth Technique. This magic allows a group to temporarily exist in the shadow realm, a dark plane parallel to and bordering the material plane, enabling long-distance jumps, invisibility, and even teleportation through stealth in the shadow realm. The dragon hunting squad surrounded the gladiatorial array plate, with a specialized dragon hunting procedure. First approaching the target using the shadow stealth technique, then dragging the target into the dueling space, relying on numbers and the spatial advantage to kill the target, then teleporting away to evade the subsequent monster siege. Among adult dragons, they have only hunted one. But of young, adolescent, and even younger juvenile dragons, they have considerable hunting experience. Having heard of 3 juvenile evil dragons causing havoc at the mines, knowing they are extraordinary, the dragon hunting squad nonetheless has its own confidence. Facing an army directly, they might not match up. But when it comes to dealing with the dragon race, they are the professionals. Passing through the sluggish ogre group, through the alert jackal-wolf folk group. The dragon hunting squad strolled within the shadow realm, slowly approaching the target, and fortunately, encountered no shadow realm creature attacks nor risk of being forced out of stealth. Only elf dragon Vera, with the keenest senses, faintly felt something was amiss. It is a plain dragon, though not a shadow dragon of the shadow realm, as the group approached via plane properties, it still instinctively sensed some anomaly. The elf dragon, flapped its butterfly-like wings, flew towards the red iron dragon resting with closed eyes. Regardless of his dream dragon slayer, Vera mustered her courage to approach and shouted, "Galos, wake up. I have a strange feeling." Galos opened his eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked. The elf dragon anxiously circled in place, yet found it difficult to describe the instinctive feeling. "It's just doesn't feel right," it said. Galos squinted his eyes, cautiously scanning his surroundings, but everything in his line of sight seemed normal. The perception attributes of both the red dragon and the iron dragon were not outstanding, somewhat sluggish. Galos' hybrid traits in this area were not positive, he was even naturally weaker than a normal red dragon or iron dragon. Over the years, he had improved his mental attributes significantly with fairy scale powder, so perception was no longer a weakness, but it was still not exceptional. He trusted the judgment of the elf dragon. Out of caution, Galos beat his wings, intending to rise into the sky first. However, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. A total of 8 shadows emerged from the void without any warning. The reeds of the real world mysteriously penetrated their bodies as if the two existed in different dimensions. It wasn't until the Curse Master raised a stone slab engraved with inverse scale patterns and smashed it onto the ground that their armor and magic robes suddenly solidified, making a dull metallic thud. The surrounding monsters instantly turned their gaze here. Countless eyes fell on the group. Samantha opened her dragon's kiss, about to unleash her flaming dragon breath to engulf these sudden attackers. At the same time, the land beneath Galos suddenly collapsed into a vortex. It was not a physical collapse, but space itself was collapsing. Like a piece of parchment crumpled by an invisible giant hand. A dark red light curtain rose from the edge of the vortex, resembling the closed mouth of a beast. The spatial change happened so quickly that it was hard to react, engulfing the entire body of the red iron dragon. In Galos' perception, the scene along the riverbank first froze, then began to fade. The ropes being woven by the jackal wolf folk, the giant stones being carried by the ogres, even the flames spewed by Samantha all blurred and dissipated like an oil painting washed away by rain. Only the red stone slab and several figures grew increasingly clear, filling his entire field of vision. The world reassembled in the distortion. When Galos' vision became clear again, he found himself standing in the center of an ancient Roman-style circular gladiatorial arena. The stands were empty, with only the sound of fighting constantly echoing. Galos inexplicably understood the operation of this space, as the 8 shadows on the opposite side gradually solidified. This space, why does it feel like a game dungeon? Oh, I'm the boss, and these people are forming a team to defeat me. After surveying the surroundings, Galos gazed at the few figures in front of him. 8 in total. Among them, 2 left the deepest impression at first sight. Leading was the Curse Master Chief, Ghostbinder Karios, slender in stature, dressed in a deep purple magic robe woven from demon spider silk, half his face hidden under a hood, obscured from view, with runes continuously emerging on the robe's surface, holding a dragon spine staff crafted from a black dragon spine. Next to him stood the deputy leader of the paladins. Steel Oath Leo. He was tall and robust, clad in heavy armor, the armor's surface layered with black scale-like armor pieces, exuding a dragon race aura, each piece inscribed with blasphemous prayers against the dragon race, eyes beneath the steel helmet and face armor void of warmth, wielding a dragon-slaying giant sword over 3 meters long and as wide as a door. More accurately speaking, he was a Vengeance Oath Paladin. A Vengeance Oath is a solemn promise to chastise those guilty of severe crimes. When malevolent forces slaughter helpless civilians, when all people stray from divine will, when a certain thief guild becomes too overbearing, when a terrifying giant dragon rampages through the countryside, it's at these times that Vengeance Oath Paladins appear to right the wrongs. These paladins will extend justice even at the cost of their purity and honor. No mercy for evildoers, no scruples in victory. Each Vengeance Paladin's vow is unique. Leo's Vengeance Oath was to annihilate all evil dragons threatening the world. Because of this oath, all his attacks carried extra damage against the dragon race, and he personally received comprehensive boost bonuses when battling them. Within the dragon hunting squad, this paladin is the strongest frontline attacker, while the Curse Master Chief serves as the controlling figure guiding the overall strategy. The professions of others also varied, being specialized occupational types, unlike traditional balanced warriors. For instance, a shadow assassin specializing in deadly ambushes and poisons, a fierce beast hunter skilled in exploiting vulnerabilities in large creatures, a war priest excelling in team enhancement and holy strikes, a magic potion expert adept in explosions and concoctions, and a blood rage berserker focused on regeneration and battle. Centered around the Curse Master and Paladin, these professionals who could cooperate indeed had the confidence and capability to hunt dragons. In these individuals, Galos sensed an unprecedented danger, a situation more perilous than even his battle with the Diamond Giant. The dragon hunting squad meticulously prepared, bringing him to such a confined space without using anti-air tactics, severely limiting his flight and mobility. As the side forced onto the defensive, Galos was at a geographical disadvantage. But his mind grew increasingly composed, not letting anger overwhelm him from being ambushed. The more it was a time like this, the more he had to suppress negative emotions and focus on overcoming the predicament and crisis.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.